gonna take.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Yeah, you got Possum of Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Pod Class on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on
That's the very funniest shit.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time. It's
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given. Whereas we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Check. Can everyone hear me? Mic check. Now, there we go. All right. Wonderful, everybody. Mic check. Welcome to another Tehuti pod class. Let me give a shout out to the people, the beautiful people in the room before we begin. I see everyone in here that I see is a regular, except for Cha-Cha. Let me give everybody that Rigo made sure he was here before class even started. Rigo's ready. Shout out to Rigo. Peace to you, Rigo. The beautiful moderator, Anki and Ma'at. Big Blunt 1. Big Blunt 1. Debo, Asiatic Soldier. Shout out to you. Cha-Cha. That's a new name. Peace to you, Cha-Cha. Hope you enjoy this class. Cha-Cha. We got the Unknown Adam. Shout out to the Unknown Adam. Peace to Ed Ren. Ed Ren the Great. RPM. Shout out to the RPM. Jody Southworth. Greetings to Jody Southworth. Jimmy to the B. The great moderator, technician, architect, developer of the website. That is the Scribe, with 3 lines in his name. The Scribe. Shout out to the Scribe. Shout out to Nani Aset Mur, the other moderator. Nani Aset Mur. E-T-T-T. E-T-T-T. Interesting name. Another dedicated attender of the Tehuti pod class. High Grade TV. Shout out and respect to High Grade TV. The brother Cash Peden. Peace to the brother Cash Peden. And here's a name I haven't seen before. Welcome to the class. Naj Heru. Shout out to Naj Heru. Welcome to the class. And I think that's Robert Williams. Can't forget one of the most dedicated supporters and attendees of the Tehuti Pod class, Robert Williams. Shout out and respect. Already 53 people in here. You know what today's going to be. There's a lot of stuff came in. A lot of stuff is in. The Black Pearl. I like that. Very unique. The Black Pearl. I would like to see a black pearl. That would be a very unique object. I like that name. The Black Pearl. Hotep. And we have Nap. What is it saying? Let me put it on the screen so I can read it. Maybe blow it up a little bit. I want to get the names right. Nap Dapro. Shout out to Nap Dapro. All right. And we got Gambon. That's an interesting name. Gambon, the Matrix has you. Welcome to the desert. All right. Wonderful. Wonderful. We got, my screen is frozen a little bit. I think this is Kamit. This must be Kamit under the other name. Yes. We got DZNMZN, otherwise known as Kamit 101. Shout out to Kamit 101, one of the most dedicated attendees, one of the biggest supporters ever. Shout out to Kamit 101. We're going to be speaking about support in a moment. Buck the President. And we got Bella. Shout out to Bella. Bella is growing, learning, going against all odds, toppling them, diving over them. Shout out to Bella, who says, Ma'at Hotep. And, Buck the President put some messages. It's a flex, a heart, and we're going to be talking about this tonight. Does anybody know what this is? What is this tonight? We're going to be talking about this tonight. Why do people do this? Yes, let's go. It's going to be a good one. Shout out to everybody. I think that's everybody so far. Shout out to everybody. Let's introduce the Tehuti Pod class. But of course, before we begin, because I have a way of life that I follow, I have a way of life that's consistent. And I'm trying to teach consistency, accountability, discipline to each and all that learn from me. So, being that I have a way of life that I follow, every morning I do something, every night I do something, throughout the day I do something disciplined. One of the things that I do is I say what's called the affirmation. The beautiful thing about tonight is that there's a question that already came in about, can I explain the affirmation? So we're going to do the affirmation for everybody. And then in tonight's class, we're going to get to the explanation of the affirmation, one you've never heard before. Knocking at your front door. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the affirmation, everybody. It's going to be great. There, Ahati Mahat has popped in. Peace to the chat. Show appreciation here. Tehuti's Cash App. Ahati Mahat, have you seen the good brother Tehuti most? I sent a email looking for him. I haven't seen him on Monday in the Mednetter class. And I didn't get any message. Has anybody heard from the good brother Tehuti most? Shout out to, here's a brother I haven't seen in a long time. If this is the same brother, shout out to Golden 1999. If I believe Golden 1999 is a good brother that I first taught some, I think since 96. If this is the same brother, shout out to Golden One, a good family man, him and Andreas, if I'm saying that right, Andrea. Shout out to them. She's always sending in support, and it's consistency is key. Shout out to the family. If that's the same brother, I think it is. He has like 4 different names. Okay, so Scribe says, send support. There it is. Okay, you guys see it in the room. I can't, I think it's clickable. So you guys can just, that's a clickable thing. Okay. Oh, it is him. Yeah, peace, my brother. Peace, my brother. Peace, my brother. Okay, wonderful. And of course, one of the most recent dedicated. This is a recent name that's always been popping up lately, and that is the King of the Muya Productions. Shout out, King. Glad you're going to enjoy. I know you're going to enjoy this class. Send in some support. Send in some donations, King, to the Cash App and the PayPal, because tonight's class is going to be worth about $400,000. Let's go. All right, we got the God Mind. God old God Mind. Peace, everyone. And you, Tehuti, shout out to the God Mind. Shout out to the God Mind. Okay. And iPhone Tech. That me, TI Phone Tech. What did I say? What's that? That me, TA. Yes, peace, brother. This is a brother I just saw in person a little while ago. Shout out to T. Shout out to T. We got, I don't know if this is a new name. If it is, shout out to Jason Foreverman. Jason Foreverman. All right, shout out to Jason Foreverman. All right, everybody, let us break down what the Tehuti Pod class is all about for the new people that are watching. It's only a few new people that are in. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. But before we do that, like I said, I'm going to do the affirmation. Let's go ahead and do that. First, we begin things with the affirmation. Then I can explain what the Tehuti Pod class is, how it works, why it exists, and here we go. We'll start with the affirmation. Everybody ready? We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia ma'at, un ms, nintet aset emat, min habapet emat, her enhu kiwi, her ikut. I live for ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation, everyone. Now, let me go ahead and explain what the Tehuti Pod class is, why it exists, and how all of you can help keep this running, and what it is exactly I do. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. On my hat is Neith from Zimbabwe. She is a unicorn spider, all the way from South, what they call Africa, Zimbabwe. And she represents photonic entanglement, the weaver. That is what Neith, the weaver, Netter represents. And I have the spider with me to constantly think about that photonic entanglement that keeps things together. Shout out to Neith. She is a unicorn. She has a horn on her head. And of course with me, who hasn't been seen in a little while, his name is Third Eye. He has several third eyes. And akus, or what they call pyramids, on his back. This is Third Eye. He's all the way from Taiwan. So Neith from the southern parts of Africa, below the bottom of the Nile, below it, and all the way from Thailand, we have you. Okay, Taiwan. Taiwan, we have you. Shout out to you. Third Eye. Isn't he beautiful? Third Eye, wonderful. Let us begin and explain what the pod class is all about. Shout out to Bijan Faro. Bijan Faro. Okay, so my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for more years than I've actually kept count. I was just reminded last week with someone in the class. I remember my oldest students being the Golden 99 and those brothers, but I was reminded I was on the streets teaching. A brother came in the room and said, I remember you on the streets teaching in 1993. I must be 70 years old. I don't know, but he says, I was on the streets teaching since 1993. He remembers seeing me. Shout out to that brother. His name is Boris Muhammad. So I've been teaching for more years than I can count. And I've been teaching people how to break out of the matrix. Psychological exchange of empowerment done by your enemy. PSYOPs programs that continuously take place in your mind that deal with your ego, it deals with your account of history, it deals with your outlook on your biological imperative, and of course your look on what they call spirituality through neuro-linguistic programming. I'm here to break that. I've been doing that for several decades with countless people all around the world. I was teaching publicly from anywhere from 400 to 500 people at a time. And I was a part of an organization that did not like that I was teaching from a book called The Matrix. We're going to get into that tonight. So there was a book I was teaching from, which had several factual bits of information. And I was teaching from that. It was called The Matrix. I've been teaching from that book since 1995. Okay? So, that organization became unsafe for me to be in because they said I wasn't teaching from the leader. I was teaching from the Matrix book. So, they came to my home with torches to burn my Matrix book. Of course, I had to get away from the situation, and then I went private. I just started teaching my inner family for a long period of time. I came back and taught the people in the organization finances and LLCs and trades. Several things. We were working on EMP and all type of things I was teaching. Trust companies and places to put your money. And I was teaching that to them. I went back to that organization, started teaching them. I took some of them homeless off of the streets, and then some of them ended up robbing me. So, robbing me for tens of thousands of dollars. So I opened my home to them, put them in charge of aspects of my company, put certain business transactions in their name, and because they had the broke, poor mentality, they ended up robbing me. And they had to move out of the city. So I went into seclusion again. I stayed away from people. I only trusted my animals because they never seemed to rob me or betray me, and they seem to have one personality consistently that I can always know that they're going to do a particular thing because of the animal they are. So I secluded myself, just continuing to teach my inner family, and then I moved to Canada, and I started a family there. Started teaching my inner family. Started teaching on the streets a little bit while doing my performances, and then I came out to California. When I came out to California, I was teaching just my inner family. And I met a brother named Mahati, who I started teaching him, brought him into my inner family, trusted him. He became immediately my security, and I trusted him enough to bring him into my home and teach him one-on-one, where no males were actually allowed into my home. At that time, I was completely private, but I brought him in, and then he started going online and seeing several people teaching. And seeing these several people teaching, he said, Tehuti, we need you back into the public. Thousands of people are being misled. You need to come out to the public. I said, nope. Because I'm quick to cut negative energy from me very rapidly. I have no remorse. I'm quick to cut it off. I'm quick to go into my shell, because when I cut off negative energy and cut off people and stop teaching, I stay the exact same. Literally nothing changes in my life. So I said, nope, I'm not going to subjugate myself to theft and people abusing the knowledge and taking my knowledge and teaching other places and not giving me tribute. So I said, no, I'm fine teaching my family. Let everybody have those popular streaming YouTubers doing craziness and drama online. Let them have those people. That's what we want. So let them have them. So after months and months and months and months and months, he kept persisting. Come on. So eventually I said, okay, let me browse and see who's on. and let me come on there. And when I went on the internet, because I'm not an internet person, when I went on, I started seeing some of the people that would have had to have been the children of my students, because of their age and because of their history. When they tell their history, I was there in some of the history, but I was there as a teacher, and they were maybe they had been like an 8-year-old child at the time. They've been like an 8-year-old child at the time. So they became some of them became your popular YouTubers, and I won't mention by name, but you know them all. They're all 200,000 views, popular, all over the place. So I came on line, and I entered into a debate group interview. And in that debate group interview, I was asked questions about Kemet. It was very formal. It was very good, very respectful. I will say that. And then in that interview, the champion, I found it was a debate league, and the champion challenged me to debate. I'd never done an online debate before. I did debates on the streets, and I taught debate class in my classes of how to debate on the streets and in actual forums, in actual going to events and going to like meeting in universities and things. So I never had an online thing, because when I was teaching, there was no online. There was no Googles and all this easy stuff that everybody had. You could just punch in things. I didn't have that. All my research was blood, sweat, and tears, going to the library for hours and hours on end, sleeping with books as pillows and reading books into recorders and letting them play back in my ear as I fell asleep. That's how I studied. I didn't have all that stuff. We'd have to travel. For me to go to a class, I would have to travel anywhere from 1 hour to 3 hours just to go ask a question. Okay, so anyways, I ended up debating, beating everybody they brought me. I'm beating everybody because they're debating what I live. So it's very difficult for them to win when I was teaching. I would have been teaching their parents. So they're new, 5 years on the scene, 6 years on the scene, getting excited. They're Hebrew Israelite, they're more, all these different things. And I'm teaching probably their grandparents in 93. So anyways, I kept winning debates over and over again. And then I went to Sonnetter to do another interview. I didn't go for a debate. I went to do an interview. And then a brother named Jabari jumped onto the interview and challenged me to a debate in 3 hours. Jabari right now has a debate that is, they have 4 months to prepare. With a brother named Garfield, 4 months. I jumped online and he challenged me to a debate. Let's do it in 3 hours. So I was like, okay. So I go to debate him. Ended up beating him according to the rules and regulations in the crowd. I beat him according to Sonnetter's words and the crowd. And that was an upset. That was strange. I was a new person coming into this big Sonnetter TV. They're calling all these big names. I don't know anything about the big names, because the big names, some of them were children when I was teaching, so I didn't know these are big people. So I ended up beating him, and then boom, the next day, Zion Lex come. He asked me who else do I want. He named some names. I said Hebrew. He said, we got Zion Lex. He brought Zion Lex, and according to the crowd again, I beat him. According to the audience. Sonnetter was upset about it, but according to the audience, I won. So anyways, I just kept beating all these guys. They kept saying, well, bring your big names, Unc West and all that. I said, who's these people? So I ended up just beating everybody. And then I went on to Killer Priest. And Killer Priest, I was able to just teach. Killer Priest allowed me to come on the show. And he loved me from the beginning. By the next show that I was on, I was the host running the show. The very next show I was on after meeting him, he trusted me enough to make me the host. And then I kept teaching on Killer Priest. And then we noticed that people were sending in super chats. And here's the beginning of the Tehuti pod class. People were sending in super chats consistently to ask questions that I was answering on the spot. And Killer Priest was asking me, he said, how do you have the slides already for the questions that you don't know these people? He said, these people are, they're part of the Podcraft, and he called them some names, architects. I forgot the names he called them, but he said these are people that he knows, and he said you're just coming on, and when they ask you a question, you already have the slide with the pictures and the writing answer. That you never seen that before, and so people kept giving bigger. It became a donation thing, and they started doing bid donations. When I was on one time, Santana and two other people were like 350, 200, 500, 550. It was crazy, and AD said he never seen that before, and so people were just sending in donations and questions to me. So a lot of my students and a lot of new people said they wanted one-on-ones with me, and I tried it. They paid considerably, of course, because they see the level of quality of teaching that I do. So, of course, I'm a teacher for life. This is what I do for a living. This is not my hobby. I am a teacher of this knowledge, not an opinionator, a teacher of this knowledge. And people pay me for time to teach them because of the quality of how I teach compared to all the rah guys, rah, all that stuff right there. I don't do any of that. So I started doing one-on-ones, and it started taking up way too much of my time. It was impossible with all the floods of people that wanted to do one-on-one. So I came on Kill the Priest, and here's the beginning of the class you're in right now. Here's how it all started. I went on to Kill the Priest, and I said, let me announce to everybody what I'm going to set up. I'm going to set up the Tehuti pod class, not podcast, but I made up a word, pod class, and you will all be able to come in for free. You can walk in the door for free. I said, but to ask me questions, I'm not going to be reading the chat. You're going to send support, which is reciprocity, which means if you like that stripper dancing, you gave her money for that. When you like those cigarettes, you gave money for that. When you like the Krispy Kreme donut, the sugar and the cavities and the diabetes and the lowering of sperm counts, the carcinogens, you gave money for that. You gave money to kill yourself on several occasions. Money for gummy bears, cotton candy, apple candy, 2 hours in a movie staring at a screen, bright lights in your eyes. You've all paid money for that. So I said, if you appreciate the knowledge that I'm giving you and feel that it's changing your life more than the Avengers movie, more than Spider-Man, Thanos, and Wakanda that you all have paid for, more than the gummy bears, more than Six Flags that you're taking your children to pay $22 for a ride and go, we're done. Next ride, we're done. It's $40. So since I realized that our people will appreciate those things, I said, well, if you appreciate the knowledge that I'm teaching, just like you buy a book or just like you buy all those things that are killing you, destroying your cerebrum and your corticotropic by going on roller coasters up and down, haunted house, there's $20, let's go again. So since people do that, I said, if you appreciate the knowledge that can actually uplift your soul by the way that I teach it, then what you do is you send in super chats. Well, anyways, YouTube went on to take away the super chats, and so we had to do cash apps. I created a system that's never been created that I saw on YouTube before, and that is to pay with cash apps to either send support or send in a question. So the way that it works is I have a cash app that I'm putting on the screen. That is Cash App TT and Moon. I'll actually put them both on the screen. That is PayPal at Rocky SV and Cash App TT and Moon. When you do that, an interesting thing happens. It gives you an area where you can actually type in. And when you type in, you can actually type in your question, just like the super chat, except for I have to put it on the screen manually. So for example, here's Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe is one of the most dedicated questioners, supporters. He sent in 3273 for Anunnaki versus Reptilian, your thoughts. Well, he knows the 3272 is not just for the question. He's showing appreciation for the quality of what is going to be on YouTube forever. So when I answer your question, by the time I get to your question, whether it's the end of the show or the next show or the beginning, whatever it is, if the donation is high, is nice, and the reciprocity is there, I'm going to put a book together for you. You're going to get a book on YouTube. You're going to get a personalized piece of artwork that answers your question that you will be able to show your family to every time as if you're reading a book with neon writing and pictures and archaeology, anthropology, meta-netter, and most importantly, matrix breaking, psyops breaking thinking that I put together for you. So it shows up like that if you send the Cash App. So of course, if you send the PayPal, then it shows up like this. Rodrigo, who I believe is in the room is Rigo, he said, peace to Tehuti and to the pod class. Could you get into ITI? He said 2177. So the Cash Apps look like this. This is Hika Kepara. And the PayPals look like this. The PayPal actually gives you more room. Here's an example. Boom. You get leisure. He sends in $50. Now these are the big time. These are big supporters. If you're new in the room, please don't be intimidated. If you have $5, $10, whatever you feel, you don't have to send in 50 or 32. If you feel that it's worth it, you can. But these are the big timers. Okay, so we hit the Kepras. We got big timers. We got, for example, Iman Manifesto asked a question on Facebook. He asked a question about, I don't remember what this question actually was because he sent it to me on Facebook. I think it was the Battle of Kadesh. I think it was him in the Battle of Kadesh. So these kind of questions come in. Kamit 101, who was the DZM in the room, he sent this question, which he put into the email. And so these are the supporters. These are the people that actually support. And this is what keeps the pod class going. These are just random people that come to the pod class. I do not know any of these people from prior to the pod class. These are not people that were raised up with me. These are people that come to the pod class or saw me on Killer Priest or saw Netter and realize that the quality of teaching comparing to everybody else they see on those shows is 1,000 to 1. That's the comparison. So when they go on those other shows, I never see them support and donate like this because they're not getting anything but babble and arguments and anger. Whereas you're actually getting a teacher here. So this is what I do, everybody. And I ask for support. It goes to my Gmail, and this is all I do for a living. And I can disappear again. I've done it 4 times, and I can disappear again. Because I'm motivated only by appreciation. As soon as I see that what I'm doing is not appreciated, I will let you have all what I call the availables. All the guys that you see circling on the internet, screaming at each other, making videos. That man's an agent. This person's a demon. This person has AIDS. All those kind of guys that you see. We're building a school for 29 years. Any of those people that you see, that's who you'll be left with. So, welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're about to get into it, everybody. Please show your support. It pops up in my Gmail. This is what I do for a living, and it's all that I do for a living. If you've ever tipped a waiter before, if you feel that what I'm doing for you, and for the new people that are in the room, you only know what it is once I start. You may be saying, who is this brother? What is he talking about? Only when I start, the answer to these questions was going to be in about 2 minutes. Only when I start will you understand. If you've ever tipped your waiter before for bringing you a daiquiri, he did nothing special. He brought you your food, he wished you a good evening, and you tried to impress a girl, and you threw $20 tip, $4 tip on the table. For what? Because he brought you your food, and that is exactly what he is hired to do. And he brought you your food and you gave him a tip. If you believe, after I start answering these questions, that the information that I'm giving you has supplied you with an inner vibration and satisfaction that's more than a waiter bringing out your food, bringing you a daiquiri or bringing out your steak, and you tip them 10, 20. I've seen $100 tips. I've seen some crazy. If you've ever been one of those big tippers or ever known a waiter, ask them what they make when they come home. They're like 200. I get paid $350 an hour. I come home with 200, 300. How? Off of tips? What'd you do? I bring their food and I compliment their tie. I bring out their food and I tell the young lady, that's a good man that you're with. Your dress is beautiful. And he leaves me a $40 tip. It takes 3 seconds to do that. The answers that I'm about to give you all are going to take anywhere from 5 minutes to 1 hour. So if you believe that I'm equivalent or better than your waiter at Applebee's, then you will show support and give a tip for what it is that I do. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Welcome to Tehuti Podlass, and once again, the support, which is my AI moderator, Cash App TT Amoon. Speaking of moderators, I'd like to tell everybody that at the Tehuti Podlass, we actually don't have any moderators. Sounds strange, right? We don't have any moderators at the Tehuti Podlass. We have something a little bit different. What we have is there's a good brother named Stranger who created a new terminology, and that new terminology is ma'aterators. Ma'aterators, not moderators, but ma'aterators. And the ma'aterators are, let me introduce them. These are the people that I love and trust that help me with the podcast to help you. They help things run smooth. You'll see them with wrenches. And that is because they're here to fix things. What the wrench represents. They're here to fix problems. They are not here for you to ask questions to with information. You ask them in the room. Things about when's the next debate, when's the next showing, what's Tehuti's email, what's the Cash App, what's the PayPal. Do not ask them questions like, are there extraterrestrials on Mars? What is the Zep Tepi? How do I align my chakras? What's going on with Kanye? Whatever this, that's not who you ask these questions to. These people are here to keep the room in order. They're here to give support. They support me. They make me feel good by interacting with the crowd and making the crowd feel important. These are the ma'aterators. The name was created by a man named Stranger who may be in the room. So the word moderator actually came from the word ma'at, which we're going to actually be talking about today. This word ma'aterator was put together by Stranger, and I will introduce the ma'aterators. And the ma'aterators are none other than Nani Aset Mer, Anki M Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe who is the technician and the website designer. For those who don't know what I'm speaking of, so this brother helps out with anything that deals with the technical side, technical difficulties, technical advancements. He's the reason right now that I am able to come on immediately. If you all have been here in the classes before, you remember that you'd have to come into the waiting room, and then the moderators have to send you a link to where I am. You guys all remember that, right? Well, thanks to the good brother Scribe, he fixed that problem, and now I start right from the waiting room because he is a technician. He knows how to solve those problems. That is the Scribe. Okay, the Scribe is also the one who is the creator of our one and only website. And our one and only website that he's a creator of is this one that you see on the screen. The Teachings of Ma'at.org, not .com. So many things are on this website. You can subscribe to the newsletter, get the latest updates. There's so many things. You can actually become a member. The brothers will actually walk you through. I leave it up to them to walk you through. It is their job to actually walk you through. I'm going to introduce the website. And when I take my next break after the next one or two questions, they're going to actually walk you through the website, the Teachings of Ma'at, put together by the good technician who is the Scribe. All praises due to the good brother, the Scribe, who actually flew out here with his loyalty, flew out here to come see me in person. Shout out to the Scribe. Everybody, are you ready for the questions that have come in? We have questions that have come in. Shout out to, who else came in the room here? Chris Harris. Shout out to Chris Harris. I'm going to tell you why. Chris Harris, are you in the room? If you can hear me, I'm going to tell you why right now. Shout out to Chris Harris. Chris Harris, are you in the room? You can press 1. Shout out to Angela Hollis, too. Hey, shout out to this brother here. Started off kind of rough and then got kind of good. He says, look, Angie, get that. he's on the rough side, though, but shout out to Interstate Neek. So Chris Harris is here. I'm going to say something about Chris Harris that I've observed. Where is he? Is he in the room? Yes, he is. He's in the room. Where'd he go? There he is, his earpiece. Okay, he said 1. Chris Harris is a good brother, but he doesn't want to hear nothing from anybody. I'm going to tell you right now, this is like a hammerhead shark brother. So he is ready to fight mentally, debate-wise, at all times. He has not any patience for anybody's nonsense. As soon as he hears the slightest little thing that doesn't equate to him, he's ready. He comes on with that face like he's ready to scrap mentally, debate-wise, of course, not physically. I've been watching him for a long time, and I'm the only brother I see him publicly give shout-outs and respect to, like even when I'm not there. Not if you're on the panel and he says, peace to Brother Reggie, respect to Jabari, but I'm talking about when I'm not even there. And this brother is hard to if you slip up once, he's on you. This brother gives me nothing but respect publicly. He even said he's going to use some of my styles in his debates. And he's tough. He's tough. He's like bullheaded kind of. He's like a tough one. But when me and him interact, he's very, very respectful and very humble and very much different. I want to give him the respect for that because he could easily be tough with me. He could do anything, he could do anything. He really doesn't want to hear it from nobody, but he always comes and gives respect. Shout out to the brother Chris Harris, one of the best debaters. Check out his debates and check him out on his YouTube channel. I don't know how, he's active. Check him out on the YouTube channel. Shout out to Chris Harris. I wanted to say that. Let me fix this here, and then we're gonna get started. I want to say that to Chris because I always tell my goddesses that. Chris, the way he interacts with me is, and the way I see him with the other brothers, nothing's the same. It's like a hyena ready to strike somebody. But shout out to the brother Chris. All right, everybody, let's get started. We got new people here. I see Miss Annie. I wonder if Miss Annie is Mean Mama. Who says Shabbat Shalom, family. This lady usually comes in named Mean Mama, who always says Shabbat Shalom. So, and yes, he always lets me talk. He has much respect. So, respect has to be earned. And some of the foolishness that you see the other brothers do, they're not going to gain the respect. So, shout out to Godmind. Shout out to Godmind. I think I already gave you a shout out already. Proud of my brother. Oh, it says proud of my brother Chris Harris. The foundation of what he says is based off of his research and study, not his belief. Okay, that's a good thing. That's good. Shout out to Angie Hollis again. That's a new name. I haven't seen you. Shout out to Angela Hollis. I don't want to mess the name up. Shout out to Angela Hollis and shout out to Miss. That's a new name, Miss Annie. Let's get started, everybody. And Interstate Neek says Tehuti, your undefeated champion. Chris been KO'd in a debate. Y'all not equals. Well, I never said we can't be equals. I'm not. I never said. No, I'm giving the brother Chris Harris about 6 years ago. I still was a Hebrew Israelite, so of course we're not equals. I've been teaching since 1993. And Chris was a Hebrew Israelite and came out of that nonsense with Judah Nazareth and came into studying history, culture, Kemet, parts of Africa. So I never said we're equals. He doesn't talk to me as an equal. He talks to me with much respect. So no, we're not equals and nobody's an equal because everybody is a unique individual and literally nobody on the planet is equal. Everybody is a shout out to you. Yes, I am undefeated. And shout out to Chris Harris for all he's done. I don't want to turn this into another type of energy, but shout out to Interstate Neek. Shout out to Chris Harris. Nobody's an equal. Everybody is. I'm not equal to my mechanic. My mechanic is superior to me in fixing cars. Shout out to him. Without him, car wouldn't run. So everybody has their position. And Chris doesn't even take the same position as I do. So shout out to him and what he's doing. He's still on his growth, and everybody will see where everybody is about 15 years from now. I'm about 35 years in. So shout out to everybody and what they do and contribute. Peace to Chris, Interstate Neek, and let's get this class started. And yeah, Chris had over 100 debates, never lost one, quit one debate. Chris is, I tell you, right? As soon as he hears something, he's honest. So he's had over 100 debates. I don't know anybody in my life that's had over 100 debates. So once again, we're not equals because I haven't had 100 debates. So if you have 100 debates, you got to lose some or one, or something has to happen in one. So shout out for having 100 debates and quitting one. That's a record I've never heard before. So wow to that. Okay, let's get started. We're going to get started. We got some questions in here, everybody. Let's go to the beautiful people. And Third Eye, you're going to go back in there. We're going to get started. We have some great stuff. I already see questions in the Gmail. Shout out to all the people who have already shown support. A few people, and let me erase this. This is not. So I only see a few people so far. Wait a minute. I don't see much of anybody. This isn't even for the podcast. Let me refresh this and see. This is shopping at Costco. Hold on. Okay. Let me erase some of this stuff here. Some of the stuff is mixing up with the podcast stuff. So I can have this. Okay, everybody, let me refresh. I don't see much support tonight. That's interesting. But we'll see how it goes. We'll go ahead and put him back. And okay, we're gonna go in here just for a minute, man. There you go. All right, everybody, let's get started. It's going to be a good night tonight. I don't see much support so far, but who knows? The class just started. We're waiting for everybody to get in, and more support will come, I guess, as the class continues. I'm going to sip some water. And more water. Okay, let's get started, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. It is going to be a great one tonight. Let me fix this camera. What just happened? I turned into Goats Man. I'm on the astral plane. Hold on. I'm on the astral plane. Let me fix this. Let me get back to Earth plane. Oh, how do I look now? Okay, press the 1 if you can hear me because we're about to get started. Let me look into the first questions that are in. Everybody, please send your support who's watching this. The more support will come after I answer the first question, right? I already know how this works. When people actually see my work, that's when a lot will start coming in. So let me go ahead and see and pull up the first one and see. Is Raphael Gary in? I don't see some of my big timers in. Where's Black Alucard, Bossy? Where's Raphael Gary? I don't see some of the big time supporters in here, and I actually have a question from him in here. And also Q-Town. Q-Crown, is Q-Crown in here? Q-Crown had a question sent in from his mother or grandmother. Q-Crown, are you here? Or the Q-Crown? Let me see what Q-Crown is. Okay. About to be on your question. Okay, so he sends in a question for his grandma. Let me pull this up on the visuals for me to see. I don't see my where's the team members? There's a lot of people missing tonight. That's strange. Where's AJ Super Magul? Where is Tehuti Mos? Who else is missing? Raphael Gary is here. I have a question. Raphael Gary sent in like 8 questions a month ago, and I've been trying to put one in each week. So we got one from you that's in. I'm gonna get to it, and I appreciate the support. I feel Gary's constantly supporting. I appreciate it. So this is Q Crown. Is Q Crown in here tonight? Q Crown in here tonight. There's Master K, True Seeker. True Seeker's in here. I have a question from him, but I have a feeling I'm gonna have to get to that next week because of this Matrix thing. They both asked it back to back, but the Matrix one is gonna be long. Okay. Where are the people? Where are my people? Where's AJ Super Magoo? Where's Zep Tebi Slim? Zep Tebi Slim, what was your other name before? Remind me of your he says, thanks for your transparency, Sal. You're welcome. What was your name before? What did we know you as before? I got so used to Zep Tebi Slim, I forgot your original name. Zep Tebi Slim. Oh, I remember now. Peace to Now. Shout out to Now. Okay, everybody. I don't see Boss P. I don't see Tehuti Mons. I don't see AJ Super Magoo. Very strange. Very, very strange. But we're going to get to it, everybody. So there's a question that came in. We're going to go ahead and put that on the screen. And it is from let me see who this is. Kwame Heineken. Crown Mick. Crown Mick. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Crown Mick. It's Crown Mick here. Crown Mick. Crown Mick. Shout out to Interstate Neek again. Interstate Neek is a good brother. He was brave enough to, when I first met him, he actually challenged me. He was going to pay me some money to debate him. I guess sharpen his skills or something. But shout out to him. Ever since that event, he's shown me nothing but full respect. And Interstate Neek, shout out to you. Okay, let me get started and see. Does anybody see? AJ says he's in the chat. Does anybody see him in the chat? I don't see him. Let me check something before I start because I want to make sure everybody's okay and they're not accidentally in like the hidden section or something. Let me go let me fix that and see if he's in the moderators. You can check and see if AJ maybe accidentally in the hidden section because there's a hidden button that's so easily accidentally touchable. It's really easy. It's right at the top. I touch it all the time and it says hidden hide comment and it's accidental. So let me go and check and see if he's not sitting in a hidden box somewhere. And then I want to get to the question. Let me go and boot this. So we're going to go to YouTube Studio. I've found about 3 people hidden in this box that none of us put in there. Jody was in there one time, trapped. It was several people in there. Let me get some people out of there if they're in there accidentally. Let me see. Okay, the settings, community. Oh, look at all the people in the box. Holy smoke. AJ's in the box. Wow. Look at all these people in the box. Sorry, nobody's in the box. The moderator, did you put sorry? I'm going to take AJ out. He's a hidden user. I know sorry nobody. Sorry nobody. Did anybody put sorry nobody in the box? Sorry nobody. Is bruh who supposed to be in the box? He said he was broken. A brother donated for him. Is he supposed to be in the box? Let me get to the chat and see. I want everybody to be right here. So AJ Super Magoo, type something right now. Let's make sure you're in here. Type something. Had him trapped in the closet. Like, gonna kill me. That's funny. Shout out to Jamie X. AJ Super Magoo, type something in the room right now. Let me see. I'm seeing people in the box. So moderators, anybody ever putting sorry nobody in the box? I know sorry nobody. Ahati, did you put him in the box? Sorry nobody. I'm gonna take sorry nobody out of the box. I don't know why he's in there. No, it just has the names in here. So sorry, nobody. I'm going to take you out. I don't know these other names. So I'm going to trust the moderators through them in here. Kiko Matos. Of course, Jeremiah Judah. Yeah, Jeremiah Judah. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Now it's saved, and now I should be able to go back and see if. So go ahead. Sorry, nobody, or AJ type. If you type in the room, let me see if we can see you. We're going to go ahead and get started. Okay. I don't see AJ. Anybody see Super Mogul typing?
Oh, yeah.
I don't see him. Okay. Oh, there he is. He put a 1. There we go. Yeah, JJ7000. He always goes in the box. I don't want him in the box, but he always goes in the box because he always acts crazy, man. I don't know. He always acts crazy. So JJ7000 always. I never put him in the box. I don't get a chance to really see him much, but he always, like, you know, there's some mental issues happening. So when you can't control yourself, you go in the rubber room, you know? Okay, let's get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. The first question in is coming in from Kwame Heinigen. This is for his mother or his grandmother. He asked a question. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. Now we're going to see how Tehuti answers questions. There he is, Uncle Jasaneb. Shout out to you. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. This is the very first question, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go with the first question. This came in a little while ago, but the brother Q wasn't in the room. And then he was in the room for one of his answers, but I'm just go ahead and answer him now. Here we go. So the question is, did God of the Old Testament require blood sacrifice? Good question, very good question. Did the God of the Bible require a blood sacrifice? Now I want to also clarify something. Yeah, let me clarify something. Let me clarify something. Like Apostle says. So it says $5 on the screen. I don't want anybody to be confused. He gave $25. So what he did is he took 3 questions and he took 3 questions and broke them up into parts. He did 10, 10, and 5. So altogether it was $25. So this answer will be a $25 answer. Don't think that this is, he sent $5. I want to give him his respect. He sent $25. Shout out to this brother Kwame Heinigen. Much respect to you. Let's get into the answer of the question. We've given JJ about 20 chances. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, and I'll put this was the other follow-up question that I want to put in the room too. So this is the $10. So he sent $25 in all. One question was answered last week. This one he asked was about the blood sacrifices in the Old Testament. That's going to be, you all are going to love this answer. And then he sent this one in, which was $10. And it was there ritual blood sacrifice in Kemet? What I'm going to do is I'm going to answer the concept of what a blood sacrifice actually is. And once I answer that, everybody in the room will be able to answer this question without me saying anything. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. This is going to be good. I know everybody's waiting for the Matrix breakdown. I know. I want to see some more. Where are the donations? Where is everybody? Let me refresh the screen. Oh, you know what? I'm not seeing my I'm not seeing my PayPal donations. There's definitely only a couple donations here tonight. That's strange. Let me go ahead and stop this. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. We're about to get into the question, and the question is about the blood sacrifices in the Old Testament. Here is how, and this was a combination of a $25 3-set question sent in by Kwame Q Crown. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here is how Tehuti answers questions. Here we go. We're going to do a screen share. This is going to be good. Let's go boom, 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 and biggity boom. Here we go. All right, can everybody see the screen? Let's go, everybody. Here we go. All right. And let me do this. 724. So this interesting yet strange topic that we've grown up on in the Bible of quote-unquote sacrifice offerings to the omnipresent God has to be one of the strangest concepts within the Hebrew/Christian faith, and I will explain why. Let me walk you through. Test question for the chat to demonstrate the matrix psychological psyops before I begin. What is the word that you always think of that has to go right before quote-unquote offerings? What's the word that you think of that always goes before the word offerings? What offerings? Let me go in the chat and see. What is that word that's always used in the Bible or that just comes to mind when you think of blank offerings? Sacrifice and give the blank offerings. What is that word, everybody? Go ahead and type it in the room. What is that word? What offerings? What is it? Ah, look at that right off the bat. They're quick on the draw. I've never even seen this name before. The all of everything. What a name. What a name. That's a part. The all of everything. That is an awesome name. That is an awesome name. Burnt offerings. You are right. Shout out to all of everything. Shout out to Bert Blair. I've never seen you before. Ritual offering. Yes, because ritualistic is something done over and over again. But this is the word I was looking for. It's always burnt offerings. Okay. Burnt offerings. Very good. The all of everything. Very good. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. So burnt offerings, you got it right off the bat. I like crowd participation. I love it. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. This is how I answer questions. So let's go. Here we go. Let's get back into this. Move this down. Okay. So what is the word, everybody? What is the word? The word that has to go with it right before offerings is boom. The all of everything. Got it right off the bat very quickly. And the answer is burnt offering. Very, very good. Let me move the screen down. Actually, let me move the screen up. And here it is. Burnt offerings. Here it is. It actually comes from Leviticus in their Bible. Leviticus 18:8-21. The King James Version. And he brought the ram for the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he killed it. And Moses sprinkled blood upon the altar round about. And he cut the ram into pieces, and Moses burnt the head and the pieces and the fat. And he washed the inwards and the legs in water, and Moses burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was a burnt, how many times burnt is it? It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savor, and an offering made by fire unto the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Okay, so there it is. There's the burnt offering. We see he's cleaning out the insides. He's preparing it. Okay, all right. So first psychological psyops program in this story, done in our mind, is in the story. Notice it says burnt, and this word burnt, they make sure is repeated over and over. Let me ask you, when something is cooked right, how does it smell? When you leave something on the stove and you smell it burning, what do you do, everybody? Do you say, leave it burning, honey? Smells sweet. Now go back to the story and we will see the word sweet savor is right after the quote-unquote word burnt. Let's break this matrix and I will show you where this concept comes from and why they covered sacrifices with the word burnt to hide what was really going on. Let me take you to the archaeological evidence over what? Archaeological evidence over what, everybody? What do we say? What is our motto? What is our term? What is it we go by? I'll put it in the screen for the new people. We're going to go by the motto, and the motto that we go by at the Tehuti Pod class is what? It is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Let's get into it, everybody. We have archaeological evidence over the silly religious opinions. So let's go. Let's find out what's really going on here. We're going to break this down. Here we go. Let me take you 1,000 years before the Bible. We're going to go 1,000 years before the so-called Bible. We're going to go to the British Museum number K.3375. We're going to go to what's called the flood tablet, the flood tablet objects, the Gilgamesh tablets, Neo-Assyrian. Okay, we're going to go to the flood tablet, and this is in the British Museum, something that the Bible is not in. But this is in the British Museum. Here it is, everybody. Let's shrink it down a little bit. And this is done by the scribe, Sinlikyu Unini, who was a professional exorcist who lived in Babylon between 1300 BC and 1000 BC. He's the author of the best preserved version of the Epic of Gilgamesh. His name is listed in the text itself, which is unusual for ancient works. His version is known by its incipit for the first time, he who saw the deep. So, Sinlikyu Unini, he's the scribe of this tablet. We're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, because we're going by archaeological evidence or ancestral artifacts and archaeological evidence or religious opinions. So here we are in the Gilgamesh epics, everybody. I'm going to take you to tablet 11, verse 20 to 35. And Ea, who is Enki, the clever prince, was under oath with them. So he repeated their talk to the reed house, saying, reed house, wall, wall, O man of Shurappak, son of Ubartutu, tear down the house and build a boat, abandon wealth and seek living beings, spurn possessions and keep alive living beings, make all beings go up into the boat which you are to build. I understood and spoke to my lord Enki Ea, my lord, thus is the command which you have uttered. I will heed and will do it. Gilgamesh Epic, Tablet 11, verses 20 to 35. Does any of this sound familiar, anybody? Does any of this sound familiar? Let's go. Here we go, everybody. Does any of this sound familiar? Boom. Well, here we are. And God said to Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me, and the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them, which is on the earth. Genesis 3:16. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. All I have for the reference of Noah, I don't have a museum number. I don't have any ancestral artifact. All I have is a modern-day cartoon, because for some weird reason, all the images of Bible stories are only found in modern-day cartoons. Like, we just decided to draw them today, but in ancient times, for thousands and thousands of years, nobody had any urge to draw anything. But you can find the modern drawings today in your daily Sabbath quarterly. Okay, so here it is. Now we're going to go back to the Gilgamesh epics. 11, verse 20 to 35. Quote, I understood and spoke to my lord Ea, Enki, my lord. Thus is the command which you have uttered. I will heed, and I will do it. Does any of this sound familiar? Well, here's Moses, who says in Genesis 6:22, thus did Noah, according to all that God commanded him. So remember, both of these are flood stories. Both of these, their Lord is telling them to build an ark. And one is saying, thus everything you say, I will do what you command. And the other one says, according to all that God commanded him, so he did. And there is Moses. Noah. If anybody wants to know what Noah looks like, here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, we got a picture. There is your Noah. Okay, let's continue, everybody. Let's go back to the ancestor artifact of 1300 BC, which is Gilgamesh Epic Tablet 11-130. It says, the sea is calm, fell still, the whirlwind and flood stopped, and I looked around all day long. Quiet had set in, and all the human beings had turned to clay, which means they stiffened up. And the terrain was flat as a roof. I opened up a vent, and fresh air, daylight, I fell upon the side of my nose. This is what happened to the man of Shurpak after the flood. Okay, that's Gilgamesh Epic 11-130, 1300 BC. Does any of this sound familiar? Let's go back to the Bible. Genesis 8:5-6. And the water is decreased and continually, and the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. And the 10th month, on the first day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. So it came to pass at the end of 40 days, and Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. Remember over here? After the time passed, he opened up a vent so that fresh air could come in after the flood. That's what Utanapishtim did. And over here, Noah seems to do the same thing. There's Noah and his beloved European family. There he is. Okay. Let's continue, everybody. Gilgamesh Epic, Tablet 11-150. When the seventh day arrived, I sent forth a dove. So he sent forth a bird and released it. And the dove went off, but it came back to me. No perch was visible, so it circled back to me. I sent forth a swallow and released it, and the swallow went off, but came back to me. No perch was visible, so it circled back to me. I sent forth a raven and released it. The raven went off and saw the waters slither back. It eats, it scratches, it bobs, but it does not circle back to me. So what does Utanapishtim do? In the story, he sends forth birds so we can see. They come back to him. Okay? Does any of this sound familiar? Oh, here we go. Here's Genesis 8:8 with the great Noah. Genesis 8:8 says, also he sent forth a dove. Oh my God. They even took the exact same bird. They plagiarized the story, but they had to use the same bird too. The dove. And here we go. He sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. Genesis 8:9. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot. She returned, was encircled, back to him, back to the ark. For the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her and pulled her into him into the ark. Okay, now that I've established that the Noah story was completely plagiarized, you may say, wow, that's amazing, Tehuti. Why are you discussing this in the sacrifice burnt offerings topic? Well, because this Noah story is the actual origin of the burnt offerings in the Bible, tying into a sweet savor copied from the original sweet savor story. So this is the origin of the burnt offering stories, comes from the Noah story, which we see was clearly copied from the Gilgamesh epics. So by understanding the Gilgamesh epics origin, we can see the real origin of the Bible where they stole it from. So look, even T.D. Jakes called the Noah story, when God smells honor. There's T.D. Jakes. There is your Noah, and he's giving the burnt offering, cooking this poor lamb, putting it as a burnt offering. Genesis 8:20 says, and Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast and every fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. First of all, let's analyze how crazy this is. What in the world? Remember, Noah had to take every single animal on the face of the earth and put it on the ark, right? People debate that story, and they use that to say, how big was this ark that all these creatures could fit on, and it didn't sink? How could they survive? People are actually focusing on the ark. I want to focus on something else. Do you know that Noah took every single animal and put it on an altar too? Forget about the ark, everybody. We could say the ark was the size of the Titanic. Do you know that Noah took every single clean beast and every single bird, everything in existence, every animal, and he put that on one altar? What was the size of this altar? That's why you have to be mentally disturbed in order to be a Bible believer in the Hebrew Israelites. That's why when you talk to them, they sound like they're always angry. They sound disturbed because in order to accept this nonsense, you have to be a form of psychopath, right? You have to be to actually believe. Look at the altar. Look at the picture. This is in every Christian book. Everybody's seen this in all of your books when you were a child, right? The picture of Noah. And look at the altar, right? Do you see this altar? Look at the size of it. It always shows a lamb on the altar. But what does the Bible say? Noah built an altar and took every clean beast and every clean fowl and offered burnt offerings on the altar. Every animal on the planet Earth, the koala. What? He put everything on this, everybody. Every name an animal. Other than a pig, they say pigs are unhealthy, crabs are unhealthy, are unclean. Every clean animal on the face of this earth. He took lemurs. He took everything and put it on this little altar. All the millions of species of birds fit on this altar. You have to be under a PSYOPS program to believe this. But Genesis 8:1 says, and the Lord smelled the sweet savor. So he smelled every single animal on this face of this earth. Everything was burning, and the Lord smelled the sweet savor. And the Lord said, look what he says in his heart. I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite anymore everything, every living thing as I've done. So the reason why he didn't do this anymore is because he said the imagination was in man since the youth. Didn't God know that already? Why did he do it in the first place? That's another time. All right, so God smelled the sweet savor of every creature on the face of this earth burning. Let's go to Gilgamesh Epics, Tablet 11, 160. What does it say? I offered incense in front of the mountain, Ziggurat. 7 and 7 cult vessels I put in place into the fire underneath, or into their bowls I poured reed, cedar, myrtle. The gods, plural, smelt the savor. And the gods, plural, smelled the sweet savor and collected like flies over a sheep sacrifice. I want you to make note, everybody, to show you that the Christians and the Hebrews and the Bible people literally stole from this. It says here, like flies over a sheep sacrifice. Christians don't care what their Bible says. Their Bible says every clean fowl was offered, every one. And look what the picture shows, everybody. They show the story from the Gilgamesh Epics in their books. It's only a sheep sacrifice. What? Does the Bible say it was only a sheep sacrifice? The Bible says every animal on the planet Earth, every clean bird. But the Christians just show a sheep sacrifice. So here the gods smell the sweet savor. Here the gods smell the sweet savor. And what happens? Let's continue. Boom! This sacrifice was stolen from concepts of giving cooked, quote unquote, burnt food for physical gods who like the aroma of cooked meals, which triggers dopamine for the expectation of food. Why would the creator of the universe think the smell of burnt flesh was savory? What is savory, though? Let's look it up on etymology.com. Savory, a flavor, agreeable smell, pleasure, delight, seasoning, sauce, flavor, taste, delight, tasteful flavor, have a flavor of a thing. Oh boy. Oh man, the God of the boundless universe thinks that burnt sheep has a nice flavor to his nose. All right. Did you know the Bible said the sacrifice was food for the God? The Bible said that. It's been right there all the time. But the cloak psyops of the Matrix made it invisible for you to see. Let me show you. Look what it says, quote unquote, with a pleasing aroma, a food offering for the Lord. A food offering for the Lord. A food offering for the Lord. A food offering for the Lord, as the Lord commands Moses. Leviticus 18:21. They were offering food, man. Here we go. Boom. As you can clearly see, the God, quote unquote God, in the Bible had a physical hunger needs because the concepts were stolen from the Anunnaki, who would be given food because they were always described as physical beings, and sacrifice of a cooked lamb smelling delicious to an omnipotent creator, spirit of the universe, makes no sense. But Tehuti, does it ever describe the God in the Bible actually eating the food of the food offering? If you show me that, Tehuti, it's over. So, this sweet savor that God is smelling from this cooked food, what does God do with it? He just sits over it from the Zeta Reticuli galaxy. Where is God? God is everywhere. So he's inside the food that's cooking too. You know that, right? You know God is inside the food that's cooking because he's everywhere at all times, right? He's inside of the food too. He's in the fire that's cooking it. You have to be mentally ill. Right? You gotta be. He's the wood that's cooking it. He's the sheep itself. He's the fire that's cooking it, and he's smelling it, and it smells good. What does he do with the food, though? Well, what do we do with food? We eat it. But of course, God doesn't eat, because in order to eat would represent that you need to sustain yourself. I mean, you have intestines, a stomach. Why would you be eating anything? Does it say anywhere in the Bible that God actually eats the food? Let's take a look, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are breaking the matrix step by step. What do we have here? More cartoons, everybody. More cartoons. Who's this? This is Abraham. Abraham, this is Genesis 18. Let's read. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre. Who? The Lord with the capital L appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat at the tent of the door of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and he bowed himself towards the ground. And he said, my Lord. So here the Lord is coming to see him. He sees the Lord and some other beings, gods plural. And he says, my Lord. They even capitalized the my. How crazy is that, right? Why is the my capitalized? How sick is that? What English grammar is this? But okay. He said, my, capital my, Lord, I have found favor in thy sight. Pass not away, I pray thee, from thy heart, thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched to wash your feet. And rest yourselves under a tree. Where's God coming from that he needs rest? But okay. I will fetch a morsel of bread and comfort your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, and therefore are ye come to your servant? And they said, do so. That was said. And Abraham hastened to the tent and said, Sarah, make ready 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the herd. And Abraham ran to the herd and fetched a calf, of course. These little baby calves and lambs are veal. They love to eat this. And good, and gave it on to a young man, and he hastened to dress it. Took care of it, right? And he took a little bit of butter, a little bit of milk, and calf, which he had dressed and set before them. And he stood under the tree, and they did eat. Let me read that last part again. I think we skipped that word children. And they did eat. Who ate, everybody? Who was there? The gods were there. My Lord, that he's Sarah, prepare a calf dress it, hasten it, get some butter and milk. And they did eat. This lamb is good, Abraham. Don't tell my followers who think I'm a spirit. Don't let my followers who think I'm a spirit know about this. God. There's the answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. That is the answer. Burnt offerings are nothing but cooked food given to the ancient gods, which were physical beings that like the smell of cooked food, because we are the only creatures on the planet Earth that like the smell of cooked food. When you cook a burger, your dog's not coming running for it. If you cook some veal, the lion is not coming running for it. Your fish, your snake, your pet crab, your lion, your cat, they're not coming for cooked food. They'll eat it, but that's not what they're coming for. Only humans and humanoid type beings like cooked food. These stories got misrepresented from the Gilgamesh epics, giving the gods cooked food. They didn't want to put cooked, because if they put cooked, their religion would get cooked. So if they put cooked, that would be the end of religion. Imagine that. And Noah and Moses cooked food for God. That would be the end of an omnipresent God. So they had to put burnt. Like when something is burnt, then it smells sweet. Anyways, everybody, thank you for that question. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. That is the way I answer questions. I'm going to check the chat and see if anybody heard the answer to the question. Let's check it out. Let's see. I like to see the feedback. I hope the person was here that asked the question. If not, they can run it back on YouTube. But let's go and see, everybody. So now that you know that, you see the second question doesn't even apply. When they say, was there burnt offerings and sacrifice burnt offerings given to the Kemetians? In Kemet, once you understand that the gods were beings that ate, and you could give a burnt offering to me. I get cooked. Because who thinks burnt things smell sweet? Tell me, Christians. Tell me, Hebrews. When you cook something nice and good, it smells sweet. When you burn it, does it now that it smells sweet to God? He likes it overcooked. What does he do with it? He just watches it burning? I'm satisfied. No, because he likes cooked food. We like cooked food. Physical gods, y'all. All right, everybody, let me go check the chat and see if anybody heard the answer. And we'll get on to the next question in the Tehuti Pod class. Let me see who heard the answer. Okay, we got Bible psychosis, Shaka Akmos. Yep, Bible psychosis. Okay. We got Jason Rumble putting in, I don't know what these faces are. Let me take a look. Putting in laughing emojis. Laughing emojis. There's Darius McNear. God likes his sheep just like his children. Extra crispy. God likes his sheep just like he likes his chicken. Extra crispy. No one does it better. Okay, AJ Magoo says no one does it better. Let me look. I want to see the feedback. People appreciate the answer that I gave. There's a Starry who says, flawless breakdown as always. Big Face is giving hand claps. Cash Peden is giving a head explosion. And there it is, everybody. Thank you for that. I'm glad you appreciated the answer. There is, Mac Lamar. Peace. Shout out to you. There it is. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to check out the next question. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's check out the next question and see what else is sent into the Tehuti Pod class. That's just the first one. We got Raphael Gary. So in the meantime, let me check my let me check the donations. Let me check the support to see who's been supporting the Tehuti podcast. Let me go ahead and refresh and see if anybody appreciates what it is that I'm doing. Okay, now I see. Is this the first people? Let's see. Okay, let me go ahead and one second. Let me on everybody. 1 second, everyone, hold on. Thank you so much. Let me fix this lighting. Okay, there we go. All right, everybody. Let's see what the next question is from Raphael Gary. Is Raphael Gary in the house? Is Raphael Gary in the house? Raphael Gary, are you here? After this answer, I'm going to take a break and put the team on, put the brothers on. Where's Shannon? There's so many people missing tonight. What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight? What event is the European having tonight? What's going on? Okay, here we go. We got Jason Rumble, who says, he shows some appreciation. He says, great work, always respectful. Pray and thumbs up and clap. Pray, clap, thumbs up. I've been watching for a long time. Your scholarship is second to none. Thank you, Jason Rumble. Appreciate that. Okay, Cash Peden says, hey, he's here. Okay, Raphael Gary is here. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Let me go ahead and give this answer here, Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary. Let me see the question in from Raphael Gary, which is, this question came in from Raphael Gary. Oh, here, okay. Let's go ahead and put this in the room. Oh, yeah, and Ascari, yeah, yours is going to come up. I may have to do that at the beginning of the next class. I have, I see the order that it was in. Yours actually before, but the way that I had to arrange it, it may be after the Matrix one. But that's a great question, and I want to put good time into it. I don't want to rush it at the end. So I'm going to give you your high-quality answer. But I do see yours in there, which is the origin of the Hebrew language. It's easy for me to answer that, but I want to, put together some artwork for you. Put together something special for you. Strangers in the house. Strangers in the house. Strangers in the house. Shout out to, again, the moderators. The moderators. Shout out to the moderators, which are Daniel Setmer, Ankia Ma'ad, Hati Ma'ad, and the scribe. Shout out to the moderators. Okay, what I'm going to do, I got to recharge that. One moment, I'm going to I'm going to step away for just a quick second. I'm going to put something in the room for you all to watch for just a second while I step away. Hold on a moment. It's got to do something. I'll be right back. One moment, everybody. One momento. One momento. Hold on. It's not showing it. Okay. Here we go. I'll just go ahead and play this just for a little moment. It's playing, but I can't hear it. That's strange. I can't hear it. That is odd. 1 second. That's one. I can't hear anything. You guys can't hear it either, right? Oh, I see.
The way to practice official house of consciousness. Member, I already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the house of consciousness. He is now official house of consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the comments got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, the majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Don't get mad at me, family who follows Jabari. Y'all know I rock with my brother Jabari. But as it stands now, the people, when you look at the comments in the comment section, sometimes it don't matter if you right or wrong when you're dealing with these debates. It goes by how your performance is as well. And if you can be able to prove it to the people. Just like if you go to trial, you go to court, it don't matter if you're guilty or it don't matter if you're right. You know what I'm saying? Because it goes by what you can prove. That's the truth right there. I hope I'm saying it right. It goes by what you can prove. Sorry, you sick. Your voice seemed off, my guy. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because if I'm bringing on the people on the platform, I got to keep it real with them. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I would have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got to give the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, with that being said.
All right, I am back, everyone. I am back. Okay, so let's put a little clip there. For everybody, in case there's any kind of confusion. But anyways, let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. We have the next question in. Coming in from Raphael Gary. Let me go ahead and put the answer, the question in the room from Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary, are you here, my good brother? Are you here, my good brother Raphael Gary? Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. I'm going to answer this question and then take a break. This one's going to be a good one. This is good, and it's from good brother Raphael Gary, who sent in. I'll put it up on the screen here. Raphael Gary, who sent in. Boom, Raphael Gary, who sent in $21 as he usually does. And what is the question here from Raphael Gary? Let's give him a hand clap. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Shout out to Raphael Gary. And the question is the Metanetter and the pyramids dated to the same time? What a great question. Is the Metanetter and the pyramids dated to the same time? Which one's older? Which one's younger? Do they date to the same? What a great question. Shout out to Raphael Gary, who always sends support almost every podcast. Shout out to him. Appreciate the question. And of course, here at the Tehuti Podcast, for those who are new, you will see that the kind of questions that you will hear here are not asked and challenged to others on the spot. These questions are highly, highly, highly difficult to those who are not doing the research. Here's the answer, everybody. What is older? Are they the same age? I'm going to go ahead and take the screen off, and here we go. And let's get to it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Let's get to the answer. I'm going to answer this, and the team can jump in. We're getting closer to the matrix breakdown. We're getting closer. We're getting closer, 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 closer. Okay, here we go. Let me go and put this on. Let me do a screen share for you all. And here we go. Let me remove this. Actually, no, I'm not going to remove that. I'm not going to screen share. And let's get to it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. What is older, the Medu Neter or the pyramids, or do they date back to the same time period? Let's get into it. Here is how I answer questions at the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. So, the question arises, what is older, the Medu writing? The Medu writing, or the quote-unquote pyramids? I will show you that both predate modern accepted teachings of their age, while simultaneously showing you that both trace back to Tehuti. And since my theme is archaeological artifacts, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, we will start with the oldest. Let's start with some of the oldest archaeological references to the Medu Neter language. Let's start off. Here we go, okay? Let's shrink this down. So what are we looking at here? This is an archaeological magazine. This is bone, ivory tags, pottery vessels, plate steel, impressions bearing hieroglyphics unearthed at Abti or Abydos, one of the most ancient sites of Upper Kemet, Upper Egypt, 300 miles south of Cairo, has been dated between 3220 and 3150 BCE, making the oldest known examples of Egyptian writings. The tags measure 2 by 1.5 centimeters, containing between 1 and 4 glyphs, were discovered in the late century tomb of Uj or el Quab, necropolis of pre-dynastic early dynastic kings, by excavators from the German Archaeological Institute in Cairo, Cairo led by Gunther Dreyer. Tomb of Uj may hold remains of pre-dynastic ruler Scorpion I, Serket I. Discoveries of the tomb were found published by Dreyer in this publication. So here we are. Here's some of the oldest, and I've even showed older. We're going to keep going. Okay, I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. And here, for those who want to look it up, here's where it is in Kemet. There it is, Google. It's right in that area right here. And there it is right there on the Google Maps. All right, everybody. Let's continue. So now we're going to go to Yale News. Yale archaeologists discover the oldest monumental Egyptian hieroglyphs. This came out in 2017. 2017 under Yale News. We'll hold this up a little bit so we can all read it clearly. Okay. A joint Yale and Royal Museums of Art and History Brussels expedition explore the ancient Egyptian city of El Kab, uncovered by some previously unknown rock inscriptions, which include the earliest monumental Egyptian hieroglyphics dating back 5,200 years. These new inscriptions were not previously recorded by any expedition and are of great significance in the history of the ancient Egyptian writing systems, according to Egyptologist John Coleman Darnell, professor in the Yale Department of Near Eastern Languages, Civilization at Yale, who co-directs the El Kab Desert Survey Project. This newly discovered rock art site of El Khawi preserves some of the earliest and largest signs from the formative stages of hieroglyphic script, provide evidence for how the ancient Egyptians invented their unique writing system. The bald ibis bird above, and between them the arrangements of the let's go over here. Okay, here it is. Here's where we see newly discovered panel of signs features images of bull's head, short pole followed by 2 back-to-back saddle-bill storks with bald ibis bird above and between them, arrangements of symbols is common later in Egyptian representations of the solar cycle and the concept of luminosity. So here it is right here. Okay. Oh. All right, so here's what it looks like right here. There's the blown up image, hieroglyphs. There it is right there. Okay. All right, boom. So here we go. So as we can see, both of these oldest archaeological references trace Menneter back to Tehuti and consciousness, because both images that we go back to have the Tehuti bird on them. Whichever one we go to has the Tehuti bird on it, so they both go back to Tehuti and consciousness. But we're getting to the dates and the ages, and here is the Egyptian Museum of Cairo, the sacred ibis, scarab ibis, and there it is right there. Let me shrink it down for everybody to see. That is the bird you were looking at up top in both examples, called the Ku bird. Okay. Here's the ibis-headed Tehuti. Let me blow this up again to show you that both the birds shown in both examples go back to Tehuti. So here is the ibis-headed Tehuti from 1539 to 1292 BC in ivory, and this is in the Brooklyn Museum. Okay. And I will now show you that even in the earliest finds of Meru were sourced in light consciousness, and thus the first to bring any concept of consciousness to the world through Tehuti. So that bird that you're seeing is an actual word, and here it is right here. I'm going to blow it up. It's the word Ku. So here's that ancient, the oldest hieroglyphics on both sides that are found. Gunther Dreyer and by Yale University. Go back to this symbol right here, and that's called the Ku, which is light. What type of light is it talking about? We see it over here as enchantments, and here as Ku as enchantments, and most importantly over here in the Qur'an Haru on page 113, we see it as intelligence. So some of the earliest writings that they can trace back to the people of Kemet, the earliest that they can find, were writing about Ku and intelligence back from the earliest beginnings of their existence. So when the question is asked, what's older, the Medu-Neter or the pyramids? We're going to get into that. Also, interestingly enough, guess what the pyramids were called? The pyramids were called the same thing as this bird, which is Aku. The bird was called Aku, and the original name of the pyramids are also Aku, meaning light and intelligence. So we have an archaeological tracing date to writings to around 4000 BC. Let me take you to the pyramid. So we have actually this going back to 4000 BC. They found the pottery also that goes back to 4000 BC. So the oldest traces of the Medu-Neter that we found, archaeological wise, goes back about 4000 BC. Okay, now let's go to the story of the pyramids. I'm going to show you something you probably never heard of before, as usual in the classes. So we have Meru going back 3900 BC. The accepted date of the Great Pyramids is 2500 BC. Up until now, I will ask you, what has been found in the Great Pyramids? So whenever you talk about the Great Aku or the Great Pyramids, what's found inside of it? They always say the King's Chamber, the Queen's Chamber, and the so-called Coffin of Khufu. There's not even a coffin. But what else was found in it? There's something found in it that they do not speak on, which I'm going to reveal tonight to everybody. So what was found in the Great Pyramid of Giza? I will show you 3 small objects that were discovered in this Greek typo, in the Great Aku, that is never brought to your attention, and it will change history. These 3 little objects. I will show you 3 artifacts, and one that will show the date of the Aku predates the modern accepted, then end with the positioning of the Akus themselves that will predate all and everything. Let me introduce you to the British Museum number EA67818 and 67819, which is called the Hook, a ball of dolerite and cedar wood. Let me shrink this down to show you. It's in the British Museum that was actually hidden for over 70 years. But here it is. These three objects right here are about to change history as you know it. So according to everybody, the Great Pyramid is about 2500 BC. Somewhere around 2500 BC. That's what they say. The Medu they said, was about 3200 BC. Or you trace it back to 4000 BC. The Great Pyramid, they say, is 2500 BC. This little 10-centimeter object and these 4-centimeter objects are about to change all of that dating system. Let's get into it. This is the image drawing of it, and I'm going to show you what it looks like in real life. Here's what it actually looks like in the British Museum. These little objects here are about to change the dating system in history as you know it. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Let's get into it, especially this one right here. This one right here. Here's the actual picture of it. This little object here with this little case and this wood is going to change the dating system of the Akus as you know. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. So this was discovered in the Queen's Chamber in 1872 by engineer Wyman Dixon. This right here. Okay? Let's get into the story. So here it is right here. So this is the fragment initially measured at about 5 inches, around 13 centimeters, but now in several pieces. It was first discovered in the great so-called Pyramids Queen's Chamber in 1872 by engineer Wyman Dixon. He's from the University of Aberdeen. These little pieces of wood are about to change the time period of history as been well accepted, and that's why you probably never heard about these little pieces of wood. And for 70 years, for 107 years, nobody had actually heard of it. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Let's break it down. It made its way. These little pieces of wood made its way to the Scottish city because of a link between Dixon and a medical doctor named James Grant, who studied in Aberdeen and went to Egypt to treat cholera in the mid-1860s. These items then disappeared for 70 years. They actually stayed in Dixon's house, then they were eventually inherited by his great-granddaughter, Elizabeth Porteous, who then donated them to the British Museum in 1972. So they were donated. And even after they were donated, you never heard about them. Okay? Here is the curator assistant holding the little object right here. It says University of Aberdeen Museum after being lost for more than 70 years. Here she is holding it. Okay. And this is Ella Danny. Okay, here we go. Let's get on to the story to see how this changes history. So, somewhere carbon dating results came out with the cedar wood at somewhere between 3341 and 3094 BC, predating the accepted construction date by almost 1,000 years. And keep in mind, this is not even the origin date. It actually is a piece of evidence that the Mer Aku goes back even further than this. So we see, though, that even after it was given to the British Museum, this extreme piece of evidence was brought no light to. It was then given in 1972. It was then given in 1972, and we are in the 21st century. And I am sure 99% of you have never even heard of this. So from 1972, we're in the 21st century. How many people in this room heard about this cedar wood? Yeah? So how and who brought this back to light? Robert Bauval. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Bauval, the author of Black Genesis. That Black Genesis book that people have in their house, that was Robert Bauval. He's the one that brought this to light. And he also wrote Imhotep the African, the partner researcher of Graham Hancock. I'm sure many people in this room have heard this. This is the team. Graham Hancock, Robin Bouval, John Anthony West, and Dr. Schock. Okay? And the late John Anthony West. This was the team. They're the ones that brought this to light through Robert Bouval. This came out in the Independent. Our article here under Sacred Egyptian Relics said to lie under the needle. Objects taken from the Great Pyramid 121 years ago may be buried beside the Thames, David Keyes reports. He's reporting this from 1993 because it was brought and a complaint was made by Robert Bouval, who knew about this and was wondering why are these pieces of cedar wood and this evidence not being brought to the forefront when the radiocarbon dating puts it at 3341 and the Great Pyramid of Giza is supposed to be 2500. So here they are right here. This is Graham Hancock. So this is Robert Bouval to the left, John Anthony West to the right, and of course Graham Hancock in the middle. The one over here, this is Robert Bouval, everybody who wrote your Black Genesis. Imhotep the African, this who wrote it right here. He's also the one who brought the cedar wood to light by making the complaint. The complaint got published in the Independent. Okay, let's continue. So here are the books right here if you all want to check them out. Black Genesis by Robert Bouval. I'm sure several people already have this, but most people don't know about Imhotep the African. Architect of the Cosmos by Robert Bouval and Thomas Brophy, PhD. Okay, so Imhotep the African, Black Genesis, that's by Robert Bouval. So they discovered the three pyramids do not align. You know what they also discovered? They discovered that the three pyramids do not align with the stars of Orion. What? Here, oh, sorry, let me read it down here. So guess what else this team discovered? Here's another Tehuti interactive question for you all. What do the three pyramids align with? All right, the three pyramids of Giza align with, of course, the three stars of Orion. But they discovered that they do not align. Is that interesting? And this was a huge discovery. Let me look in the chat. Of course, everybody in the room has heard the three pyramids. That's actually the most popular thing about the three pyramids of Giza, is that they align with the three stars of Orion. That's one of the most popular claims. Do they align with the three stars of Orion? And the answer is actually no. It's actually a good answer for us, because this answer is going to blow away modern perception of time period and take us back to the Zep Tepi. Okay? All right. Oh, there's Shannon. Greetings, Shannon. You are here. Okay, I see some people stepping in. There you are. There you are. Okay, good, good, good. All right. So they do not align with the three pyramids. The three pyramids do not align with Orion. But when you look at them, what do you see? You see two stars and one to the left. When you see the three so-called pyramids of Giza, you see two great pyramids and one to the left. And the teachings from the modern conscious people is that these align with the stars of Orion, but they actually do not. People always say, and they are right, the three pyramids were built to align with the three stars in Orion's belt. The alignment was run through a computer simulator, and the Great Pyramids do not align with Orion today. And that's what makes this so beautiful. The pyramids Akhet, the Mers, the pyramids, form a diagonal of 45 degrees due north-south. The last time the Orion formed that degree was 10,500 BC, when they were at the lowest point of the precessional cycle, going back to the time of the Zep Tepi again. Here's when they aligned. So the pyramids of Giza, the three great pyramids, did align. That's what people leave out. They can't add the word did, because if you say did, then of course the question is going to be, well, when? The three pyramids of Giza were built to align with Orion. So the safest thing, the most contemporary thing to say is, yes, they align with the pyramids The stars aligned with the pyramids, and that's what they were built for. We forgot the word did. They did align. They were built to align, and they did align, but they aligned when they were at the lowest point of the precessional cycle, when they're 45 degrees north-south, and that was 10,500 years ago. The truth is that there was a time called the Zep Tepi, which was before 10,500 years ago, when the Neter erected the Great Giza Plateau in commemoration of Asar. This includes the Aku pyramids. Once the cultures were established, and those who followed Asar's sons Heru's tradition were called the Shem-Suhor. This was happening 36,620 years before they start teaching you the tradition of Kemet even began. Okay? Who said this? Who says that in the time of the Zep Tepi, when they were building all this in commemoration for Osar, who says it was 36,620 years before what we think is Kemet? Who said it? The Kemetians themselves. Here we are in the Royal Canon at the Display Egyptian Museum in Turin. And we're here in the last line of this king's list says, Venerables, Shem-Suhor, 13,420 years reigns before the Shem-Suhor, 23,200 years total, 36,620 years. That's what the Kemetians say. That's not what your common teacher says, but that's what the Kemetians say themselves. So, the ones to follow tradition after the Younger Dryas period were called the followers of Heru, the Shem-Suhor, carried the Heru name, thus they were the Heru on earth, and they were also called the Neter on earth. So to answer the question, the oldest so-called writings that were found that you can find in archaeology so far that they're releasing are about 4,000 BC, but the Aku, the great Merk, that was built to align with Orion, actually aligned 10,500 BC. That's when it aligned. So that's the building of these artifacts, these temples, these Akus, these structures, the Sphinx and all this, which was in commemoration to a time called the Zep Tepi, which went back 36,620 years, at least before the 5th dynasty. That is when these structures were put together, predating any date that you know of. And thus when anybody says, well, they go back to Khufu, we found the cedar wood in there that goes back before Khufu. So that is the proof that the pyramids go back before Khufu. Once you prove the pyramids go back before Khufu, then we don't know how far they go back. We don't know who built them, but the Kemetians themselves say the Zep Tepi time goes back 36,620 years in full, and that's before the 5th dynasty. So I would say the Akus and the so-called Sphinx, the Ra Harakuti, predates what we have as concepts of the Medu-Neter language today by thousands of years. So we don't know how the ancient Neter communicated, passed it down, other than possibly telepathy, mind to mind. We don't know what it was, but they were communicating enough to build structures, but those structures did predate what we are calling the Medu-Neter language. Thank you, Raphael Gary. Hope you appreciated that answer. I love to answer that question. This is actually what I used in the Jabari debate that had everybody with their mouths open, and all they could do was speak against this Taurian papyrus, and they didn't know what to say about this Taurian papyrus when I hit them with this, but this is the Kemetians writing themselves that say the Zep Tepi time of Osiris, Asar and Aset, goes back to the precession time, which predates what we know of Kemetic history, the so-called beginning of Narmer uniting the upper and lower Kemet, all that foolishness. You know, the Kemetians never say it began with Narmer. It goes back 36,620 years before the 5th dynasty, before the actual Shem-Suhor started ruling, actually. Thank you for asking that question, my good brother. That is the answer. I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the room. I'm going to check the comments to see if Raphael Gary or anybody heard that answer. If it was appreciated, I'm going to get the team to step up. and step into the room and give updates, talk, testimonies, however they want to speak until I come back for the next questions to answer them. So there is the link, team jump on, and let me see what the room says about the answers that I gave. Let me go ahead and check the donations. I'm going to give a shout out. We got, Raphael Gary says, thank you, great answer. Wonderful, wonderful. Conscious Conqueror says, bless up. Okay, good. And let me go ahead and check the donations. And let me give a couple shout outs to some of the donations that were given tonight. And team, there's the link. Always be ready, team, to jump on. There's the link. Jump on Arcad, jump on Magul, jump on Ahati, jump on. Jump on, jump on. Okay, let me give a couple shout outs to some of the donators. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for the team to jump on, we have 109 people in the room. Where is the team? You all are moving very slow tonight. Where is the team? You're supposed to be ready to jump on as soon as I put the link in the room. After one or two questions, I'm going to throw the link in. Okay, let me go. Askari says, Tehuti truly lifts the veil. Thank you, my good brother. Glad you appreciate that. Okay. And okay, good. There's a Hati Ma'at jumping on. And I'm going to give a couple shout outs. There's network formerly known as Mike. Okay, there's a Hati Ma'at jumping on. And I'm going to give a couple shout outs. There's network formerly known as Mike. Okay, so we're going to go on. First donation. Anthony Drain, who always gives us 1072 before every class. And let me give him a shout out to Anthony Drain, who always gives his same donation before all the classes. There he is. Thank you, brother Anthony Drain. Appreciate your support. Appreciate your consistency. You are awesome. Appreciate you very, very much. Okay, there's the scribe jumping on. Wonderful. Everybody mute your mics until I come over to unmute. And okay, that is Anthony Drain. And the next donator of the night, next supporter and appreciator of the Tehuti class is, okay. Here we go. I knew I was appreciated. Let me see. We got, this must be Hika Kepara. Yes, it is. Hika Kepara with the first monster donation. My good brother, let me throw it in the room. With the monster donation, Hika Kepara. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. Appreciate you, my good brother. Hika Kepara. Shout out to Hika Kepara. Shout out to Hika Kepara. What did he give? Let me look. 6572. There's the appreciation. And he says, for support. I don't know if Hika Kepara is in the room, but thank you, Hika Kepara, for your support. I appreciate it. Thank you, Hika Kepara. Appreciate that, my good brother. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that very, very much. That is my motivation to continue teaching in the way that I am teaching. I appreciate that so much, everybody, those who are supporting. I appreciate that. Let me go ahead and take this off the room. And I'll let the brothers come in now and speak on updates in the Tehuti. Who are we missing? So where's Arcad Infinite? And has Tehuti most ever been heard of?
Arcad contacted me and he let me know that he's in a hurricane right now in Florida. So he has to take the family to safety, and so he won't be here today.
Let us give some positive energy out to Arcad Infinite. Visualize him and his family being safe. I'm sure in the midst of things he will contact me.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah, Arcad, at least we know he's safe. I just want to know if people are safe. I don't know if I don't know if Tehuti Mos is safe.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Tehuti Mos. Last time I talked to him was a few days ago.
Okay. So everybody, 102 people, you all know what's coming up soon. The Matrix question is coming up. After I answer this Matrix question, and this is just part one, I'm not going to be able to answer the whole question tonight, of course. I'm not going to be able to play videos safely because the Matrix now, the videos that were on YouTube, now you have to pay for them. I don't want to get taken off. I talked to Scribe. He says you're allowed to play a couple seconds of things. The stuff I'm going to play is more than a couple seconds. So I'm just going to show the images. But you know that's coming up, everybody? The Matrix breakdown is coming up. And that's just the Matrix 1. So after that, I expect an explosion after I break this down. I expect the donations to be off the chain. Coming from this man here, who donated himself $111. We're going to get to it. I'm going to step away right now, let you all take over, say what you have to say. Much love to Ahati, much love to Scribe, much love to NFK. It's November, October. All right, NFK is getting his name. His name is coming soon. He won't be NFK. He's coming to meet me for the name. He's coming to meet me for the name. Can you believe this, ladies and gentlemen? He is flying in to meet me to give him his name. That has never happened before. So he's gonna come here. I'm gonna have Inky sitting on the couch, Osiris. Okay, I'm gonna step away, everybody. And I shall be back. Take it over, gentlemen. Take it over, gentlemen. Peace.
Peace.
I already see the numbers going down already. I'll be back. If you don't want to take your break, take it, but come back. Because in about 4 minutes, I'll be back with some explosive answers. Because the next question that came in is, can I explain the affirmation? That one's going to be crazy. All right, here we go. Peace for now. I'll be back in a few minutes. Take it over, gentlemen. And Shannon, you can jump on too. Peace.
Hotel Mod Brothers.
Hotel.
Hey Saba, if you're still there, can you I shared my screen. Can you put my screen up for just a minute? If you're still there. So I can
I don't see it. Oh, you're okay. You went down to the bottom. Oh wait. Okay. Is that you right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, my brother. I'm stepping away.
All right, Hotel Ma'at to everyone in the chat room. Peace and love. I'm going to show a couple things on the website at teachingsofma'at.org. So when you go to the website, there's a lot of information here. There's a lot of things that you can be a part of. And the first thing that I want to bring forth to you guys is, of course, the affirmation that we say at the beginning of the podcast and at the end of the podcast. So you can go here and you can download this image and you can utilize it for yourself and do like the great brother Arcad did and get it laminated so you have it for your home. And you can also purchase Sabatuti's books here. You can do it from many different spaces. You can do it from here just by clicking this image. Becoming a member, you know, we have open membership for the Teachings of Ma'at organization. So we are accepting membership to help us grow and build. You know, we're looking for writers, editors, managers, digital designers, social media content creators to help get this content out to the people, you know, for the Tehuti podcast and also for our Study Guide Sunday that we do it on Sunday.
One moment, Scribe. Can you hear me, brother? I got to step in for just a moment.
Yes, sir.
I want to make a comment. Please, everybody, before I step away, I'm not sure what is going on, but I'll put my Cash App in the room again. Cash App TTM Moon. This is how you can send in your support and your questions. And PayPal at Rocky SV. I literally see minimal donations here. I don't even see any new people, but I see 102 people watching. So you brothers can comment on that. There's 102 people watching, and there's a couple of donations and questions in. I don't know if it was 100. I don't know if 90 of the 102 people dislike my teachings, and they're collecting information to debate me. I'm not sure if it's 90 people that are broke. I'm not sure if it's 90 people that are just taking the information or don't like what I'm teaching. Maybe the way I'm teaching doesn't equal anything, but I just want everybody to know there's 102 people watching, 25 or 30 people in the chat, and there's only a few Cash Apps and PayPal sent in. I'm not sure why, but I may be just teaching a hottie again soon. Okay, I'll be back, everybody. Peace.
All right. So with that being said, you know, it really doesn't make any sense why no one can't donate at least $1, $2, $3. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. You know, this information is invaluable, and you know, I've said it many times before when coming up here. We don't want to take this information for granted. We don't want to take Saba Tehuti for granted at all. You know, so donate. You know, give back some reciprocity. There's a lot of time and energy that goes into running this thing, to having this thing manifest and continue to keep going. Like, this ain't just people's time is not free, people's energy is not free. So why should you get this information for free? Give something, just something. You know, there's two different ways to do it. You can do it through Cash App and you can do it through PayPal. We posted in the chat multiple times throughout the lectures, throughout the studies. You can go to this website. You can go to the shop section, purchase his books. We have merch here. Purchase the merch. You know, we got shirts, long sleeve shirts, hoodies. Make your purchases. Stepping Out of the Matrix book. When you go in and you go to purchase this, you can literally buy the book and, well, I ain't logged in, but you can buy the book and you can add in extra if you want to. So the book is 15. You find this information valuable, go ahead and put in 30 to give it to Saba. This information here is invaluable. I mean, I don't understand either why people don't donate. You know, it's just a small group of us. It's 100 people in the chat, and 10 people at most donate. That don't make any sense. You know, no one in the chat is gonna do anything for free themselves. So why do you expect the best of the best, the greatest of the greatest, who's bringing forth this information to liberate our souls, to give us information to be able to break out of this matrix? You expect him to do it for free? It don't make any sense. You know, we got to start holding each other accountable, you know, and stop playing around. Like, this is a game to be played. It's not, the game is being played on you. You know, all you have to do is just take the initial step and start giving if you want to start receiving this type of information, because you can't take it for granted and expect it to be here next Friday or the Friday after that. So if you want this information to keep flowing for your own benefit, then you got to benefit the ones who are bringing it to you. So with that being said, great brother Hati, you know, you can give some words.
First, I want to say hail Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, hail Kemet, hail all the loyal soldiers, sisters, and brothers that give up their time, service, energy, and money to support the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. When he says that he's going to go back to just teaching me, he is very serious. Do not take this man as a scribe for a joke. He is all about Ma'at. He is all about his words being bond, being truth. When he says he will disappear, he will. I just want to address Cash Peden. Cash Peden says, got to get that super chat back. It doesn't matter if the super chats are running, people still will not donate. They still not donate because they're in safety, they're in seclusion, and they can hide behind their computers. Instead of us being face to face, it'd be a whole different story. If I pass the basket around, I guarantee half the class would donate. But since we're behind computer screens, people feel that they don't have to give anything up. Also, because the Tamahu has taught us not to support each other because we're not as smart, quote unquote, smart as the Tamahu. Tehuti Amenhotep Ra is smarter than any Tamahu you can put up on the screen with us. Anyone. And if you want to put that to a test, bring a Tamahu up on the screen, and we can put bets on it too. But yeah, I've come to the conclusion too, just like Saba, that I'm not going to waste any time on you. I'll spend more time in the streets, physically meeting with people and deal with them, than to sit on a computer screen waiting for our people to do something because they're not going to do anything. So surprise us. Scribe put together a beautiful website. You know how much time it takes? I could barely put together a one-page website. That just pain in the butt. Like this brother blew me away with that website there. That was a beautiful website. Takes time, takes energy, and takes money. The brothers on the panel here are giving up our time, energy, and money. Week in and week out. Month in and month out. That's what Ma'at's about. If you want to know the truth about Ma'at is about the physical and the spiritual. The spiritual and the physical. You can't have one without the other. Nothing moves without action. I don't know how many times I keep saying this. It's not about the money. Man, you can put up $1. You can't put up $1, man. You could go on food stamps, put up $1. And they're going to say, oh, Hati told us to go and take money from the government. I can't take from the government. The government took from you. You can never take from them. They already took from you. So you can't get on an EBT card, get cash assistance, and give Tehuti $1. And I guarantee you, within a year, if you're practicing what Saba's teaching, you will make 10 times that, 20 times, 30 times. I know, I'm living proof. AJ's realizing that. AJ's ready to come out here and get his name changed. So he knows that. The scribe already came out here. We're not BSing you up here. We're not here to we're not the practical preachers on Sunday Preacher Day or Pastor Day or Reverend Day or whatever you call it. We're not TD Snakes. We're not any of those people. We're people that are living proof that this way of life works. That's why we're at the forefront right now. I don't care what brother in the conscious community you want to bring to us. We will destroy him, knowledge-wise. Nobody can match us. And I can say that confidently because I put in the work to study under this great man. To my right or left, depending how you're looking at your screen, I spent over 5 years, every week, sitting at his feet, learning from him to become who I am today, an immovable rock, to the point that people call me, I'm too rigid. He's too firm. Actually, a sister just told me today, I like your stature. You have a great stature. And stature, the etymology of the word stature means ma'at. It means to stand firm. So that's what Tehuti's teachings do. They change your life. So I can buy all the books in the world. If I don't take action on them, they are meaningless. So I can sit here all day, week in, week out, listening to Tehuti, take from him, and you're no better than the Tamahus. In my opinion. I don't know how these other brothers feel. In my opinion, you're no better than the Tamahus. So that's all I have to say for now. AJ, if you want to take it away, brother. Oh, one more thing before you go, AJ, real quick.
Go ahead.
Because I don't know if True Seeker 22 comes to our Sunday study guide classes. Everybody should come out. It starts at 5 p.m. Pacific time. And just go to the website. You'll see the time. You can even click on a link there. And you'll be taken right to the study guide class. But I want to give a special shout out to True Seeker 22. Just talk to him. Brother's consistent. He donates every week, not only to Tehuti, but to us too. So I want to give a special shout out to True Seeker 22. Brother, I believe you're a brother. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you want to email me, ask me any question, want to talk, I will offer you my time because you deserve it. Because you come all the time and you put in your energy and time and finances with support. So I want to give you a special shout out. Okay. I apologize, AJ.
Peace, love, and light. Good to see you, brothers. It's an honor, it's a blessing to be here today, to be listening and sitting at the feet of Tehuti. The teachings are amazing as always. I can't imagine why no one would not be sending support. I sent some support in for the people who are not able to put in any support. But, I would just advise people to, take a chance and surrender. And you definitely have a little bit that you can contribute. We spend money on things that are bad for us. I can't even wrap my head around why people would not be making a contribution for these teachings. Like, there's nowhere else you're going to get teachings like this. So it doesn't really make sense why people are not, sharing their resources or making an offering to our Saba Tehuti. It's a little bit disheartening, but to each his own. So I'm happy to share my resources, my time and my energy to support Tehuti. He's the best. There's no one does it better. So that's pretty obvious. So that's all I'll say. Peace and love to the chat. Hope everybody is doing well. And it's a pleasure and it's a blessing and a pleasure for me to be here. So I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing and hope eventually people will see the light.
Yeah, most definitely. I think in today's, well, not even in today's time, just people for some reason think that teachings, because it's not like a physical thing that you're being given, that they think that it's just supposed to be free. Nothing, this stuff, if people understood, people go to work every day and give their time for the finance. So if you incorporate and use your time to do the things that we're doing and do the things that Saba Tehuti has been doing for however long, it doesn't line up. The reciprocity is ma'at. You won't receive nothing. That's one of the teachings in the laws of ma'at. If you can't expect to receive anything if you're not giving anything. No matter how much you love to do something, it becomes demotivating when it's not appreciated. Why are you going to do something from your Ebe when those receiving it are not showing appreciation? So it's really very simple. It's very, very simple. So let's step it up, chat. Let's step it up and do what we need to do to build what we're doing. So peace and love. And peace and love, Saba Tehuti. If you do go back in seclusion, I'm right there next to Hati. I will be out there. Don't leave me behind.
Well, you got a couch, brother.
I
Tua.
am back.
How do you feel about this, Saba?
I just saw somebody say you should give something freely. That's ma'at. I don't know where that is in the teachings. The Purim Haru costs half your salary. So, in order to own a Purim Haru and Kemet, you have to give half your year's pay to the scribe to give you a Purim Haru. So we all say that the teachings, all this stuff should be free until you go to your doctor, until you go anywhere to get a college degree. Only when it comes from the European do we pay him for PhDs and we pay for private schools. We pay for all types of information. If you want to know how to be a mechanic, whatever it is, the only thing is that we don't respect our own culture. But no, nobody in Kemet was teaching for free. There was schools set up where you would go and pay the scribes in things that you own. There was no money, but no, nobody was handing out. If somebody can show me that free Purim Harus and coffin texts were given out in Kemet, I'll do 2 months of free podcasts. But that doesn't exist. That's a hippie conjecture, new age way of thinking that didn't exist in ancient cultures. And the scribe The scribes were given reciprocity for what it is that they did. And so does everybody. Every doctor, every dentist, every book writer, lecturers, everybody, panhandlers, everybody. So the thing is that we don't associate the knowledge with biological imperative, and thus you'll never be able to build a nation. If you don't associate the knowledge, the consciousness with biological imperative. That means that you respect your teacher as much as you tip your waiter, as much as you gave to
Saba, I don't mean to cut you off, but somebody's being disrespectful in the chat. I don't know if this is JJ7000 down there, scribe, but do you want to time him out? He says maybe your info ain't worth anything.
Yeah,
and that's why they're here.
Right? Why are you here?
Yeah, because I would always be somewhere where somebody's info is not worth anything. I'd always be there, right? Make sure everybody in the chat, but whenever you can find a place where you can find info not worth everything, make sure that you're there for hours. Okay, we're going to continue. Not a problem, but I'm not going to engage in that. We're going to get into the knowledge. And for anybody who makes comments like that, the real situation is, if you want to be real, tonight was slow. I am the highest paid knowledgeable teacher in the entire conscious community. So my info must be worth something because I'm the highest paid. There's none of your teachers, none of your rabbi, none of your captains, nobody opens up and does a class and gets paid $111 to answer a question. If so, send the link. But I'm just being modest. I'm just asking for support because this is what I do for a living. But in actuality, there's nobody that you know that gives information that is getting $65 a question, $25 a question, $126 a question, $20 a question. They do podcasts for hours and hours and babble and talk and get nothing. They get money when they sell books or they take somebody on tour. Show me another teacher in existence in the conscious community that gets paid per question. So I've actually proven that my knowledge is worth something because I'm literally the only teacher in the conscious community since Earth has been created that gets paid per question. So it's just a slow night tonight, and we're just letting people know what the value is. But of course, I'm the highest paid teacher because what does Judah and Ezra say? I'm the blessed. You know, I'm the most thorough of the teachers that are out there, and that's why people are actually that's why this conversation even exists. I'm not going to name any other so-called teachers, but there's no teacher answering questions for pay. I'm literally imitating what was happening in Kemet when we had to go into the universities and college and pay your tuition for spiritual teachings. That's how it was in Kemet. Not to be a mechanic, not to be a plumber, but to get spiritual teachings, to be a scribe, you had to give your offerings of your cows, your ducks. People just don't read Kemetic history because they think Kemet was a religion. Kemet was a country. And the country was moving off of finance, biological imperative, and everything that you need to run a country. And every top person in the country was spiritual, which means the richest and the highest paid country was surviving financially off of spirituality. So I'm going to end it like that. We're going to get into the next question, everybody. Thank you, dedicated brothers. Thank you, Ahati Ma'at. Thank you, Netter, formerly known as. Thank you, Scribe. I appreciate the support from those who do support. And those who make negative comments actually have nobody to show that the person that they're learning from gets paid $1 for answering a question.
Number one. Okay.
No conscious teacher gets paid $1 for answering a question. There's no other podcast set up like this.
Just one more thing. Who else runs when you come on the screen? Everybody runs.
Yes.
So.
And so let's get into it. We're about to get into the affirmation, everybody, and then comes the matrix question that was sent in. Tua and love and thank you, everybody. We're about to get into the next question. Let's break it down. Into the next question. So the next question was actually sent in by a sister who should be coming in actually soon because she's on a different time period. That's why I was trying to save this for the for the latter, because she sent this in, but she's in London. So her mornings are our night times. I'm still gonna go ahead and give a shout out and answer the question, just so it can be on YouTube for her, because I told her that I would for this one, because this is extremely important, because this actually deals with, one second. This actually, where's the camera? This actually deals with the system of teachings that we go by. Every pod class we begin with the system of teachings called the affirmation. So let me go ahead and put this question in the room and give this young lady her super shout outs and respect. And let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. We are about to break it down. And the question came in from Bev, $27.72. For those who think that my my information is not worth anything, please make your post of yourself, not even your teacher, but yourself answering a question and receiving $27.72 for an answer that you give. So here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. And the question coming in from Bev is, if this has been asked before, the question's in the email, and the question was to explain the affirmation. Let's see if I can track down the question. I don't have the question here. It is in the email, somewhere buried in the email. But the question was, can I break down the affirmation? So first of all, let's give Bev her shout out, her claps. Appreciate you, Bev. Thank you so much. 2772 for the question that came in. And the question was, can I break down the affirmation? That is coming in from Bev. She actually sent a long email with several things in it. So we're just gonna go off what I say the question is, because there were several other things inside the email. It's pretty long. So I don't know if all that stuff she actually wants to be read in public, because it was a private sent email, and then in the email was the question. So I'm just going to go ahead and say her question was, can I break down the affirmation? Okay. What is the affirmation, everybody? We say it all the time. What is it? The actual affirmation. So shout out to Bev, 2772. For what is the affirmation? What is it? Word for word. We're going to break it down. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's go. Okay, so first let me go ahead and do a screen share. So I can first put, of course, let me put it on the screen. And shout out to you, Bev. You'll come in a little later. I know your time period is... the time is a little different from ours, but shout out to you, Bev. And the question was, can I break down the affirmation? Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here is what we do. And stop screen. We're going to do a screen share. Boom, boom, boom. Beautiful question asked by Bev. And here we go. Let's break it down, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class, and here is the question. So, here's the answer. In the beginning of each pod class, or Meru class, or Sunday study group that the brothers do, we say what's called, quote unquote, the affirmation. One moment, let me put on a timer for something. Hold on. Start. We say the affirmation. So, in the beginning of each pod class, our Medu class, our Sunday study group, we say, quote unquote, the affirmation. But what exactly is it? What is the affirmation? Where is it from? What does it mean? Let's take a look, everybody. Let's take a look at the actual affirmation and see, what is it? So here's what you see on the screen. Whenever I show the affirmation, you see two ma'ats. We're going to shrink it down. And here's the affirmation with the two ma'ats on the side. And before I start this answer, I'm actually going to give respect to the information and the affirmation by actually saying the affirmation before I even begin to address Ma'at and the affirmation. I'm going to start on the count of 3. Here's the affirmation for those who don't know. It's on the screen. 1, 2, 3. Anki Ma'at un ms nin tet aset and maya nin hapapet and maya her and hu kiui her iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. What does all this mean? The Tehuti affirmation is now becoming popular through the world. Did you all know that? The Tehuti affirmation is now becoming popular through the world. Social media, Instagram, we see people quoting it. Let me do a mic check and see if everybody can hear me clear before I continue. Mic check, just simply press a 1. Mic check, simply press a 1. Mic check, press a 1. We got some new people that stepped in. Shout out to, oh, it disappeared. Where's Rob G? Shout out to Rob G. Shout out to Rob G who says Hotep. Shout out to the smartest king doing it. Shout out to Rob G. Shout out to Humble LLC who says, yes, sir. You're very correct. I paid to go to college and this knowledge is supreme. I know what my next question is. I can't wait. Shout out to Humble Books LLC. And shout out to Kamit, who says, absolutely, we should not feed into the negative energy. Yep, I just address it and move on. I just ask questions, snake-style questions. Shout out to Kamit 101. Okay, everybody can hear me. Boss Fee is here. Good, the energy. I want to see the energy. Boss Fee is one of the brothers I look forward to seeing too in class every week. Kamit 101, Boss Fee, AJ, Scribe, Eka Kepara, Master K. There's certain continuous people, Raphael Gary, that gives me energy when I see them. Shout out to James C. Watkins. I haven't seen this name before, but shout out to you. Another brother I'd like to see is Amin. Oh, there's Amin Ma'at Ra right there. Amin Ma'at Ra, who actually has, who gave a donation in the week that I'm actually going to shout out. I'm actually going to shout out for this class. Shout out to you, my good brother. All right, we got High 7 Spirit. Shout out to you. Everybody can hear me? Let's go, everybody. What is the affirmation? Let's get into it. Here we go. So, did you know the Tehuti affirmation is now becoming popular throughout the world? Social media, Instagram, we see people quoting it now. Here we go. On Instagram, we got this brother here, Anu. His very first, his front page, I'm going to blow it up. And the front page of Anu says, I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is a brother on Instagram, Anu. All the way to Brooklyn, New York on Facebook. Boom. There's a brother named Sash Wallace. Sash Wallace, who's his post said, I live for Ma'at. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day for eternity, I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Brooklyn. So it's spreading through Facebook, Instagram. People are catching on to it or are saying it. Okay. So what does all this mean? Let's start with Ma'at. What does it mean? Ma'at herself was one of the quote-unquote wives of Tehuti, the personification of discernment of consciousness. We will get into conscious discernment in a moment. Let's get into the image of Ma'at. We'll shrink it down. And there's Ma'at that I have on the side of my affirmations. There's Ma'at. Okay. And here is Ma'ah. And we see it means to examine, to inspect. A lot of people think the word Ma'ah just means truth. It's to examine, to inspect, to perceive, to look at, seen, visible, vision, sight, vision, seeing, inspection. So it doesn't just mean truth. Nobody actually gives this answer. If you ask anybody, any of your conscious teachers, what does ma'at mean? They're not going to say examine, inspect, perceive. They're going to make up some other thing to say it means truth. But in actuality, that is not the definition root. It's actually an I, which deals with inspection. I will stop to make this very important point right here. When you speak to people of all these different religions who says theirs is our original God-given way, Islam, Catholic, Seventh-day Adventist, Hebrew, who says I follow the Torah, etc. The one question is, where can we find anyone saying first-hand account on documents pre-Ptolemaic invasion that they followed or lived on any of these principles? The answer is nowhere. Think about this question, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody who comes to you, Hebrew, Israelite, Islam, Catholic, all these religions that come to you, they always say that this is the religion that God gave the people first. This is God's given way. This is the original way of life. Hebrews will tell you that. Christians, Muslims will tell you that. This is the original way. But where can we find anyone saying first-hand account on document predating the Ptolemies? Because remember, the Ptolemies is the origin of your Bible. So let's get away from the Greek invasion into the motherland, and let's get into pre-Greek invasion. Where can we find any of our ancient ancestors saying what way of life they follow? That is a very, very important question, because everybody's saying we got to get back to our ancestors, we got to get back to our roots, we got to get back to this. Okay, so let's quote some of the ancestors to see what they said firsthand, what their way of life was. Nowhere. The beautiful thing about living on Ma'at, Anki and Ma'at, is that these exact words are what were said by our ancestors word for word, that they followed, and that this is a major difference. For example, here's the hymn to Aten, 1353 BC. This is 320 years before Alexander and the Ptolemies came in with the Bible. What were ancient people saying before the Ptolemaic invasion? Here it is right here, everybody. This is the hymn of Aten on the walls of Akhenaten that they call today Tel Amarna. That's a modern day term for the area of the Akhet area. And here is Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Here they are. What does it say though? Right off the bat, we see family. I want to make this point too. Right off the bat, ladies and gentlemen, not only do we see images of our ancestors showing us what their way of life was, but right off the bat, we see family, biological imperative, a unified family, all with the same path. What does it say? What does the actual walls say? Let's check it out. So, this is the hymn of Aten that you can get in the anthology, Literature of the Ancient Egyptians. And this is Akhenaten's belief system. Worshipping living one, Ra Herakuti, who rejoices in the horizon. His identity as the light who is in the Aten, living forever and ever, living Aten, great one who is in the Jubilee, master of all, the Aten encircles, master of heaven, master of earth, master of Per Aten, Akhet Aten, the king of upper and lower Kemet, one living on Ma'at. Do you see that there I have highlighted? See what he says? First-hand account, Anki and Ma'at, living on Ma'at, Lord of the two lands, Nefer Keperu, Re, Wa Andre, son of Re, living on Ma'at, master of regalia, Anken Aten, long live, the foremost wife of the king, who he loves, the mistress of the two lands, Nefru, Aten, Nefertiti, living well and young forever and ever. See right there, living on Ma'at? There it is right there. Ask the religious people of today to show you any ancient document from the time of the people that states what they were living by. Ask them, people, please. Please ask them. Don't join any religion until you get that answer. Don't join nothing. Don't let them talk you to death. Don't let them tell you the Hebrews. See, we were ancient Hebrews and Islam was there from the heavens and we were Muslims. Stop talking, please, and open up an ancient script. Show me a wall writing. Open up a papyri. Show me a coffin. Show me anything that has the words of what the ancient ancestor said himself that he was following. I don't care about you, brother. Nice to know you. I don't care about what you're following in 2022. You're telling me to follow what our ancestors followed. So please open up something that dates back to the time that you're talking about and show me the person you're talking about saying out of their mouth, I follow this. I am a Hebrew. I am an Israelite. I am a Muslim. I follow Islam. Show me that. Pre-Ptolemy. And you can't. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We are breaking down the affirmation. This breakdown is going to be mind-blowing. Let's get to it. Now, an actual artifact from our ancestors from 1250 BC. Let's go within it and see first-hand account of what the owner of this document said firsthand, what he believed in. Here is the document, the judgment scene of the Purim Haru. And let's get into it and see what he said. This is page 99, chapter 28, Papyrus of Ani, chapter of not being carried off, the heart of the deceased and the Netter Kurt, saith my heart within me, not shall happen, being carried off, I am the Lord of hearts, slaying the heart. And what does that say there at the bottom, everybody? Anki em ma'at. You see that? Living in right and truth. Anki em ma'at. Those are the writings of your ancestors saying first-hand account in 1250 BC what they believed in. They said they lived on Ma'at and the Anki em Ma'at lived in Ma'at. That's what your ancestors said. Religious people, Hebrews, Israelites, Muslims, show me your ancestors' writings yelling, I'm a Hebrew, I'm an Israelite, I follow Torah. There, show me that one. That's a good one. Because Hebrew is your descendancy, so-called. Israelites your descendancy. Show me an ancient writing. That was a debate that me and Mighty Hebrew we're gonna have, and Zion Lex changed it to something else. But that was my debate topic. Can you show me anyone in ancient times saying, I follow Torah? Simple sentence, I follow Torah. Just 3 words. We have 5,000 years of history of documentation in the Middle Eastern or Arabian and African area. I'm just looking for 3 words. I follow Torah. That's all. Nobody said it, but you all say it today. I follow Torah. I follow Torah. I follow Islam. I follow Islam. I'm a Muslim. Why are we all saying that today, but nobody in ancient times said that? Could it be because nobody in ancient times ever heard of it? So here it is. Anki em ma'at. What else? Un ms. I exist within her. They put it, but it's actually her. It's the S. I exist uni ms. I exist within her. There is a part of your affirmation right there in the writings that were given to Ani in his Purim Haru that he had to say and master before his death. Anki em ma'at un ms. For those who have the Purim Haru, you can find that on page 99 from 1250 BC. Boom! First-hand account of Anki em ma'at un ms. I live on Ma'at. I exist within her. Take note, by the way, it also is the only spiritual system called her. You notice that? Ma'at is the only spiritual system called her. The Torah is not her. The Christianity is not her. But Ma'at is called to her. Speaking of which, Akhenaten, who said he lives on Ma'at, how did he show himself, ladies and gentlemen? This is very important. How did Akhenaten show himself when he was saying Anki and Ma'at. Get a look. He didn't just show himself, did he? Get a good look, everybody. He showed himself with his netert, biological imperative. Hebrews, pull up an image of Moses with his wife, please. Can I get an image of Moses with his wife? Can I get an image of any Hebrew man showing that he was a family man? No? Hebrews, show me a picture of Moses with his wife. Christians, pull up an image of Jesus with his, oh, that's right, ladies, the greatest man who walked the earth, who you want all of your sons to be like, never touched a woman. Was never a father. Got it. Think about that. Think about that psyops, and you will understand why it's so hard to couple up in a conscious Kemetic family today, and why there's so much arguments and chaos today, is because we were raised up for years, ladies, raised up for years to believe, and you said, the greatest man on the planet Earth. Sons, you better follow this. Here's the greatest man. Forget Malcolm X. Forget Elijah Muhammad. Forget Khalid Muhammad. Forget Ramesses. Forget all these. Forget those guys. Forget Shango. Forget all that. The greatest man on earth, sons, that you look up to, who never touched a woman. And he never was a father. His name is Sweet Jesus. Make sure you be like him. Anti-biological imperative. So now for hundreds of years that we've been exposed, thousands of years we've been exposed to Christianity, black women, ladies, you actually believe that the greatest man on earth that your sons should follow and that you should look up to is a man who never touched a woman and never was a father. Think about what that does to your mind. Okay, got it. Okay, I just showed the Per Em Haru from another ancestor who said he lives on Ma'at. Guess how he displayed himself? So Akhenaten displayed himself living on Ma'at, and he shows himself as a family man with his beautiful wife right there. That's how the Kemetians show themselves. The next one I showed was Ani. How did he show himself? Uh-oh. This is an image directly from my Per Em Haru, the actual picture from the 78-foot long Per Em Haru. How did he show himself? He also said Anki Ma'at. Boom, yes. Side by side with his goddess. Biological imperative. Remember I said Ma'at was conscious discernment? I will get into that in a moment. Are you ready? Let's go. So here is one of the men that said Anki and Ma'at. There he is showing himself with his beautiful mate. And the other man that I showed said Anki and Ma'at. There he is with his beautiful mate. Showing fatherhood, manhood, husbandhood. Because you can't be a man without those things. So if you're living in Ma'at as a man, how do you show yourself as a man? Your biological imperative. The difference between you and a robot, brothers, is that a robot can't be a father. And a robot can't be a husband. That is a difference, biological imperative. So there is Akhenaten with his beautiful woman, Nefertiti, and there is Ani with Tutu, living on Ma'at, with female energy right there behind you. Okay, let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tuti Pod class. Here is Ma'at again with her hands up. Notice the hands up. Let's go back just to show you. Notice you see the hands up. And notice you see the hands up. In the image of Ma'at with the hands up, showing support and adjustment, which I broke down in the Men Netter class. Make sure you all make it to the Men Netter class on Mondays at 12 p.m. Pacific time. For my email in the room moderators, you can contact me to find out how to get into the Men Netter class. So here is Ma'at, meaning to examine, inspect, to see. It also is to perceive, examine. Here's a Ma'at right here, examine, inspect. There's Ma'at, sight vision, inspection. That is Ma'at. If we look at Ma'at in the Turian Papyrus, we see her name has the cobra within it in column 119. This is the column that they won't show you whenever they talk about the king's list and the rule of the pharaohs. They never deal with column 1 because that's where the netters were. Okay. Here's column 119. And here it is. There's Ma'at. We're going to blow it up. Ma'at, who lived for 700 years. Kemetic teachers hate it when I quote this. They hate the Kemetines. They hate it. They come up with all kind of answers. But there is Ma'at, and look at, there's the cobra right there. What does that cobra represent? How does that cobra symbolize Ma'at? Why is it there? That is in the Taurian Papyrus, column 1, line 19. Ma'at living for 700 years. Here it is, okay? So we clearly see the back is narrow when we look at the back of the pharaoh's head, and it expands the body like a cobra does. There's the cobra expanding. This was called a namuz. What does namuz mean? Namuz means to enlighten, knowledge. The enlightenment. The expansion of the cobra head represents the expansion of knowledge, the expansion of enlightenment, your perception of things. Your perception of things gets broader the more that you know. Thus, you're better at inspecting and examining things because you know more about it. Somebody could look at a plant and say, yeah, it's a pretty plant. Let's take a bite out of it. Somebody who's more knowledgeable, who has an expanded mind, can look at it and say, that's a poisonous plant. Actually, it will kill you. And I just saved your life because I had more knowledge than you. So because the serpent, cobra, and Kemet was expansion of consciousness associated with eyes, seeing, judgment of good and evil, what do you think that became? Let me show you. So the expansion and examinment of something is to be able to separate good and evil. That's what judgment is. Everything that you judge, you're making a choice. Is it good for you or is it bad for you? That is the perception. When you look at something saying, is this good food to eat? Is this a good drink? Is this good to take the walk over there in the park in the dark? Is it bad? Everything is a judgment. Is this person attractive to me? Are they a good father? Are they a good mother? These are all examinations that lead to judgment, which is the separation of good from evil. In other words, Pekah and Ku. What do you think this became, everybody? It became Genesis 3:5. When they stole the concept of the cobra and discernment, it says, God is knowing the day thereof. Your eyes shall be open, and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Becoming a wise judge is to know both sides, good from evil. You're enlightened when you can see mental expansion as the cobra head expands. So then you can judge good from evil. You know the difference because you inspected it, you examined it. And how did you discern? Here's where the discipline accountability comes in, and where most studies of Kemet, Ma'at fall off. Most students and studiers of Kemet, here's where they fall off, ladies and gentlemen. People would love to stop right here and say, hey, if I observe things and decide what's good and bad, I'm following Ma'at. I can have a fluffy, hippie, esoteric life and I'm good. No, there are actual writings that the followers of Ma'at have to live on, that the scribes wrote and applied even when they were in jail. Jail? What's Tehuti? Scribes in jail? Let me get to the chat room and see if anybody heard of this. Anybody ever heard of a Kemetic scribe in jail? Kemetic scribes in jail. Anybody heard of them? A Kemetic scribe in jail, ladies and gentlemen. Who is that? And don't say a hot tea because you probably already know. I probably told you this years ago. But who is a Kemetic scribe that was in jail? What would a Kemetic scribe be doing in jail, everybody? Anybody know? Anybody know? A Kemetic scribe in jail. Jai Rashid said, thank you for those jewels of wisdom. We're going to get to the Kemetic scribe in jail because a lot of the laws of Ma'at, the latest ones, actually come from a Kemetic prisoner. He put I don't know what that is. Big Vapes put no. Let's go, everybody, to the Kemetic scribe in jail. You ready? Here we are. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are breaking it down. Humble LLC says, you never heard of that before, right? Humble LLC? What's a Kemetic scribe doing in jail? Right? What is going on there, right? Let's go into it. Let's see. Here we go. So the Kemetic scribes who wrote and applied the laws of Ma'at even when they were in jail. Jail? What Tehuti? What are you talking about? What Kemetic scribe was in jail? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are breaking it down. Show your support, show your love, ask a question, send in Cash App or PayPal, and support what you're seeing happening in front of you for the first time in world history. Yes, let me take you to the imprisoned political prisoner. The imprisoned political prisoner of the Ptolemies, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Ankh Shesh Ankh. And look at the actual laws of Ma'at he lived on and wrote even while a captive. We still see the discernment examination principles word for word, everybody. So understand, Ankh Shesh Ankh was a political prisoner of the European Ptolemies as a Kemetic scribe in jail, still keeping the laws of Ma'at, in prison as a captive, and still keeping his responsibilities in the laws of Ma'at while in prison. Let me introduce you to who most have never heard of before, Ankh Shesh Ankhi, Ankh Shesh Ankh. Instructions of Ankh Shesh Ankh, late Ptolemaic pyramid around 130 BC. So this is very, very recent. Why? Because he was in the last times of the Ptolemies. Here's the papyrus right here. Museum number 1050B. I believe that says. You want to look it up. So here are the laws of Ma'at from Ankh Shesh Ankh. What does it say? Serve any man that you may find profit. Serve your father that you may go and prosper. Number 7, line 7. Examine every matter that you may understand it. Examine every matter that you may understand it. What a beautiful law of Ma'at that is. Most people speaking from the top of the dome, speaking hippie, esoteric, new age, added to Kemet, speaking all of this stuff from opinions. It says examine every matter that you will understand it. You have to examine these matters, put in the research. I know it takes time. It takes diligence and accountability, but the laws of Ma'at, the word Ma'at itself means examine. And it says examine every matter that you may understand it. So in order to get understanding, you have to Ma'at, you have to examine. Be gentle and patient, then your heart will be beautiful. It is in maturity that instructions succeed. This is very, very important. So you could read one of the laws of Ma'at and read the affirmation. And somebody brand new who's just been studying for, let's say, 10, 11 months or a couple months or a year, the understanding of the instruction is different from somebody who's actually been living it for 20 years, 15 years. Because the maturity of the instructions succeed. The wisdom comes with maturity, means that it takes time for it to envelop in you. Do not say, I'm learned. Set yourself to become wise. So don't say that you're learned. Other people will say it for you. You set yourself apart to become wise, and people will recognize that. Do not do a thing that you have not first examined. You see the examination continuously coming up in the laws of Ma'at, because that's what the word Ma'at means, to examine things, scrutinize, be meticulous. Examining makes your good fortune. Look how many times examining is mentioned in the laws of Ma'at. Did anybody here even know about this? Examining makes your good fortune. So examining every matter gives you the ability to understand it. Don't do anything unless you've examined it. In order to have good fortune, that comes from examination. You see? This is the laws of Ma'at from prison. And now we'll show you the inversion that not only live on Ma'at, examination, it lives in you. Here is the part where many will fall off. The part of Ma'at that strips the ego. Go now and look up all the popular conscious channels or most popular black channels. They are all speaking with an angry tone, complaining or quote unquote exposing another brother or sister, critiquing, gossiping, slandering. But where does the search examinations of flaws start with first, before you can speak to others? Let me take you to the first book of the Laws of Ma'at by the scribe Ptah-hotep. So if you go to most YouTube channels where people are speaking live, most channels are not teaching what they actually believe in. Notice that. Scan through your subscriptions right now. They're teaching either the Cometics are black, E1, B1, 31, A1, haplogroup J151. These people are black. 8151, G1, 0001. These people are black. The blacks did this. The blacks did this. This person here I'm exposing. This person here slept with this person. This person here is a con artist. This person here is a liar. That is what most of the YouTube channels are. What is the YouTube channel with the people actually teaching what they actually believe in without speaking or gossiping on any particular person, just teaching what they believe in from ancient ancestors' works? Because it's hard to do that. Because one of the laws of Ma'at bumps off a lot of people. And that is why when you hear people talking about Ma'at, they never go into the writings of Ma'at. They just say, Ma'at means the scales. Ma'at means balance. You got to balance yourself. We got the 7 principles, reciprocity, all these things that the Kemetines never said. Nothing about 7 principles. Nothing about Ma'at means balance. The Kemetines never said any of this. They had specific sentences of what to do in the laws of Ma'at. And one of them knocks the ego right out the box. Because the search and the examination, the word the Ma'at means, when it says search, examine, where do you think it starts with, according to the laws of Ma'at? We'll go to Ptah-hotep. For those who are new, I'm going to introduce you to the author of the first book when he was 110 years old. Here's the beautiful brother right here, Ptah-hotep, from 2375 BC. What does he say? Let's take a look and see. Hopefully it's not too blurry. A little bit blurry. But here's the laws of Ma'at. It says, search thyself for every flaw thoroughly. The search and the examination, ladies and gentlemen, and the laws of Ma'at start with yourself first before you can examine anybody or anything else or talk about anybody's shortcomings. Search thyself. That's what's first. You search yourself for all the flaws. And then you work hard in private getting rid of those flaws. Then you come out and you start to teach, you start to build. The problem with the YouTubers and the Kemetic conscious, the community and the screamers and the yellers, is that whenever you see a panel, they're all they're coming on for the purpose of searching for flaws for everybody on the panel. You said this, and I don't agree with that, brother. You're a hood booger. You're a hood booger. Booger nuts. And literally, brother. And what you need to recognize, and what you need to recognize, and what you need to know about. And everybody is pointing to everybody else on the panel first. And they're not searching for the flaws within themselves first and then coming out. They're coming out for the fight of everybody first, but the laws of Ma'at says, search within yourself for every flaw, thoroughly examine yourself. That's what the laws of Ma'at say. That's why nobody quotes that. People aren't quoting this. Because this breaks down the critique, this breaks down the gossip. You can't be gossiping on other people and you haven't even searched within self first. Here is the actual scroll of Ptah-hotep. Okay, so each day you first examine yourself as you follow the laws. You live on them because they are your standards. Now, with the ability to judge good from evil. Let me shrink this down a little bit to see if I'm. Oh, here it is. Yep. Okay. To judge good from evil, Isfet. You see the world around you as dark consciousness. Your goal is to rise, advance in consciousness of the scribes of Ma'at and come forth from the darkness, the chaos, as an enlightened being, per Ikut. I come forth as conscious light. Now for the last two mind blowers, let's take a look at what the symbols of Ma'at actually are. Let's take a look at some unpopular symbols. Let's take a look, everybody. Here we go. Here's another glyph for Ma'at. I'm going to blow this up a little bit. Here's another glyph for Ma'at, but what is it, everybody? I have the arrow pointing down. This is the glyph for Ma'at right here. Here's Ma'at. But what is this? What is this actually? What is it? Let's take a look. Take a look under Asar's feet. Here I have the Purim Haru. I have an arrow pointing. Look at under Asar's feet, everybody. See that right there? That is the same as this. This is the word Ma'ah. This is Ma'ah. This is a Ma'ah right here. And here's Asar standing on it. Right here. Little details are very important. There he is standing on it. Okay? Let us continue. Boom. Yes, it's a stand with a slight elevation, which means advance in front. What do people say today when a person has low value or no moral value code to their life? They say, you have low standards. Yes, this is from the concept of the word ma'at itself being something that you stand on, giving us that popular saying, if you what? Blank, if you don't blank on something, you will fall for anything. What's that word, everybody? If you don't blank on something, you will fall for anything. And of course, that word is stand. If you don't stand on something, you will fall for anything. Back to the image of Asar. He's standing on Ma'ah. You see that? So he's literally standing on Ma'ah. He's living on it. He's on top of it. See, there's the Ma'ah with the advancement right there. And then it's flat. It's a combination of a symbol of advancement, a Ka symbol, which is a part of the front part of the Aku, the sloping part of the Aku, and the Min, which means something stabilizing you, which gives you a stand with an advancement in the front. That's how intricate the Kemetians were. Okay? So thus, we live on Ma'at continuously because that word Ma'at, that Ma'ah, is composed of the Min symbol, which means continuous, firm, continuation. We live on it daily. So we look at the word Ma'ah again, and look at Ma'ah. We have Ma'at, Shesh, Ma'ah. See the symbols right there, everybody? I'm going to blow it up a little bit. Ma'at, Shesh, Ma'at. See the stand right there with the little slope? What does this mean, though? It means to do a thing regularly, always, very large number of times. This created the term ritualistic, ritual. So the Ma'ah, the practices, the life that you lived in Kemet, living by Ma'ah, was regular. It was always. So this is always a part of your life. Thus it's Anki Ma'at, because you're living on Ma'at every single day, because the Ma'ah symbol is composed of a symbol of eternity, stabilization, long-lasting, with a little slope on it. It is regular, always. Ma'ah, Shesh, Ma'at. You know what the Shesh is? The Shesh is also a term for eternity. It was the original thing that the king and female goddess's name was put into, that eventually got called a cartouche. That's that symbol right there. It means eternity also. Eternity. It's also the name for curly hair, which is another topic. But there it is. To do a thing regularly, always. Ma'ah, Shesh, Ma'at. By the way, these are the two names of the wives of Tehuti. Those are their names. Ma'at was one, and Shesh was the other, called Sheshet. Shesh was eternal, and Shesh was also the lotus, which you wrote on, because you wrote on the papyrus was supposed to last a lifetime and beyond. That's why things in Kemet last so long, because they're written on Shesh, papyrus, and stone. Both the term for stone was the min, was the stone, and the Shesh was the papyrus. The Shesh was the papyrus that lasted for, we don't know when the papyrus will ever evaporate or decay. It seems to be in the same form it was in when it was written 4,000 years ago. And same with the laws of the laws on the walls of Kemet are still there as if it was written yesterday. So that is Shesh, Ma'at, Shesh, Ma'at. To do a thing regularly. That is your religion. That is your way of life. And the problem is that the average conscious person today cannot do anything regularly. I'm Yoruba. I'm Voodoo. I'm a little bit of Krishna. I'm a little bit of Brahma. I'm going to study a little bit of the Bible. I can find esoteric Bible. I'm Christ consciousness. I'm Christ conscious. A little bit of Kemet. A little bit of this. I'm a little bit of that. I'm a little bit. But every culture that they study, even though those cultures examined everything, the actual culture that they study only did one way of life. So the people in Acadia, Babylon, they did one thing continuously, regularly. That's how you generate energy, by doing things continuously. Think of sex. Think of the difference between just putting your penis in the vagina, which takes 1 second, ejaculating, pulling out, saying, I'm done, and think about the continuous movement that could last 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour, orgasms happening, explosions happening, all kind of movements, different positions, because it's a continuous thing, as opposed to in, out, I'm done. No, a continuous thing is what generates the orgone energy and the momentum. Continuous, the snowball effect. That's why it's called ritual, because you're always doing it. When you're always doing something, your neurons vibrate on those continuous wavelengths. And if you have 4,000, 5,000 people, 10,000 people continuously doing something, thinking something over and over again, then you generate the magic to build ancient, mystical, ununderstood societies that last longer than every New Age society. But if you're a little bit of that, I got Brahma, well, I got Shiva, I'm a little bit of that, I'm going to pray to Buddha, give Buddha his respect, give Buddha respect, got a Sar over there, a little bit of Jesus, because that represents the Christ consciousness, you know, that's Jesus Christ, a little bit of this, and I got a little tattoo over here, a little bit of this over here, and you're all over the place. Thus, you're not doing any one thing continuously. Your neurons are going all over the place, whereas the ancient people picked a way of life and did it religiously, continuously, until they generated energy that is ununderstood by anybody today, because in order to do something continuously is discipline. I've done martial arts, as they call it, for years, and there's a difference between when you first step into the dojo, and you give a couple of kicks, and you give a couple 100 kilos, you give a couple moves, and you learn, man, that was good. Much different when you lock up with Jacare. It was much different. Me just doing a couple things a day and a little bit of practice here and a little bit of fight, a little bit of street sparring, a little bit of this, and I was pretty good. Until I locked up with the master who was half my size, Jacare the alligator, who the Gracies only gave 1 of 5 black belts to in the world. And when I locked up with my master, Jacare the alligator, and he was half my size, I couldn't move. Why? Because his jiu-jitsu was every day. It wasn't a little bit of jiu-jitsu, a little bit of this, a little bit of boxing, a little bit all over the place, a little bit of this, a little bit of ballet, a little bit. He was a jiu-jitsu master, and I had no chance because it was his rigorous lifestyle. Okay? Much different when Kimbo Slice went into the UFC. It was a different world. So, standards, discipline. That is what it is. To do a thing regularly, continuously, you're living on Ma'at. Okay? Let's get into it, everybody. Now we're going to understand why life, the word life, is even associated with ma'at. You know the word ma'at is just met, it's ma, and it's met, and it's mut, which is mother. Most people don't know that the word met and mat and mit are all the same word. Met, mat, there's the symbol right there. There's the T, that is the ma'ah, the exact same symbol that's ma'ah. And there's the egg, symbolizing motherhood, mother, wife. Okay? This created the word matriarch. And guess what other word this word ma'at created? To understand this affirmation, what else did it create? Matriarch, there's matriarch right there. It also created matri, and it created the word matrix. Matrix from the word ma'at. Matrice, which is uterus womb. That is the matrix. Okay, how does this all tie in? So ma'at is met, which is mother, creating the word ma'at, or matriarch, which creates the word matrix. Anytime you see M-A-T or M-M-M-O-T, mother, ma'at, matrix, it all ties into the same root of ma'at, which is a womb, a pregnant woman, a mother, from the word mut, from met, from MT. That's why there's an egg there. Let us continue. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. This is how I break down answers. Indulge and take what you can from it. Let's go. We're going to get deeper and deeper now. Okay, so boom. Yes, the female energy that surrounds us is in every direction. As in, when you are in the womb, every direction surrounds you is mut, mat. That is the first place you live in ma'at. Understand that, everybody. When the Kemetians did things, they did it based off of the as above, so below principle, as the Greeks later called microcosm, macrocosm. So when we say in the affirmation, I live in ma'at, I exist within her, and ma'at is mut, which is mother, it's a macrocosm of what took place before you even had a way of life. Before you had a way of life or read any Torah, Bible, Jehovah Witness, Per Em Haru, Pyramid text, before you read anything, guess where you lived? You Anki Ma'at. You lived in Mut. You lived in the mother. You existed within her. She was every place in all directions. When you were in the womb, she was north, west, east, south, everywhere, just like heaven. Heaven is space. It is in all directions around the earth. It is above heaven, as seen in the Per Em Haru. Let's take a look at how the Per Em Haru describes the energy forces that are in heaven. Let's take a look. This is in plate 36, page 240. What does it say here? In the Per Em Haru, hail, power, beautiful. Rudder, beautiful of heaven. There's a word for heaven, pet. It gives a direction now. The north heaven. Hail, revolver. Heaven, pilot of the two earths. Rudder, beautiful heaven of the western heaven. The space that is in the west. Hail, shining one. There's the word ku again for Tehuti. Hail, shining one. So we covered the directions of the heaven that this is pertaining to. We have the directions of heaven. Hail, beautiful rudder, beautiful heaven of the north. Then it goes into the west. Heaven in the direction of space of the west. Hail, shining one. Then above the temple of the God's invisible form, rudder, beautiful of heaven of the east. We've covered north, west, east. Hail, giving more praise to the dweller above the temple of Sia, the temple of sand, which is also Sia, the temple of knowledge. Rudder, beautiful of heaven of the south. So we've covered all directions that heaven is associated with: north, west, east, south. Let's see what it goes on to say and what gender it associates the heaven with. Let's go. Hail ye gods, okay? So we know they're gods. Above the earth, pilots of the underworld. So the Neter energy is above the earth. It's in all directions, north, east, south, west. Hail the gods that are pilots of the underworld. Hail the gods. What does it say here? Mothers. Uh-oh. The energy of heaven in Kemet was female energy. Hail ye. Look at that. Mutet. Mutet, everybody. The heavenly energy that's north, west, east, south, in all directions, because you can't help but to live in Ma'ut, live in Mat, whether you're in the womb, surrounded by Mut, living within her, living off of her, as the female energy, or you come out, and now you're surrounded by space, north, west, east, south, you're surrounded by the mothers, the mother energy, who are above. See the word for heaven there? So the heavenly energy that's above, that's in all directions, is associated with the female. They had to take that out of religion. So no matter what, you Anki and Ma'at. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Let's break it down step by step. Now, guess what the word, an image of the heavens surrounding space is? It's called pet. Pet? Well, what does pet mean? Anybody know? Let me go in the chat room and see if everybody's following so far. After this, we're going to get into the matrix, but let's break it down. Let me go and look and see. So the word for heaven, everybody, you all have heard of the word pet. What does it mean? What does the word pet actually mean? We see that heaven is pet, P-E-T or P-E-T, but what does the word actually mean? Pet. What does it mean? Does anybody know? Thank you, Cash Pete. Says great breakdown. Thank you, my good brother. GHP says great info. Thank you. Brother or sister, I'm not sure, but GHP, shout out to you. That's new in the room. What does pet mean? We have sky, okay. Sky, because of course it is in the heaven is the sky. Absolutely, the heaven is the sky. So it is the sky, but the word itself has a meaning. Cash Pete put pet equals nut. Okay, that we're getting close. But what does the word pet mean? We have heaven, okay. Heaven. We're going to get into the meaning for the first time. Let's get into the meaning, everybody, for the first time. Kemetic information has been here since, I'd say, the days of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. I'm not sure. Maybe there was some before that. It's been here for about 60, maybe 50 years of teachings. We've had all the teachers. The one thing that everybody acknowledges in Kemetic study is that the goal of the Kemetians was to get back to pet. The channels in the pyramid, the Aku, all pointed to the heavens, which is pet. The Kemetians always had their hands up to pet. The three pyramids aligned to the Orion, 10,000 BC, in pet. That's the sky. Everything was about the skies. But why did nobody ever break down what the word pet means, though? It's been 50 years. Anybody know? It's much different than the word heaven. It's much different, everybody. And there's a reason why they're hiding it. Right now, on this duality date, all right, will be the first time you ever are going to hear what pet means, the actual word pet means, and how it literally relates to female energy. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Let's break it down. Uh-oh. Amun Ma'at Ra says, if pet is heaven, then heaven is the vagina. Let's get into it, everybody. We're going to get into all that. All of that. That's for the Matrix breakdown. That's good, though. Let's get into it, everybody. Woo! Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. This is how I answer questions. After this, I'm going to take a little break and then come back for the Matrix and give shout outs to the donators. I see more people have donated since I said what I said and the brothers said what they said. Let's keep the donations going. For those who are watching this answer and appreciate the breakdown of what it is that I'm saying, the time it takes to break down such and to honestly know within your heart that you've never seen anything like this before. I don't know. I don't know if people. Once again, I'm looking for my peers. If there are other brothers our sisters breaking things down like this, please put the link in the chat so I can go there the next time they have a class, and I can send in a question like what you're seeing here, and they're breaking it down like this on the board with charts and glowing answers and everything. I want to see if people are doing this so I can find my peers. So maybe I can relax a while. Maybe we can do this as a team. But until then, it is just me doing this. And if you appreciate that you're getting this, please send your support, like you tip your waiter for bringing you a beer, to PayPal at Rocky SB and Cash App TT Moon. Let us continue, everybody. What does pet mean, and how does it associate with the woman and the vagina? What does it actually mean to the Cometians? Not to New Age thinking, to the Cometians. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. All this is the breakdown of the affirmation. Let's go. Here we are. Back to the screen share. Here we go. So we see, now guess what the word, an image of the heavens surrounding space is? It's pet. But what does pet actually mean? Let me break it down for the first time in conscious Kemetic history. And like I said, if there's others that broke this down, please send me the link. Here is the artifact with the word pet on it, and the Nesubiti with the Kepara Ra, Ka Kepara Ra. And you can see that in the Shen that the Europeans call the Cartouche. And there's giving life, giving, that's Cha, giving, and that is life right there. And there's the Kepara, the Ka Kepara Ra. And there's the Nesubiti, that is the ruler. And up here is what I want to focus on. This is the pet, the word for heaven. What does it mean, though, everybody? Let's break it down. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to blow this up right here so you can see pet clearly. It's in the first line of the Purim Haru. Tua Ra Keft Ubenef and Kut Tit and Pet. This is what I say with my goddesses every morning. We wake up in the morning, we open up the drapes, we let the sun come in, and we say Tua Ra Keft Ubenef and Kut Tit, and we praise the sun and Ra every morning, understanding what this means to us. But here's the word pet, everybody. There it is right there, pet, which is the same thing as that in the stone. What does it mean? Let's get to it. Well, remember, I told you Mut Ma'at is the mother that births you, and it's the female energy that is in all directions of the heaven that births you. Remember I said that? Well, what happens right before the baby comes out, everybody? Let me go in the room and find out. I want to participate. What happens to the woman right before the baby comes out? What is that event that happens right before the baby comes out? Somebody type it. Women, you should be typing this first. Mothers in the room. I know not a lot of women watch the podcast, but those who do, what is it that happened to you right before the baby came out? Somebody type it in the room. Any mothers in the room? Any fathers that saw this? What happens right before the baby comes out? What comes out? What happens first? Oh, the brothers answer. Water breaks. Oh, more brother. Water breaks. Do we have any mothers in the room that can testify? Shannon, are you a mother? Yes, you are. We have a testifier that water breaks, right? Water breaks. Splash. Water breaks, right? Exactly. How does this tie into heaven, though? Remember, I'm teaching you, heaven, pet, is in all different directions. Mut, the mother, all different directions. That's what it says in the Kemetic teachings. She surrounds you. When you're in the womb and you're a baby, no matter which way you turn your head, Mut is there. You can't move away from her. You exist within her. Anki Ma'at Un MS. You exist in the womb and you come out, and the creative energy is north, east, south, west, and it's called the Great Mother energy. What does pet mean, and how does it relate to all this? Let's take a look, because that's where we want to go to. They say when you're rebirthed or reborn. Let's see what it means, everybody, for the first time in Kemetic history. What does it mean? Everybody, let's break it down. Get your notepads out. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Her water breaks so you can be born, So in order for you to be born, her water has to break. Now let me show you for the first time what pet, which is the word heaven, the place you go when you are reborn, means. Please make note. You've seen this nowhere in your life before. Never seen this before, what you're about to see. What does pet really mean, everybody? Let's take a look. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Uh-oh. Pet means to break open. The word pet, same word for heaven, is to break open. Break open what? What else does pet mean in the dictionary? Uh-oh. To break open, then a flood comes out. Uh-oh. Pet, the word for heaven, to break open. Flood, inundation. I don't know if you all have been taught this before, but that was the word for heaven. The female energy, ma'at, matrix, that gives birth to everything that surrounds you. When you are in the womb, in order for you to come out of that womb of ma'at, the water breaks open and there's a flood and the baby comes out. Then you come into this living world and you're surrounded by north, east, south, west, which in the papyri are called the mother, the goddesses, because you're surrounded by that energy that's creating everything. You're reborn back into the female creative birthing energy, and now you're in the matrix, the ma'at, the matrix. And now you're trying to get back up into heaven to be reborn. So that's the symbol in the word heaven, break open, flood, inundation, the reenactment that happened before you even came out. Boom, to break open, flooding, heaven, the female above you. Why? Are you ready? Because in ancient times, the woman... Let me slow down, man. Let me just slow down a little bit. So heaven is above you, right? Heaven is supposed to be above you because it represents the sky. But in Kemet, it's in all directions, north, east, south, west. But it's still above you. You're birthed out of it, out of the mut that surrounds you when you Anki and Mat, when you're living in her. Before you even have a choice to choose what religion you want to be, you exist within her. Then something breaks and the flood comes down, and then you're born. And then your goal is to go back upward. They always say we have to ascend to heaven. Some people say, well, it's ascension in consciousness. No matter what, we always say ascending, ascending, ascending. We always use going up. Up is the heaven. Why? Because in Kemet, the woman was above you. Are you ready? Because in ancient times, the woman was over you as she gave birth. And the water broke. She was over you. I don't know if you understand what that means. But no, there was no doctor in between the woman's legs laying down with the woman screaming in Kemet. The heaven was above you. Let's take a look, everybody. Here are the two birthing goddesses, Het Heru, and here's the birthing chamber. And here's how women gave birth, everybody. You were under here. Heaven was upwards to you when you came out of Mut, when you came out of Ma'at, when you were reborn. And she was in all directions, west, south, north, because you lived inside of her. And then something broke and the flood came out, Pet, the heaven. You came downwards and you looked up. And it was the woman that was above you still. The heaven, the female, the vagina was above you. This is called the Mesu, where you get the word Messiah from. Those who are born. Everybody get a good look at the Medunetter. And look at the image of the woman giving birth. Oh, the screen is not sharing. Hold on. My screen is not sharing. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Why is that? That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. Let's go back to it. Wow. They shut down my screen? Of course it did. Let's go back, everybody. Nothing's going to stop this. Let's go back, everybody. So, can you all see the screen? Let's go back. I don't know when to shut the screen down, but here's the pet again. I'll show it for YouTube purposes. Here's the pet. Adoration of Ra. Okay. Thank you, Ahati. All right. So the female energy is all in all directions around you. Her water breaks so you can be born. Okay. Remember I told you that Mut Ma'at is the mother that births you. It's the female energy that is in all directions of the heaven that births you. What happens right before the baby comes out? Your water breaks. The water breaks so you can be born. And let me show you for the first time what pet heaven actually means when you're reborn, when you're going upwards to the heavens. Here's pet. Boom. Pet, to break open. Everybody see it now? Is my screen sharing now? To break open. Pet, the same word for heaven. To break open. I hope I'm sharing my screen. There it is. Good. And what else does it mean? Pet, flood, inundation. Look at that. The same word for heaven and the metanetter is to break open and flood, inundation. You see that? Boom, to break open, flooding, heaven, the female above you. Why? Are you ready? Because in ancient times, the woman was over you as she gave birth. Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, here's the birthing chamber with the two Het Herus, the triple goddesses, the mother goddesses, Het Herus, and there's the woman giving birth, and look how she's positioned. You are right here. So as you live inside of Mut, in every direction, Anki and Ma'at, she's everywhere. Then you come out of her, she's still above you, because you're down here. So the pet is still above you. The heaven is still above you when you come out. It's the word Mesu, which created the word Messiah. Look at the Medunetter glyph, and you can see the image of the woman giving birth. You're down here, ladies and gentlemen. She's up here. So the same word for heaven that we say means upward, which is to break open, water breaking, and break open, inundation, because that's the flood that comes out, and then you come downwards. As you come down, she is still above you. That's why the word is mess, with the picture of the woman, and you're underneath here. That's where you get the word Messiah. That's why they always associate Messiah with the only begotten Son of God. Son. Begotten. Son. Begotten. Right? The Mesut. See it? There she is. Boom. She is still above you. There's the pet, everybody. Pet heaven. This ark was seen above as the Cygnus Rift in the Milky Way. Okay, everybody, remember, the pet, the heaven, the female, the Mut, and the birthing chamber was shown with the two cows. The two cows helping her give birth, the two Het Herus. Once the woman gives birth, the child goes on the breast. But when a cow gives birth, the same thing happens. The child goes on her form of a breast, her udders, her form of breast. And what do they drink, everybody? The baby cows, the calves, drink milk. Okay? So here is pet. And the ark that was seen above when the Committees looked up was actually called the Cygnus Rift, which was a part of what they call now the Milky Way, of course. Now that part of pet is called the Milky Way, the Cygnus Rift. And here it is, everybody. Here's the Cygnus Rift. Shrink this down. And here's what it looks like. And here's what it looks like in the sky. the arc of the heaven, the part of the Milky Way, the Cygnus Rift. And guess how the people of Ma'at depicted this aspect of heaven over you? How do they depict this? As the heaven, as the female, with the two triangles, the breast and the vagina. There is the woman over you in all directions. As a female, the heavens was the female energy. So you can literally put Nut right over the Cygnus Rift. You can see it. That's why she has stars in her body. Heaven, birthing energy, is above you, yet in all directions. Even though Australia seems to be below you, when you get there, heaven is still back above you. Thus, no matter where you go, you exist within her. I know now, when we go back and read the affirmation, you will now see how deep it is. I'm glad I can help. Thank you, Bev, for asking that question. That is my breakdown of the affirmation. And now when we go back to it, we can understand it much more with all that information. And now I'll read it with all that information that I just broke down. And now let's see if you have a better understanding. Anki ma'at un ms nintet aset emayat min habapet emayat her en hukiwi per ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. I hope now everybody has a better understanding of Ma'at. That is my answer. That is my breakdown. I'm glad you all appreciated it. I'm going to go read this little part right here as another summary. So each day you first examine yourself as you follow the laws and live on them, because they are your standards with the ability to judge good from evil. Isfet, you see the world around you is dark, unconscious, bunch of ignorant people. Your goal is to rise, advance towards Ma'at, and you advance in consciousness of the scribes, Ma'at. You come forth from this dark chaos as an enlightened one, per Ikut. Boom. Thank you, everybody, for hearing the answer. I hope you appreciate it. I'm going to go check the comments now to see who heard it, who appreciated it. Then I'm going to take a little break. The brothers are going to come back on. 110 people in the room. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Before I step, I'm going to check the class. And for all you people that are new, that are watching the Tehuti pod class and are wondering why, out of their curiosity, wondering why people are doing this, people are doing this, people are doing this, people are doing this. The reason is because of the answer that I just gave. Has some type of value, I hope, and the time that it would take to put together any kind of answer like that is valued by those who appreciate me and what I do, and I show love and appreciation back by taking the time to create a masterpiece for you. Let me turn off the timer. That answer was 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's the affirmation. I found it that important. Wait till we get to the matrix one. Let me go ahead and check the room and see who appreciated the knowledge, who liked it, who overstood it, who understood it. One moment, everybody. Okay, let me check the room and see what everybody thought. Let's take a peek and see. Oh, I gotta fix my eyes. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We have Akua says hello from London. It's 6 a.m. here, so good to see that you're still on. Thanks for the education. That's an appreciative person. Wonderful. Oh, Darius McNair's just now saying great flood story. No, that's funny. Okay, let me see. Let's see who heard the answer. Shout out to the new people in the room. Bantu Mandinka. I hope I'm saying that right. The lettering on my side is very small. I think I'm seeing the right. Bantu Mandinka. Shout out to you. It's a new name. I love seeing new people in the room. Okay, let's see. We got Amin Ra. What's up? I can't see. Is it an emoji? What is that? I don't know what that is. A baby coming out of the egg. Okay, let me go and see. Let's go and see who heard the answer. Anybody appreciate the answer? Let me see. I think I'm lagging behind. I think I'm behind. Okay, now they're popping up. Now they're popping up. It's some type of slow. The way that I'm seeing you all type is not in live time. Amazing, mind-blowing answers again and again. Okay, good. Nania Setmer put that. Nania Setmer put, let's say something with sparkles. Mind-blowing answers again and again. Rigo put, wow! Atima Atil Tehuti deserves 5, 10, 20. Send him your gratitude here. Thank you, Hati. I don't know, Hati. I may dump all this and become a waiter, man. Become a waiter. Okay, let me see who else is in here. Okay, I see it's popping up so random and strange. Okay, now they're popping up. Okay, here we go. Ma'at, daughter of Ray. What a beautiful name that is. We're going to be talking about Ma'at, daughter of Ray, and the Matrix breakdown. Ma'at, daughter of Ray. That's an awesome name. Love it. Shout out to Ma'at. And that's a new name, too. I don't know if I've seen that name in the podcast, but shout out to you, Ma'at, daughter of Ray, who said, awesome breakdown as usual. All right. Amin Ma'at Ross says, this is why I support the good brother. Thank you. I'm about to shout out your donation. I see it there. Cash Peden put, muy bueno. That sounds like something from Spain. What does that mean? Something much good. Shout out to Cash Peden. And yes, I'm put some type of symbols. Okay, people like the answers. Good. People appreciated the answers. I'm seeing them flowing now. It's so lagging and slow. King put more likes, family. Okay. Boss Fees in the house. He put fire. Okay, good. We got Lamonte says, here's a new name. Shout out to Lamonte. I think that's what I'm seeing. Let me move the light away. Lamonte Williams, that's the new name. I haven't really seen that name, but shout out to you. It says great breakdown as usual. Thank you. You're welcome. Nini Ook. We're gonna get into the Nini Ook in a moment. Okay, let me grab some agua. Water. The Matrix breakdown is coming up. Okay, Cash Peden put, I think this is mind-blowing heads. Okay. Ed Ren says, still here listening while at work. Great work, Tehuti. Thank you, Ed Ren. Appreciate it, my brother. Okay, good. And Ascari says, support the best. Ascari is one of the best supporters, actually. Wonderful. Okay, good. I'm going to put 108 people in the room. Wonderful. You know what's coming up next. The Matrix breakdown for the grand finale, what everybody has been waiting for. The Matrix breakdown. I hope Rigo is still here. Rigo, are you here? Brothers, jump on. I'm about to take a little break. I'm going to give a couple of shout outs to some of the donators before I take a break. And of course, starting with this good brother way up here who said, where is he? Where's here he is. He said, this is why I support the good brother. Speaking of Amun Ma'at Ra, he is actually the next supporter I'm going to announce. And here he is. Boom. And 3372. Whoa, nice. Nice support. Let me go ahead and put him in the room, give him a shout out. So the brother who just said, this is why I support the brother. And he just happens to be the next supporter that I see on the screen. And Chrome tab, here he is. Boom, boom, boom. Shout out to the good brother, the wonderful brother, Amen Ma'at Ra, who said, this is why I support the brother. 3372, not even a question, just support. That is what motivates me to continue. You notice now my energy is rising because I'm seeing a lot of support now popping up in the Cash App, in the PayPal. They're popping up now. Maybe everybody was sleeping before, relaxing, but the viewers have boomed up to 106, and the donations have boomed up. Shout out to Amen Ma'at Ra.
Hey, what's up? All you lovely people. Please subscribe and follow me on all social media. Your support is very much appreciated.
Thank you. Wonderful. Beautiful. We got a hottie in the house. Good. Brothers, we got Scribe in the house. Good.
Brother.
Okay, and that is Amin Ma'at Ra. And of course, Anthony Peden. That's for shout out to Anthony Peden. That's for that's not a donation for the class. Actually, that's for a one-on-one session, out-of-body session. Okay, shout out to Anthony Peden for that support, though, nonetheless. And of course, the monsters. I'm going to give this shout out and then take a break. We're going to give the monsters Owen Hythe, who's in the room as Ascari. Always donating. Patiently waiting for his question, but he knows that as he waits, he's going to get jewels and bombs of other questions he didn't even ask. And that's going to hold him down until I get to him. Shout out to Owen Hythe, otherwise known as Ascari, who sends 2772 support High Priest and Ati Kiengi.
He's writing in the Emir Gur now. He's writing in the Sagiga. That's great.
Ati Kiengi. Shout out to the High Priest and Ati Kiengi. Nice. I've never seen that before. There he is right there. That's him, by the way. Support the best.
Yeah, he's great.
Thank you. Oh, Hati, I finally, for 5 years, I've been off tilapia. I finally found some today. It's not from China. Finally, I've been off tilapia for 5 years.
It's wild caught.
Yeah, it's from Ecuador.
What store?
I'll tell you afterward. I'll tell you afterward with more detail. But
okay,
it's not the problem isn't wild caught. The problem is not wild caught or farm raised. That's not really the problem. The problem is specifically how they're raised up in China. What's happening?
I don't know, man. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you all about it. Yeah, but I found some that is not from China. Finally, and I do think there's some wild caught from Chile too. I'll tell you about the one from Chile. That's really expensive though. But anyway, look. Shout out to Ascari. Shout out. He says he always has my back. All right, everybody. Where's the other brothers? So we know that
I think Adrian's sleeping.
Probably sleep. Brothers in a hurricane. And Tehuti is missing. And I don't know where Shannon is. But you two brothers.
Fishy.
What's that?
Rigo says sounds fishy.
All right, everybody. I'm going to take a break, and when I come back, everybody, we'll be breaking down the Matrix.
See Metal.
It's actually a bent spoon in my hand.
No, your shirt looks like it has Metal on.
Oh yes. That's the black shirt made by Nania Setmer.
I see the symbol for shy. That's interesting.
You got a good eye.
Absolutely, sir.
Good eye.
Haru's eyes.
Yes, yeah. We're going to be talking about Haru's eyes next. The
Perfect.
Matrix breakdown is coming out. Scribe is going to be screaming. Scribe, were you born when the Matrix? Hold on.
Scribe's going to be screaming?
Scribe, were you watching them? Where were you in 1999?
I was in the first time I watched The Matrix. I was in I did Taekwondo when I was younger, so I was at a camp. So it was around that time when I first saw it. I remember when I very first watched it.
Have you seen it since you've been in knowledge?
Oh yes, most definitely.
Oh yes, you're gonna scream. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Everybody, you should have watched the Matrix movie before this begins, because it's about to get. And this is just part one. I'm giving Rigo 2. Is Rigo here? I'm giving Rigo 2 parts. I have to. I've held on to what I'm about to teach for 22 to 23 years. And I'm breaking it down on November 11/11/22 when I'm breaking it down. I've held this for 22 years. Let's go. All right,
Hey,
I'll be back.
Saba,
Yes.
right before you go, does this have anything to do coming from the mind of Sophia Stewart?
No, not at all. Sophia Stewart has nothing to do with what I'm breaking down. Nothing to do with this movie. Nothing to do with the book that came out in 1984. Nothing to do with any of what I'm about to break
David
down.
Icke's book?
No, The Matrix.
Okay.
A book called The Matrix that I had and I was teaching from 5 years before the movie came out. But
Nice.
nobody used that term. That term, breaking out of the Matrix, that all the Hebrew Israelites, conscious, everybody uses. You cannot find anybody saying that before the movie, can you? Before 1999, can you find any Khalid Muhammad, any Malcolm X, anybody before 1999? You got to break out of the Matrix, right? They're saying that came from the movie. I was teaching about breaking out of the Matrix in 1995. There was no Sophia Stewart. Had nothing to do with this whatsoever.
Okay.
Let's break it out. Nothing whatsoever. I may have to do a class on that, but that's going to be a war. If I do a class on that, anyways, I'm going to step out, everybody. I'll come back. Look how the numbers rising as we're talking about the Matrix. 112 people now. I'm going to step away for a moment, come back, and it is about to be the Matrix movie breakdown for the very first time. 22 years I've held on, never broken down by any conscious teacher before. Everybody's breaking out red pill, blue pill represents this. The oracle is this. That's what everybody says. We're going to get into what nobody says. Let's get into it. I'm going to actually step away. Brothers, take over. I'll be back. Rigo says, someone please save and archive this class, just in case. That's why I'm not going to play any videos. I can play videos, but I'm not, just in case. But anyways, let me step off. Peace and love. I'll be back in a few moments to break down Matrix movie as never seen before.
All right, Scribe. Peace.
Peace, peace. You can go ahead, good brother. I'm gathering a couple things.
I couldn't hear you.
I said you can go ahead if you have some things. I'm trying to gather up a couple things real quick.
Yeah. The Scary 21. You are great, brother. You're always coming in here respectful, and you're always showing great. It's not even your financial support. You're just showing a lot of respect. You're hailing brothers. First time I'm seeing that from somebody that we don't personally know. So you get a lot of respect from me and a lot of appreciation. And appreciate you. Again, if people haven't gone over to see the website, the teachings of my website, go over there and check that out. There's a lot of information on there. A lot of the videos are archived there. Somebody's talking about archiving this one. You will always find the replay of the pod class over there. You'll find Tehuti's books over there. You'll find how to donate over there. You can get the free affirmation over there. You can inquire about a membership over there, and how you can be of some service as well. But yes, I am looking forward to this breakdown too, because I don't remember him speaking about the Matrix book from the 80s before now. So it should be very interesting. The Matrix was actually, besides that movie and They Live, was the first movies that broke me out somewhat of the open air prison we live in right now. I remember going to Matrix with my little brother in the movie theater. It's interesting. And I was just amazed because it was the first time I saw a movie that I could honestly relate to somewhat. It wasn't just entertainment to me. There was things in there that produced a lot of questions in my mind. And at that time, the people around me, they're even still now deep in the Matrix probably. That I didn't know who to ask these questions that I had. But I knew that what I had felt as a child, when I did have a lot of questions, it started to make sense. So, for instance, one was this whole thing that we have to pay for everything. I never understood that, especially pay for things that don't benefit us, just because somebody tells us to. I didn't understand, and I didn't understand that concept back then when I first saw the Matrix movie. And I saw that when Neo and Dozier and Trinity would jump into the Matrix or jump back into what people call a modern society, they were just taking stuff left and right. And that intrigued me a lot. When they needed guns, they would come with the guns blazing, and they just run through the streets and start take, like Tehuti says. Take. They weren't paying for nothing. They weren't asking no questions. They were taking. And it was very exciting. It was very interesting. And then the most famous part of the movie that most people should know is when the guy's eating the piece of steak And he's like, I know this is I know that this tastes like steak. I don't know exactly what he said, but he said something like, I know this tastes like steak. It tastes like something, but I know it's not steak. And that really blew my mind back then because I didn't know what he meant back then, but I could definitely relate. Like, man, why are we paying like to buy fruit, or why aren't they teaching us to grow our own fruit, and why are they teaching us all this nonsense in school? That's why it's boring. But they said we need to know it. So I always knew that there was something wrong. And I was looking for that glitch in the Matrix growing up. I was really looking for that and to find other people that I could relate to. Because for a long time in my life, I felt that I was a loner. I was a loner, and I actually enjoy being alone. But loner in the aspect of I didn't know anybody that had the intelligence like Tehuti has or his brother Scribe has. These people were non-existent in my world. Non-existent. They weren't the popular people, and they weren't the ones that were common in the neighborhood that I lived in. And so when I started to find people like this, just a little bit asking questions like me, it gave me a sense of belonging. It gave me a sense of community for the first time, outside of what we would call blood relations or family. And that's why today, Tehuti to me, and now Scribe, since I met him, are my family today. I'll just be straight up. They are my family. Anybody that shares the same mindset as me is family. I have people that are blood that are in total opposition to me because they are all for the Matrix, and they're the enemy. And it might sound cold, or it sounds callous, but just like in the Matrix movies, where they were in a war, we could say a spiritual war, but they were actually in a physical war because they were shooting, right? And they were fighting. They're fighting. What's the guy's name? Not Mr. Anderson. Who's the other guy? Scribe. The guy that used to clone himself.
Agent Smith.
Agent Smith. Yeah, that's another thing too. When I first met Tehuti, he told me that any of these people at any time that you know could turn into an Agent Smith. And that is no lie. I can't tell you how many times I would be talking to people and you say the wrong thing, or you say something that frightens them, and then all of a sudden the police are called on you. Or just something happens that could be detrimental to your well-being or health. So I started to confirm back then that we are in a physical war, not only in a spiritual war, just like the Matrix, and that the people that were surrounding Neo weren't his blood-related family, but they all lived together, they ate together, so therefore, in reality, they were family because they shared the same mindset. They knew that the Matrix was out there and inside of the Nebuchadnezzar, which is interesting because Tehuti, when I used to come over, he used to say, welcome to Nebuchadnezzar. When I go over his apartment. And so it gave me a sense of belonging. That's what I'm trying to say. It gave me a sense of belonging. And that's what these teachings do after a while. And the people can attest to this. The sisters that have met us, the brothers that have met us, after a while, they start to feel the same way that I'm speaking. They say they feel like they're a family, because we are a family. That's what a family is. All family is a tribe. It's a tribe of people that think alike. The first family were the Ntiru, and Ntiru all thought alike. So yeah, the Matrix for me is a deep movie because it shows me that the people that are controlling us are so confident in themselves that they're willing to reveal just this little bit of information to the public and know that nothing will ever happen. And me personally, I hate that to a core. I hate that to a core. That's why I do what I do today. That's why I support Tehuti, because I know there's another way outside of this Matrix. Me and Tehuti don't get off here, and I'm pretty sure Scribe, I don't really know because I didn't ask him, so I don't want to speak conjecture, but when we click off of here tonight, we're not watching sports, we're not We're not doing any of that stuff that most of the other conscious people are doing. This is we have fun and joke around, but it's a serious life because you're dealing with when you leave the physical body and you're dealing with your eventual death, which a lot of people don't want to hear, but that's the truth. And our ancestors spent all day and all night preparing for that great journey that we're going to take. And they don't speak about that too much in the Matrix. However, if you notice, Neo could do certain things in that movie where it appeared that he was going to die, but then he'd fly up out of nowhere, like when he fell out the window when he's fighting one of the agents, and then he flew back up. So I take that as this is our escape from physical death. It is following Ma'at, is the way of Ma'at. So yeah, the movie's powerful. I used to own the trilogy. I used to watch them all the time. I don't watch them as much today, but I used to watch them religiously because it made total sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know after this breakdown, I know I'm gonna have to go back in and watch it again with a new ma'ah, with a new eye, because yeah, I didn't even realize because what's put out there is a certain woman created this Matrix, the movie, the story, and come to find out that ain't really true. But so it makes more sense, and of course we know when we're dealing with Saba Tehuti, we're gonna always deal with the origins. Yeah, I mean, The Matrix is a beautiful movie. I mean, it really is. It tells it can help you in a lot of ways. Just by watching it. And it's one of those things that is so real that they can show it like that, but because it seems so mystical, people won't really take it that serious. But it's definitely real live. To be able to, they definitely clone themselves at high rates, to be able to, and this all comes down to programming at the end of the day. We're literally everything, we're on computers right now, and behind these screens where what we're looking at is literally ones and zeros. It's literal code that's creating this right here. And you don't see that unless you actually go in and you learn how to code, and then you can start to understand that language. But the illusion is that what you see on the screen is not really what it is, and that is just a reflection of this reality in itself. What you see is not what it is. There is an underlying program and code behind the illusion that we see with our physical eyes that is controlling and creating our perception of this reality. And it's a very, very deep concept, but it's one of these, it's something that we have to really learn. And that's why I'm so grateful for Saba, and he uses, and while we're breaking down the stepping out of the Matrix on Sundays, that's the whole point. If we don't, most of us walk around not realizing that we are within something like this. We can never win a war if you don't know you're in one. That's the biggest trick of it all. That's the psychology of it all. You can't do what you need to do if you don't even realize that's what it is that you need to do. So for Saba Tehuti to be here in the flesh at this time, this is why I personally don't take him for granted. And this is why I always will advocate for everyone here to not take this information for granted like it's somebody else out here doing this. It's not. It's just not. There are, you can have opinions, you can have, your perception on things, but when it just comes down to the facts, this is where you need to be if you want to understand and learn the facts. And then once you start applying the teachings, it becomes more visible to you. That's the thing. Like when he talked about the ma'at, the shes ma'at, to do something consistently over and over and over and over again, you're able to reprogram your subconscious, and your subconscious reprograms your consciousness, and it changes your vision. You're able to see more. You're able to understand more. You're able to see the deception and the lies that's going on around you, and all the tricks that keep you from being able to donate or give reciprocity in the ways that I hope that everyone in here wishes they could do. You know, I wish I could do more. I hope everyone here wishes that they could do more, you know, and not have to be figuring out, you know, trading out this for that and this for that. These are all programs that have been placed within us, you know. So I know me personally, it don't matter what I got. I'll never speak a tone that I don't have something, because I have it all. It's all, I have access to whatever it is that I put my mind to. You know, this is why they do what they do on every single level, to keep us at such a low frequency that we don't even believe that we're gods walking amongst the planet. And so what it is that you believe is your reality, you know. So just like, you know, hey, I know this steak ain't real, but I'm gonna eat it anyways. I'm gonna eat this up and I'm gonna love it. That's what a lot of people are doing. Most people are doing. They're like, I don't want to know too much. I just want to know enough to feed me just a little bit, you know. But I like my false peace, you know. It's just a false reality that people kind of fall in love with, the comfortability of what you do every single day, because we're programmable organic vessels. When you do something consistently, you're literally programming yourself every single day. You build up a habit, and this is what you do, and then you create that reality in your mind, you know. So we have to begin to start breaking out of that, doing something a little different every single day. Don't take that same route to your job every day. Go a different route, you know. Don't get caught up in the habit of doing something that is not conducive to where you want to go. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone here wants to be able to be free in some form or fashion, whether it's mentally, spiritually, financially, and they end up coinciding all together as a trinity whenever you have that mindset, you know. And that's the most difficult part. That's the most difficult part, is the way that we think as a people, you know. But that's why brothers up here are doing what we're doing, because some of us understand certain tricks to these matrices and the work that we got to put in and lead by example to bring other people on board, to show like, hey, this is what I'm saying that I'm doing to get these kind of results. You can get these same results if you just follow, if you just echo this, you know. And it's a beautiful thing. But the hypnosis is real. Hypnosis, the etymology of hypnosis is sleep. And people are sitting in those cryo chambers, sleep, living a dream. And, you know, so I'm super excited for this breakdown. This is never, I already know this has never been done before and broken down in this type of way. You know, we got a little bit of this in the MetaNetter Monday class. You know, I come up here every week and tell people, hey, come in the MetaNetter Monday class. You know, this is the information that he gives in that class is, I mean, it's just like this, but it's more intimate, and he'll drop jewels that he hasn't dropped here, and you know, just come in. I mean, sacrifice a day. You know, sacrifice some time. Do something. Just do something different to break out your normal routine that you don't even want to be doing anyways. You don't even want to do it. You don't want to be doing what you're doing, but you're choosing to do it anyways. You know, and we all have our reasons for doing what we're doing, and the fear of the unknown is the number one reason why people move the way that they move. It's based in fear. I mean, Christianity, religion is all based in fear. Literally, it's all fear based, you know. So If they teach you that, hey, this is what you got to do, this is the way you got to think, that you got to depend on us for you to reach any type of salvation, well, you know, at the end of the day, that's what you're going to do. You know, can't nobody do anything for you. Can't nobody make you do anything that you don't want to do. And nobody wants to make you do anything that you don't want to do. You know, that's not how this works. You got to be of your own consciousness, of your own mind, to make the decision to say, hey, I want a different result. You know, what results do you want? What do I need to do to get to that kind of result? Study the people who have achieved what you want to see. You know, and the number one key is to not make excuses. That's a killer. That's a killer of being able to manifest your reality. Excuses. So, you know, peace and love, and let's tap in, let's lock in, and expand our consciousness and continue to break out this matrix. Saba Tehuti is gonna be our guide, the way out of it, and all we have to do is echo what this great brother is doing. You know. So peace and love to you, Saba. Welcome back. Hope you had a good break, and I'm ready to tap in and listen and give you my full attention as to what you were about to break down here.
Hey, greetings. Peace. What's up, everybody? I'm gonna get good lighting. We'll get this light up. All right, we are here for the final closing of the class. Peace and love to everyone. I know is Rigo here? Rigo here? That's what he's been waiting for. I'll talk to him. So hi, guys. Okay.
Peace, Amu.
Okay, good. Thank you, good brothers. A hot tate heard in the background telling one of your stories. You all are the reason why I'm still teaching. Especially you two right here on. You all the reason why I'm still teaching. And thank you both for your continuous love, dedication, and helping me to do things easier. Because if I went back to the private class that I used to have, then I would have to do I would be doing something else, which would take me away from people even more. So this situation creates a complete reciprocity on both sides and sets me in a way where I can dedicate my time answering questions. The pod class doesn't end for me on Friday nights. It doesn't end for me on Friday nights. So when it ends for everybody on Friday, it doesn't end for me. I just looked over and tweaked. I just finished the matrix answer that I have in my head. I have to take these things and make them pretty. Have the answers. I just finished that at 4:03 today. So that when everybody thinks the class is over, I'm still working to make it pretty for you. I can talk all the answers, but I'm making it visual and pretty, taking my brain and putting it visual and pretty for you to see. Although I have the answers already. So let's get into it, everybody.
Peace.
Peace and love.
Please, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it, everyone. The good brother, great teacher, student, vibes here, Tehuti. That's right. Thank you. Let's get into it, everyone. I wonder why it looks like that. Look at the background. Hold on. Oh, there's a background. There we go. All right, everybody, welcome. We are about to get into it. This is the part everyone was waiting for. What are the matrix symbolisms? What did they take to make the movie? Here's the question right here. First of all, let me throw the question in the room. Let's get into it, everybody. Here it is. The question was sent in, the monster. The monster question, first off. Let me put it in the room. Rodrigo Alvarado is the first to ask me this question in a classroom environment. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Rodrigo, first of all, Rodrigo, for all the people who think my answers aren't worth anything, take a look at Brother Rodrigo, and he will tell you much different. Shout out to Rodrigo. Shout out to Rodrigo. Rigo. For the first time in 22 years in a class environment, I've been asked this question. $111. And what does the question say, everybody? Peace, Tehuti, could you break down the movie The Matrix? Peace, Tehuti, could you break down the movie The Matrix?
What's up, all you lovely people?
Shout out to all you lovely people and everybody who's continuously supporting.
Very much appreciated.
It's very, very much appreciated. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Rodrigo. Wow. This is how much the people appreciate my breakdowns and answers. So we're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're definitely going to get into this question. What's the most famous scene in the Matrix movie? What's the most famous scene, would you say? Let me check the room. I want to make sure everybody hears for this. This one is, Rodrigo, I'm giving you two parts because I have a lot to break down. I'm very, very tired. I'm kind of tired, not very tired, but I will be in the middle of this. So let me go into the room and see what's the most favorite part of the Matrix. Shout out to Interstate Neek, who says, Tehuti's a genius, bro. Seriously. Shout out. Red pill, blue pill. There it is. There it is. T-Dog Alpha. Yep. Red pill, blue pill is definitely the most famous part of the movie. What's the most famous part in the movie? In the actual movie? Red pill, blue pill. Dodging bullets. That's another famous part. Yep. All these people remember it, and then there's three parts to the movie. Actually, four now. Fourth one, but there's three parts to this movie. Three parts to the movie. All right, everybody, let's get into it. The Matrix movie. Stopping the bullets. Yeah, that's actually on the. Go look at the thumbnail, and you'll see the most popular scenes. It's the Oracle. Yes, that's a popular person, but not a scene. There's a scenes, and I'm talking about. Illuminator said, spoon bend. Yes, spoon bend. That's definitely the most. That's definitely what they're the. So the bullet stopping, the spoon bend. His time with the Oracle. There was actually several times with the Oracle, because then there was another Oracle. Another Oracle came in looking like a female Morgan Freeman. We're gonna get into all of this, all of it. Oh, he said the spoon bend. I've been practicing. I just ate, so I have a spoon. I just ate. What's a good way to start off the class? There's a spoon right there. If you go like this, it looks like it bends, right? It's like rubber, right? I guess it looks like it bends. I don't know, but that was the spoon bend was definitely the most popular part. Stopping bullets, the fight between him and Smith, the interrogation. There's so many spots or things going on in that movie. We're gonna break down things that are not even that much popular. Let me take. Thank you, brother, for your strong testimony. Thank you. So we're gonna go ahead and start off, everybody. We'll go ahead and start off, and of course, I'll just start off with doing something a little fun, like this. And we'll see what we can do here. I don't know. How's it look? Does it look okay? It looks like it's. I'm not sure. It's kind of. I'm not sure. It looks like it's moving, right? A little bit. I think the green screen is kind of warping it a little bit. But there it goes. Looks like it's bending a little bit, just a little. Does that look okay? That looks okay. I guess that's pretty much good. Okay, so we go ahead and start this because this was my inspiration for the whole movie. Was when I saw the spoon bend, and they said there is no spoon. It's not the spoon that's bending. It's you. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into the Tehuti Pod class and break down the awesome Matrix movie. Let's go. All right. Is here? Wonderful, wonderful. Let's get into it, everybody. Let me take this off. Break Sophia Stewart out of the Matrix. That's awesome. Yes. The spoon bend. You all just saw me do it live on the class in front of you. You can go back and look at it. It's a little distorted because of the green screen, but you can see it slowly. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. I'm going to go ahead and put the question in the room again because I love it. I love the support. Thank you, my good brother. Is this the question right here? Let's get a look again at the question. Look at that, everybody. 100. You know what? It is November 1/1. I saw this. I saw this already. I saw this. This was supposed to happen today. I saw this. November 1/1. November the 11th, 1/1. I saw this already. Let me fix the screen. I saw this. It's November 1/1. November the 11th month, 1/1. It is the 11th. And it's 2/22/2022. I saw that I was going to answer this. Interesting. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into the into the question. And what did he? And how much did he send? He sent 1/1/1/1 to answer on November 1/1 on the 11th 1/1/2022. 1/1/1/1. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We are about to get into it. Let's do it. Shannon said, "What in the world?" Shannon, you're the one that caught the spoon bend. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. We are about to get into this answer. Unfortunately, I can't play clips of videos. I want to. I will play. No, I'm gonna find out what I can play. I did this question, which is not the same as all that I'm breaking down today, for one of my goddesses, and I was able to, of course, play the videos because I own all the Matrix movies. But on YouTube, because it's an actual movie, they will snipe me. Let's go, everybody. Ready? We're gonna break it down to the very last compound. See how it sounds? A little irrational. Okay. Screen share. Okay, let me breathe. Shout out Rodrigo. Here we go, everybody. Ready? For those who see this breakdown on this display, as I'm teaching, even though you're not the one that sent in the question, if you believe the answer that I'm giving is worth it, please send the support, because this is what I do for a living. Please motivate me. This is what I do, and it's all that I do for a living. You can see the Cash App TT Moon, Rocky, at Rocky SV. And this is my AI moderator with the support with Cash App question TT Moon. Don't just watch, support. Support the brother. Support me for what I'm doing, because this is how I'm here. So let's go, everybody. We're about to get into breaking down my version of the breakdown of the Matrix movie. Here we go. Ready? Let's go. I've been teaching people. Wait a minute. I've been teaching people how to, quote unquote, break out of the Matrix for over 20 years. My book is called Stepping Out of the Matrix. It's my book. My background screen says, what does my background screen say, everybody? What does my background screen say? Take a look. Tehuti, Breaker of the Matrix. So my book that I put together is called Stepping Out of the Matrix. My background screen is the Matrix, Tehuti, with a message that says Tehuti, Breaker, the Breaker of the Matrix. Tehuti, the Breaker of the Matrix. So I've been breaking people out of the Matrix for over 20 years. My book is called Stepping Out of the Matrix. My background has my title, Breaker of the Matrix. Let us continue. My background screen says Breaker of the Matrix. I've been taught from the original Matrix book since 1995. Yes, 4 years before the movie was released. I was teaching from the book. I even bend spoons. With all that, no one in class has ever asked Tehuti, can you break down the Matrix movie? Until now. Let's start, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is how I break down. One of the ways I break down the Matrix. When it came out, I knew what was happening. My master teacher at the time actually used to call me. Okay, let me do a mic check. Mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Checkity check. Checkity check. Checkity check. Mic check if you can hear me. Shout out to Ja Rashid. I really like how Brother Tehuti brought out how the laws of Ma'at will cause one to examine oneself within. Thank you, brothers. Thank you, Tua. Okay, we got Darius McNair, Master K, Rigo, I am Kudani, Boss Fee, Shannon, Illuminator. Good, everybody can hear me. Let's go. So here's the movie, everybody. Here's the cover. Here it is. Here's what everybody sees. This is it, right? Everybody calls this one the best one. Actually, all three are great. All three are part of one movie. We're going to break into it. I like how Hati said he likes the scene where the guy's eating the steak. He says, I know this isn't real, but I don't care. But hey, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti breakdown of The Matrix. Here we go. The Matrix movie is an action, quote-unquote, action movie to the mundane. But to the people that have an open eye, can see. So to the people that have an open eye, other than the people that see it as an action movie. So The Matrix is an action movie to the people that are mundane. It's an action movie to the mundane. But to the people that have an open eye, they can see this is a movie filled with messages, symbolisms, and scary predictive programming. In this breakdown, I'm not going to give you the common things you've heard people talk about before. Red pill, blue pill, the Matrix is the wool over your eyes. None of that. Everything will be intricately revealed as never heard before. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. What is predictive programming, Tehuti? I've never heard of that. Well, first, before we begin, did you know the movie begins with Neo's computer doing a search for Morpheus? That's how it begins. Neo is sleeping and his computer is doing a search for Morpheus. The predictive programming, psyop symbolism, begins with what Morpheus is called. Did you know the movie begins with Morpheus labeled as a terrorist? I want everybody to understand this. The movie begins with Morpheus labeled as a quote-unquote terrorist. That's how it begins, everybody. Before Neo even knows he's Neo, he's laying down, and then you see the computer going off. I screenshot it. Here it is. Manhunt underway. And it shows Morpheus. There he is. Searching Morpheus eludes police at Heathrow Airport. He's labeled as a terrorist. That's showing up in Neo's room as he's sleeping. All right? There we go. Okay, of course it is coming up as volume 32, number 69. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Matrix breakdown. So Morpheus is called a terrorist. When you think of terrorists, quote-unquote terrorists, what is the biggest event that comes to mind that ever happened in America? Let me go and check the chat and see. When you think of the word terrorist, what is the biggest event that comes to mind that ever happened in America that's always associated with the word terrorist? It's always associated with terrorists. The biggest event of terrorism that ever happened, and it's always plugged with the word terrorist. What is that event, everybody? Anybody know? Oh, you guys typed it in already. 911. 911. Hati put interesting. 911. Ma'at, daughter of Ray, 911. Darius McNair, 911. Illumin, 911. Can make with slavery, but that's good. But slavery is not that's good. That's true, though, but that's not the word that they associate with terrorists. But yeah, 911. 911, absolutely. September 11th, 911 is the biggest one-time event that ever happened in America that is always associated in the newspaper with the word terrorist. 911, terrorist attack. September 11th, terrorist attack. So whenever you think of the word terrorist, the most popular thing that quote-unquote terrorists ever did in America that they say in the newspapers when they use that word is September 11th, 911. Huh? Let's continue. So, of course, Morpheus associated with that. He's called a terrorist in the beginning of the movie. Here we go. Welcome to the PSYOPs. We're going to go to Eyewitness News. What does it say? 91101 timeline. Okay. 91101 timeline. How terror attacks unfolded September 11th. They have 2001, but so this is 91101. See, terror attacks. It was all over the news under this term: terror attacks, terror attacks, terror attacks, terror attacks. Okay, let's continue. Yes. So immediately, anyone who threatens the quote-unquote matrix is a terrorist, subliminally. But that's not the scary part. Did you know that the main concern at the time was that the American national security, quote-unquote, failed us? It failed us. Let me take you to the U.S. 911 Commission report and take a look. Everybody ready? Here it is. National Commission terrorist attacks upon the United States. This is the 911 Commission report, final report of the National Commission on terrorist attacks upon the United States. Executive summary. What does it say? First thing, why did not the first thing, but this line here? Why did they do this? How was the attack planned and conceived? How did the U.S. government fail to anticipate and prevent it? What can we do in the future to prevent similar acts of terrorism? So this own executive what in the world? Craziness. So the executive summary commission report, they're saying that the U.S. failed us. This is coming from the U.S. National Commission Terror Attacks. So how did the government fail us? That's the theme. Let's keep scrolling. Let me turn this down, everybody. Hold on. Oh, 1 second. My screen isn't showing? Hold on, everybody. 1 second. Let me go back. Thank you, everybody. Whoever that was, send me the text. Okay, can you all see my screen? Press 1. Press 1 if you can see my screen. I don't know what's going on. Press 1 if you can see my screen. This is, hold on. You all see the screen? There we go, there we go. Okay, let's get back into it, everybody. Here it is. So, get back into it. Oh no, uh-oh. Hold on, everybody. Something is hold on, everybody, I gotta take it off screen share. I gotta wait a moment. Something has seemed to kick the whole screen off. I guess a glitch in the matrix, right? A glitch in the matrix. Let me go to my backup files. You know, I have backup files. They can't stop this. They can't stop this. Let's see if my backup files are the same. No, that's not it. Where's the backup files? Is this it? Okay, let me go to my backup files, everybody, to see. Okay. Backup files, we are here. This will not be stopped. Let me go back in here to the screen share. The whole screen. I know what it is now. Okay, let me go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're not. Nothing is stopping. Here we go. All right, here we are. Okay, so. All right. So here, Eyewitness News said terrorist attacks. All right. We associate with terrorism, terrorists. I'll move the screen up a little bit. There we go. Okay. So now we go into the U.S. Commission report. This is coming from the U.S. The U.S. Executive Summary. Security File, National Terrorist Attacks. What do they say? They say, how did the U.S. government fail us? This is the theme. At first, there's terrorists. That's the code word there that they have in your brain. Terrorists, and then America failed us. Okay. We go down to the next line here. It says, despite weakness and preparations for disaster, failure to achieve unidentified incident command. Failure. See the theme here, everybody? The U.S. Executive Summary keeps saying failure because I remember at the time that's what everybody was talking about. People were in shock. They were saying, how could the security system fail us? How did some guys in a cave from Al Qaeda, how some guys in a cave come over here and were able to do this? And George Bush is reading a children's story upside down. How is this happening? The U.S. government failed us. They failed us. Here's the next line. It says, the most important failure was one of imagination. We do not believe leaders understood the gravity of the threat. The terrorist danger from bin Laden and Al Qaeda was not a major topic for policy debate among the public, the media, and Congress. Indeed, it barely came up during the 2000 presidential campaign. See the failure? Next line here, policy. The policy challenges were linked to this failure. You see the theme, everybody? Failure. Failure. That's what they kept saying in the U.S. Security report. Right? The executive summary support. Failure, failure, failure. Now the last line. What does it say? Nonetheless, there were specific points vulnerable in the plot and opportunities to disrupt it. Operation failure. Opportunities that were not or could not be exploited by the organization and systems of that time included. So it was a system failure. That's how they kept saying. I remember when it happened. The system failed us. The system failed us. How did America fail us? There's some type of problem in the system. Where's the security system? They kept saying that. So we see the theme is quote unquote failure. And to even make it clear, they say the system failed. That's in the report here. You can look it up. 911 Commission report, executive summary, and you'll see how many times, more times than this, they kept saying failure, failure, failure to achieve command, an incident command, failure opportunity, system failure, failure of imagination, the government failed us. So they kept using this failure. Okay, that was the 9/11 theme. Let's continue, everybody. How does this tie into the movie The Matrix? In the very beginning of the movie, did you remember when the Matrix movie opens? I wish I could play it, but I can't play the clip. When it opens, it shows numbers scrolling fast. Directly in the center is this. Take a look. So in the very beginning, when the Matrix movie starts, it starts showing the numbers moving. It starts showing it moving very, very fast. Okay? Directly in the center, look what it shows. "911." Did you all ever notice that? Did you all ever notice that it showed 911? I had to clip this so it doesn't look like it's in the center in this clip, but it's directly in the center, right in the center of the screen. All the numbers dead in the center line. It says 911 right there, but you didn't see it. I'm going to tell you why you didn't see it. Yes, 911. But do you know why you didn't see it? Because it was covered by something and only flashed for a few moments, a few seconds at the end. What was the 911 quote unquote covered by? Let me go in the room, everybody. Let's scare people here. 911 was covered by something in the beginning of the movie. It showed the numbers rolling and then it paused. And in the center it said 911, but you couldn't see it because it was covered up. Guess what it was covered up by? What was the theme that I just showed you that America was screaming at the time? National security, I just showed you their document. They kept talking about the system has failed, the security has failed. How did American government fail us? That's what they kept talking about, right? In 911, there was a failure. When at the beginning of the Matrix movie, in the dead center, it showed 911, but you couldn't see it because it was covered by something. Guess what it was covered by? Ready? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. Let's get into it. Can you all see the screen shares? Press 1 if you can see the screen share. I don't want you to miss any of this. Okay? So once again, in the executive summary, the theme was, how did the government fail us? Disaster, failure. The most important failure was such and such. Operational failures, organizations and system failures, and operational failures. There was the failures and the system failure and the government failure and the security failure that caused 911 to happen. The movie The Matrix begins with Morpheus being called a terrorist, and then you see these numbers going down, and dead in the center, it says 911, but you couldn't see it because it was covered by something. Guess what it was covered by, everybody? Guess what it was covered by? Let me show you. Here's the original. Before it was covered. System failure. You couldn't see the 911 in the direct center because it was covered by the system's failure. System failure covered the 911, and then for a few seconds, the system failure uncovered so you could see what was going on. But the 911 was covered up by system failure. Did the 911 really happen because of system failure or system participation? And the failure was a cover-up. So they put in the Matrix 911, system failure, to cover up 911. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. We are just starting. We are just beginning. Let's do this, everybody. This is how we break things down. Let's go. We're just starting, though. These are little intricate things that they're showing. Morpheus the terrorist, 911, right there. Couldn't see it because the cover-up. What's the cover-up? The cover-up is system failure. And right in here is the 911. You can't see it. You see? Can't see it. See? All you can see is the 4. You see the 4 and the 3? So it's 0, 911. The system failure covers it up. You can see the 4 and the 3 and the 0, and 911 covered up by the system failure. Boom, system failure in 911 cover up hidden in plain sight. Wait, wasn't that a 2004? Never mind. Anybody remember this? Hidden in plain sight? 911 in plain sight? Something that's hidden in front of you, but it's in plain sight. We did a word play on the word plain is in plain, but it was hidden right in front of you. Hidden right in front of you under supposed system failure causing the 911, when the system failure was just a theme that was really the cover-up. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's continue the mind-blowing answers again and again. All right, here we go. Speaking of planes, though, speaking of planes, what do you need, everybody, to get on a plane? One important document. Everybody tell me. What important document do you need to get on a plane? Anybody know? What important document do you need to get on a plane? What do you need, everybody? Type it in the room. Type it in the room. What do you need to get on a plane? Anybody know? Break it down. Lamonte says, wow. Passport, that's right. You need a passport to get on the plane. You are right. So passports are associated with planes. Okay, yes, a passport. Do you all remember when the agents had Neo in the interrogation room and they opened a book and looked at his passport, which is a direct symbolism of planes? Let me show you something. Guess what date Neo, who is now at this point, remember, why did they have Neo in the interrogation room? Because he was associated with a terrorist. That's how the movie began. It didn't begin with Neo having superpowers and any of that. It began with Morpheus as the terrorist, and they associated Neo with him because he was searching for Morpheus. So they associated Neo with terrorism. And so he was associated with Morpheus the terrorist. And what did they show as the date of his ability to get on the plane? This terrorist had to get on the plane in order for 911 to happen. He had to get on the plane. What's the date he was able to get on the plane? Well, here's the passport, everybody. Get a good look. We scroll over here. September 11th. Does everybody see that? That was Neo's passport giving this terrorist the ability to get on the plane. Was when the passport was registered. September 11th, 911. Let me take it off screen share for just a moment so I can just marinate for just a minute. So he has the ability to get on the plane. 911. 911, system failure. One moment, I'm going to pull up something. Let me do this. Everybody type in the date that the September 11th happened. Month and year. Everybody type it in. What date did the terrorist attack happen? Type it in the room. Michael starts putting bombs. My daughter, wow, crazy. September 11th on his passport. What's the date though? Type in the date in numbers. What's the date in numbers? Type in September and type in the numbers. What's the date? Year included. Include the year too. When did it happen? 9/11? What year? Oh, look at that. Daughter Ma'at Ray. I am Kudzani put. No way, I never realized that. Exactly, it's hidden in plain sight. Look at the date, everybody. Look at the date. September 11th, 01, right? Isn't it crazy that Neo's passport, his ability to get on the plane as a terrorist, is September 11th? But there's more to that, though. There's more. Ready, everybody? Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Let me do a screen share. Because I only showed you a part of the passport. I only showed you a part of it. Because that part is crazy. Just that part alone, that's crazy. That's crazy, right? 9/11/01. Only showed you guys a part of the passport. Look, I cut it off. Look at that. There's September 9/11, right? Let me show you the whole passport. So where it is. Where did I put it? Is this it? Here it is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 9/11/01. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, everybody. 9/11/01. There it is. 9 September, which is 9/11. 9/11/01. Neil's passport as the terrorist to get on the plane. 9/11/01. Boom. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. This is how I answer questions. If you feel that the way that I break things down, I'm just starting too. The way that I break things down is worth support. My support is Cash App TT Amoon and PayPal Rocky SB. You can type in a question or just send support if I'm worth anything. If what I'm doing right now for you breaking on the Matrix movie is more intricate than the waiter that you tip who brought you a glass of wine, then please support. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We are breaking it down to the very last compound. See how it sounds? Here we go. Boom, September 11th. And I showed the whole passport, which was actually September 11th/01. Isn't that the date that people put in? Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. We are breaking it down. Boom, 9/11, everyone. 01. See? There's the terrorist in volume 32. Right? In volume 32. Right? The degree before the last degree of Freemasonry. Let's get into it, everybody. We're going to break it down. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Here we go. Now, one more thing, just to show you the emphasis on 911, terrorists and planes. Do you all remember where the last place the police saw Morpheus? Where was the last place they saw him? Where was the last place that the police saw Morpheus? I want to really show you that they are ingrained. They're subliminal. It's not even, it's right in front of you. Where's the last place they saw Morpheus, though? Ready, everybody? Let's look at the last place they saw Morpheus. You all can't see the screen? You all can see me screen sharing, press 1. You see me screen sharing, press 1, everybody. Press 1, please. There it is. Okay, good. So, one more thing just to show you the emphasis on 911 terrorist planes. You all remember the last place they saw Morpheus? Uh-oh. Morpheus eludes police at Heathrow Airport. (911) fully embedded system failure hidden in plain sight. The terrorists, to get on the plane, you need a passport. That, of course, is released to you September 11th/01, right? Because your other terrorist partner, Morpheus, is eluding the police at the airport. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. This is how I answer questions. I hope you all enjoy it and are appreciating it. You know that I'm nowhere near done. Here we go. Boom, the airport. But wait, Tehuti, this is scary. 911 was 2001. All of this is in the Matrix movie. That was in 1999. Yes, 2 years earlier. How would they... Never mind. Let me mind my business. Let me mind my business. The Matrix movie was in 1999, everybody. 911 didn't even happen yet. Or did it? Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. We are breaking it down. This is all in the Matrix movie in 1999. And 2 years later, that's when 911 happened. I should say something, but I'm not. Okay, here we go. Let's continue, everybody, because you know that I am not done. We're breaking it down. Show your support if you appreciate anything that I am doing. Here we go, everybody. Okay, let me now show you the comedic route. Did you all know there was a comedic route of the Matrix movie? The Matrix movie was based on comedic symbolism. Woo! Here we go, everybody. Let me show you now the comedic route of the Matrix story and the sex magic symbolism. Does anyone know what Neo means? What does Neo mean, everybody? Let's put in the room. What does Neo mean? What does Neo mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Does anyone know? What does Neo mean, everybody? Woo! What does Neo mean? Monger put brilliant presentation. Thank you. I'm getting thanks and appreciate. 124. This is the highest at this time of night I've ever had in the Tehuti podcast. The Matrix is being broken down. I'm getting thanks before I even finish the answer. Let's go. It's about to get crazy. People are going to make clips of just this part and put it out. And then after this, you're going to hear people breaking down. You know that the terrorists and the system. It's coming, everybody. Thank you for seeing where you're getting it first. What does Neo mean, everybody? What does Neo mean, everybody? We got one. We got new. We got different answers. New. Okay. Nano. Okay, good. What does Neo mean, everybody? Let's check it out. You guys are bingo, 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 bingo. Right on point. In some languages, you can trace it back to one. In others, you can trace it back to new. New. Okay, we got one. And we even got revived form. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Nice. I got a brilliant students. Here we go. All right. What does Neo even mean? Let's look it up, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. This is it. It means to be born new. This refers to the story of Heru, who was the firstborn of Karast. The word Karast, the T is added for rebirth. So the word Neo means to be reborn, something happening new or keeping you young again. You're new and you're young. Starting over. And here we go. We're going to go to line 100 of the Purim Haru. There we see the word caress right here. Sometimes you'll see it as caressed with a T, and it is the dead body. Okay? The dead body, because the dead body is being prepared to be born again and become new. That was the story of Asar, the dead body of Osar. Protected by who? Heru Kentima. It's the story of Asar and Heru. Asar being reborn again after being killed. And then he gives birth to Heru the younger, the new one. He's the new one. He's the young boy, the young warrior. His name is actually Herunet, which means the Avenger. We'll get into that later. And this is exactly what happened to Neo. This term caressed eventually became Christ, the one, the Savior, the first begotten of the dead, stolen from Heru. What position is Neo when he's being reborn? So Neo, remember, he's actually hooked up to the Matrix, the real Matrix. He's hooked up to it. All the tubes and the metals. But they have to put cables in and chains in, and they have to pull him out. When he's pulled out to be reborn, what position is he in? Let's take a look, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. So what position is Neo in when he's being reborn out of the waters of the womb? There it is, everybody. He's in the position of the cross. Do you see it? There's Neo right there being reborn, and he's in the position of the cross. as the new Christ or the new Christ, being reborn out of the waters as Osar. You all know the story of Osar, was that he was thrown into the waters. That was the story of Osar, reborn out of the waters with his hands outstretched as the Christ figure. The next class, I'm going to play all the Christ references. I should play it now. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if I want to play anything. I don't know, but okay. Christ, see? Boom. The cross. Reborn out of the waters of the womb. Did I ever tell you what the original European word for womb was? I actually did the last class. He's being reborn. It's the resurrection out of the waters of the womb as the Christ, as Heru, born out of the womb. And that is literally the matrix. Uterus, womb, womb, uterus. There's the baby, there's Neo, being fed by the placenta, symbolically while the water is red. And he's connected to all these umbilical cords feeding him, being born out of the matrix. The original matrix represented the womb of the mother that they made evil. The matrix originally was not evil. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Now, we're going to get into the passageway with the Kemetians, and I broke this down. You all should be familiar with this. If you're students from my past, you should be familiar with the Sabas, or what the Europeans call the false doors. These are the gateways after you're reborn in the afterlife and you walk into the next realm, right? Why we have global trans amnesia. I already broke that down last class. When you walk into a room and you forget why you walked in the room. These were doorways which started something new. You stepped into a new dimension and began again. There were always squares within rectangular. Notice that. The rectangular was the bigger shape. Similar to why your door today is a rectangle. There's squares inside of rectangles. And I want you to notice something. See this image right here? With a rectangle within a rectangle within a rectangle within a rectangle? That represents the infinite travel of mirroring images. Which means, see how my screen looks? Look how it looks. When I take it from the screen share showing something and I don't show anything, it goes rectangle within rectangle within rectangle within rectangle within rectangle within rectangle. Where does this ever end? This is the imitation of that. You can do this on your StreamYard or Zoom or whatever you have, but rectangle within a rectangle within a continuously going down the path. Continuously going to infinity. Nobody knows where this ends because it came from this. This is the rectangle within the rectangle. It was a doorway into the next realm. So there was a time when Neo was being reborn, when they took him out in the shape of a cross. These were box-shaped portals made for the Ka and the Ba to travel into other dimensional fields. These images and specific shapes still affect your subconscious mind today. Have you ever noticed at times you walk into a room and immediately forget why you were there? This is because the Ba would Pekka Mku separate itself from past consciousness and start a new beginning, a new beginning that's affecting you today when you walk through a rectangular shaped entrance and it triggers your subconscious to forget its past thought from its former consciousness, thus you forget. Boom, this is the real definition of transient global amnesia and why you forget why you walk into rooms. I did classes on this already, right? Transient global amnesia, because we knew this was the restart, the re-beginning, the entering of a portal. Okay, let's continue. What was the first thing Neo asked after he was pulled out of the watery womb? Remember when he came up and he was like, what's going on? He said, where am I? Where am I? The same thing that happens when you walk into your room and you're like, why did I come here? You don't even remember what you're doing. That's the first thing that happened after Neo was pulled out of the cross shape. He was pulled out of a particular shape and entered into the Nebuchadnezzar, and he said, where am I? Did you notice the shape he was pulled out of, anybody? The number of lights that surrounded him, he was pulled out of a particular shape. When he was like this, as the cross, he was pulled up by these chains, and he stayed in the cross position as he came out. He stayed in the cross position, and then when he was pulled out into a particular shape to begin his new life. Guess what that shape was? And he was surrounded by a certain number of lights. I remember Beget Leisure one time asked me, what is this box that I have a dream of? And there's a certain number of lights around it. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. Let's get into it. Here's Neo being pulled out. Boom! Look at the rectangle he's being pulled out of. Pulled onto the Nebuchadnezzar. He finally comes forward. And there is the 1, 2, 3 lights. And there is the rectangle as he's pulled out so he can start his new life and be reborn. Going into the false door or the Saba as they did in Kemet. All these are from Kemetic stories that they are studying. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Yes. The rectangular shaped light or Saba for the rebirth out of the Vesica Pisces, which equals 3, the trimesters of pregnancy, which equals 3. That's why it's called trimester. A woman's vagina is called her cat. Why do they call a woman's vagina a cat? And they call a cat a pussy, and a pussy a cat, a pussy cat. Whether a pussy and a cat is an animal, but a pussy and a cat is what's in between women's legs. Why is that? Welcome to the podcast, because you know you're going to find out why that is now. It all goes back to the number 1, 2, 3. 3 lights of rebirth, because it came from the cat goddess Tefnut, who is also called the triple goddess. Tefnut, Het-Heru, Sekhmet. Remember, Tefnut had 3 popular names. She was called Tefnut, Hathor, and Sekhmet. Those were her most popular names, as 3 names of 3 goddesses in one. Tefnut, Hathor, Sekhmet. Tefnut, Hathor, Sekhmet. Tefnut, Hathor, Sekhmet. Okay? We have stories of these 3. We have stories of Tefnut, stories of Hathor, stories of Sekhmet. Okay? Once she calms down, and she's called a bast, there's no stories. The vagina in the Medu was drawn with 3 points. And guess what the original name of the vagina was, everybody, in the Medu Netter? Let me go into the classroom. 114 people in here. Pure knowledge, facts, breaking it down. No slander to anybody. No ad hominem. No talking about other people. Just fact after fact after fact after fact for 6 hours. Let's go. We are inventing something brand new in Earth's history. You're part of history. This has never happened in Earth's history at any point in time. What you're seeing and what you're part of now has never ever existed. Thank you for being a part of it. This has never happened before. There are no YouTube channels of 6 hours of interactive teaching with screen shares and MetaNetter breakdowns, random questions. None of that exists. Cash App, none of that exists. This is completely invented right here in front of you, and you all are a part of it. Thank you for making history with me. But Interstate Neek says, this is insanely good. Wow. Pure scholarship. Let's go. Cannabis Spa. I just broke down your affirmation question. Okay. What was the Medunetter word for vagina? It's a Medunetter word for vagina. And it links back into the triple goddess associated with 3. The Medunetter word for vagina. Woo! Let's go, everybody. Have your teachers ever taught you? What is the Medunetter word for vagina? Let's go. I feel hyped now. Anybody know? Well, I'm about to show you. Here we go. What was the Medunetter name? So, because it came from the cat goddess Tefnut, remember Tefnut is the cat, who is also the triple goddess. Tefnut, Hathor, Sekhmet, Tefnut, Hathor, Sekhmet, Tefnut, Hathor, Sekhmet. The vagina in the Medu was drawn with 3 points But guess what it was called, everybody? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What was it called, though? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Cat Tefnut, the vagina of Tefnut. Uh-oh. Cat is the Medu-Neter word for the vagina. That's why you call it a cat today. It's a Medu-Neter word for vagina. The cat. The cat Tefnut. Symbolized by 3 points. 1, 2, 3. The Aku pyramid upside down, eventually forming the letter V, which is why when you lose your virginity, they say you got your V card taken. What's V? V is virginity. V is vagina. The first place they set up in America branched out, Virginia. Virgin, vagina. The Holy Grail. The 3 points. Cat. Cat Tefnut. Vagina of Tefnut. Who was the cat? They called her a cat. She literally was the cat. Cat Tefnut, the vagina of Tefnut. That's where we get the word cat and pussy and all these terms from. It was from the story of Tefnut and the woman's body part being called a cat. What is the cat in Kemet? It's the vagina, which is the female spirit. Yep. One of the 9 aspects of man called the Ka. That's the Ka, everybody. The Ka, which is your bioenergetic template that keeps you alive. Why? Because you live in Ma'at, and Ma'at Mut, the mother, lives in you. That's the Ka. Feminized becomes the Kat, the vagina that you came out of when she was on top of you because she was sitting up, and you came down and looked up to heaven. And the Kat, which is the feminine aspect of the biological template that keeps you alive. That's called the Ka, which is the energy force, and also the vagina, because without the vagina, you cannot, biological imperative, you cannot go in and cannot come out. So this life is over without the Ka, without the Kat. The Kat Tefnut, everybody, boom. The vagina of Tefnut, boom. The Trinity. The lover who brought Neil back to life. What was her name? Woo! Brought him back to life through what? Sexuality, everybody. Neil was brought back to life by the 3, by the Trinity. That was the name of the woman for some unknown reason. They never explain why, but she's the Trinity through sexuality. Love making, everybody. Here it is. Here's when Neil died and he was brought back to life. What's going on? She was kissing him. A form of intimacy, sexuality, sex magic, and that's what brought him back to life. Because, of course, female energy is what gives you life, especially sexual. Your son and your daughter wouldn't exist if she didn't come to life through the female energy and through you love making to her. So thus, she had to love make Neo, kiss him, feel on him, to bring him back to life. She represented the triple goddess, Kat Tefnut, the vagina of Tefnut, the goddess of sexuality who became pregnant, and she became Hathor, Het Heru. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. I hope I'm better than the waiter who brought you your Hennessy or whatever you drink. I hope I'm better to you than the stripper that you threw $120 to and she never came home with you. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. We are breaking it down. If you're a supporter for what I'm doing, thank you, because we're not done. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. We are not done. Now that I've shown the 3 lights, rebirth, Trinity, illusion from Kemet, question. Where did Trinity take Neo to meet Morpheus to decide which pill he should take? You know I'm not done with the 3s. Where did she take him? Where did she take him, everybody? Where did Trinity take Neo? Because people like to break down, see the red pills this and the blue pills that. Let's get into some higher, more detailed. Where did Trinity, the 3, even take Neo? Where did they go? Where did they go so that he could become Neo? Because remember, this whole story is about Trinity, the goddess, Trinity, triple goddess, bringing Neo back to life. Everything that happened in the movie was all about Trinity bringing Neo into existence. So they had to meet the real goddess, the Oracle. We'll get into that. It was all about the woman bringing Neo back to life, giving him the confidence. The movie started off with her fighting to get him out of the interrogation room. She's the one that brought him to Morpheus. Where did she bring him? Woo! Where did she bring him? Trinity is 3. We're not done with the 3s. Where did she bring him, everybody? Are you ready? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. To a hotel. To room 303. To room 303. That's where Trinity brought him. To room 303. Heart of the City Hotel. To room 303. That's where he became Neo. That's where he made his first choice. In room 303, brought there by Trinity, the triple goddess, Cat Tefnut. Woo, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. It keeps going and going and going. You see the time they put into this? You see they study Kemet more than you? You see they study Kemet more than anybody you know. While people are mocking you, saying, you're studying those old ways, you're studying Kemet, the pagans, the idols. Let me tell you, the makers of these movies are studying Kemet more than anybody you know. More than anybody you know. 303. They're putting this is a masterpiece. Room 303. Boom, everybody. Continuing with the triple goddess principle, because I'm not done, right? Class could be over right now, but we're still in the beginning of the movie. This is still the first few minutes of the movie. Continue with the triple goddess principle. There's also the mature woman, who is the age after menopause, number 1. She is not fertile, but still sexually attractive. Who is this? Let me take it off a screen share. Who is this, brothers? Who is this? Who is this? Sisters who are of that age. Right? The older woman is still very sexual. When they say men reach their sexual peak at about 22, 25, women reach their sexual peak around 40. How does that match? Men are reaching their sexual peak at an age where they could be the son of the woman reaching her sexual peak. I tell the story all the time. When I was 27 years old and my aunt had a friend, me and her friend got together. She was 52, I was 27. I kept asking her why. And she said, because 52-year-old men can't do anything for me. She was very attractive. Brother's dreams. She had money, body, everything. But she couldn't have children. That's one stage of the triple goddess. When you get to that stage of menopause, you're reaching a sexual peak. And a few years after you reach your sexual peak, or right around there, menopause sets in. And you can't have children. Now you can do things in sexuality you couldn't even do before, because now you're not even worried about getting pregnant. You're doing all kind of things. It doesn't matter where the ejaculation, doesn't matter what's happening. You're 45 years old, 50 years old, you're going crazy now. You're reaching a peak. That's one concept of the triple goddess. There's two more. There's 2 more concepts. But that's that older woman that brothers are looking for. She's already been through her men, her relationships. She's not the young girl on the streets anymore. She knows how to cook. She knows how to take care of you. She's established. She's older. She can have sex anywhere, anytime. She's not getting pregnant. That's a particular principle of the feminine energy goddess. We're going to go over the other 2 principles, and I'm going to show you that all of them are in the Matrix movie. All of the women are there within seconds of each other. Boom, boom, boom. Literally seconds. You never noticed it. And they're all black. People think there's only one black woman in the Matrix movie. Not Tank and his wives, not that. We'll get into it, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Oh man. Here we go, everybody. These guys are going crazy in the chat. You guys like this breakdown, huh? Woo! That's right. It's called the cougar, right? When she gets to that sexual peak, when she's older, she's called the cat. She's not called any other animal. She's not called a hyena. She's not called a dog. She's not called a bat. She's not called a cow. She's not called a worm. She's called the cougar. The older woman who's still sexual. Millions of men's dreams. Millions of young men's dreams. That's a particular energy force of a female that she gets once she gets to that age. She matures and understands how to use that energy. But we'll get into that in another class. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We are breaking it down. We're getting into the 3 principles of the triple goddess and how they are all in the Matrix movie within 2 seconds of each other. All black women. Here we go. The mature woman who is at the age after menopause, she's not fertile but still sexually attractive. Number 2, the woman that represents childbirth, fertility. That's the other woman that men are looking for, because without that, there's no future. Without that, there is no race, existence, nothing. It's genocide. If you don't find the woman who can have the child, the younger woman who can get pregnant, then there's no future for your seed. So this is the other principle of the triple goddess. What's the third principle? The anti-virgin. The crone. The older wise woman that you see as the grandmother, the advisor. Were all of these intricate aspects of the triple goddess put into the Matrix movie? Where Neo was taken? Who remembers the scene where Neo was taken to the Oracle and the sister opened the door and we all swore that was the Oracle? Anybody remember that? Neo was taken to the Oracle. We knew it was going to be a black woman. And the sister opened the door, the black woman. And we were like, wow, that's the Oracle? She's kind of hot. Anybody remember that scene? It's when he first opened the door. So when he first opened the door, what did he see? He saw her. This sister is very attractive, but you know she looks like she's about 50, 52. Very attractive. So we thought this was the Oracle when she opened the door. Remember her? Note, there are only 3 women. There are only three women. And note, they're all black, brown women that are seen in the whole Oracle scene. This is the mature, attractive one. First one that opens the door. Then the older wise woman advisor. We know who that is. Who's the old wise woman advisor? The grandmother that you don't really see as sexual. She's older than that cougar stage. She's beyond that. And she's now the advisor because she's been through everything in life. Of course, that is the Oracle, right? There she is. She's still beautiful though. She's pretty. She's gorgeous. But this is the Oracle. So she's shown as this, the old wise woman in the kitchen cleaning, wearing green, right? Tefnut's color, and she's wearing green, and she's in the kitchen cooking, right? That's how you see grandma in the kitchen cooking cookies. Come in the kitchen, boy, and that's the grandmother, right? So there is the mature, sexy woman, who's about 53 years old, looking like in the movie. We thought she was the Oracle, but she wasn't. Then there was the actual Oracle. That's the wise crone, the grandmother, right? With that loving face. And you may say, well, what about the fertile one? Who's that? Oh, that happened really fast. Remember, as soon as Neo walked in, he saw this woman. People don't remember this. When he opened the door was opened by the first sister, right here, in all white. We thought this was the Oracle. She represents the older, mature woman, the so-called cougar stage. Then there's the wise woman stage, the grandmother. But what about the younger, fertile woman? Was there ever a younger, fertile woman in the movie? Did Trinity ever get pregnant? Who's the younger, fertile woman? Anybody remember? Shannon says, that's why I'm strong about cats. Woo! I am says, absolutely killing this breakdown, Saba. And everything you said is so true. Perfect. Okay? Woo! You never saw this really quick? It happened really fast, everybody. Let me show you. Let me see if I'm screen sharing. This happened really fast. She answered the door. She talked to Neil. She let him in. She said, the oracle will be with you soon. But who walked by immediately? Another sister. Walked by. Lighter skinned sister. Boom, everybody. Who remembers this woman? She walked by super fast. Boom. A woman with a baby, fertility. There's your 3 triple goddesses. Should I keep going? Okay. There they are. Within seconds of each other, 3 brown-skinned women in one scene. Within seconds of each other. Boom. The mature cougar. Boom. The old wise woman. Boom. The pregnant. The triple goddess principle. All seen within seconds of each other for a few seconds. You never see these 2 again. But they showed that just to show that is the triple goddess principle. They showed it in there, okay? Woo, okay. And there's your lotus plants. There's your lotus plants. That's Sekhmet's breast. I showed that before already. This is Sekhmet's breast right here. The lotus plants, which represents the milk ducts. I can show that if you want, but those are the milk ducts, the lotus plants, which represent breastfeeding. There she is holding the baby to the breast, and she walks by really quickly. And there's the Sekhmet plants of breastfeeding. You can see it right there. Very interesting. You see it right there. Those are the milk ducts behind Sekhmet's breast. Woo! Let's go. Boom. There it is, everybody. Should I keep going? Should I end the class here? Well, okay. In Medu, Shet is the vagina. So the way you say vagina in the Medu netter is Shet. I've shown you the Medu netter vagina symbolized by 3 points. Remember the cat tef nuts? Here's the word for Shet, vagina, vulva. Vulva, Shet. See that? This is the subliminal word they put in Christianity when they gave you Christ. They gave you this word, a dual principle word, because the feminine energy mut is a dual principle. Did you know the word mut also means death? There was no word death in Kemet. It wasn't death in Kemet, it was mut, the same word for born, because as you die, you're reborn again. So the word for death in the Purim Haru is mut, the same word for the mother. She's the double principle. So they gave you another word that was a double principle, and they gave it to you in the form of Christianity. You know Christ shed his blood for you. I want you to understand that when you have this small dot under the T, it makes a D sound. So this is shed. The T just emphasized the feminine principle. This is shed. They took this word shed and they gave it to you in Christianity because they had to give you a character, Jesus, who takes the principles of the female. He's your savior. I broke this down before. He's your savior. He keeps you safe. The first one to keep you safe was the womb of the woman, where you were safe. No animal or no weather could touch you in there. You're protected by the womb. That's who kept you safe. They say Jesus Christ is your savior. He will deliver you from sin. When a woman has a baby, she's put in a room called the delivery room. There's your Jesus, right? So Christ is the savior. He keeps you safe. He delivers you from sin because the woman was the deliverer. And of course, he sheds his blood for you because the woman sheds her blood for you every month and then sheds her blood for you when you're born. And the water breaks, it's actually full of blood. She sheds her blood for you. So they took the principles so that she could give you everlasting life because the woman gives you life. You're born out of her. So they took the principles of the woman, the cat Tefna, took the principles of the woman and gave it to some guy who never touched the woman. And that's why the black woman hates the black man today. Another story though. But shed is the dual principle. Why? Because we don't know what the word shed really means. It's actually a dual principle of the vagina, which represents that which gives life, and of course, reborn into the next realm out of the box. Anybody ever seen a woman's vagina look like a box before? I haven't. Anybody ever seen a woman's vagina look like a box? I haven't. A woman's vagina doesn't look like a box. Oh boy. But of course, a box is the square. Why? Because it represents that door you come through to go into the next dimension. Starting off as a spirit, a ka, and then becoming physical, going into the woman's womb, and then you come out of the box, which is not really a box, but it's the doorway of light, because that's all you can see on the other side coming through the woman's vagina. So you come through the box, which represents that doorway, and you come into this physical realm. Before death and after death. That's why there's people saying they're reincarnated. That means they died before and they came out of the box, right? So the woman's vagina and the woman is the dual principle. Death and life at the same time. So shed is the same thing, the dual principle. Because we don't know what shed means. If I say, let me shed some light on the situation, that means I'm giving light, right? This is the situation, and I'm giving light. Let me shed some light. That means to give, right? But it's a dual principle word. It's one of the only words that means its own opposite. Did you all know that? Shed means its own opposite. I'm shedding light, so I'm giving light. But if I say to you, shed your clothes, I want you to shed all of your clothes. The snake sheds its skin. That means it's taking it off. So it's one word, S-H-E-D, which means to give. I'm shedding some light on this. I'm giving some light. And it also means to take away. Let me shed my clothes off. I'm shedding my skin. The dog sheds its hair. That means it's losing it. It's one word that means a dual principle because it goes back to the female who was the mut, who was a dual principle. And that's why the word mut means mother. To give birth, I bred the word matrix, but it also bred the Spanish word mort. Mort and mortician. And mort, which is death. Woo! So here it is, everybody. Here's shed. And guess what else shed means, everybody? Guess what else shed means? This is an overdose. I'm not even going to be able to finish the part I thought I could finish today. Well, Rigo did give $111, so this may be a 3-part class. I don't know. Since you all seem to like this so much, let's keep going. Guess what else shed means? Have you ever wondered why Christians put their hands together to pray? Let me come out of this and go into the chat. Why do Christians put their hands together to pray, everybody? Christians put their hands together to pray. Why? Because they want to make a connection to the other side. They go like this. Why? Because they want to make a doorway to the other side. That's how you talk to God, but God he's not here in the physical, he's in another dimension. All right. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Why do Christians put their hands together to pray? Let me break it down, everybody. It's all sex magic. Why do Christians put their hands together to pray? Well, let's take a look. Boom. Here it is. Here's the hands together to pray. Guess what else shed means? Shed means vagina. It means vagina. Here's Christians with their hands together to pray. But what else does shed mean? Uh-oh. To recite, to pray, man. The word pray was the same word as vagina. This is why they had to give you English. The word vagina in English, not even English, but the word vagina in English and the word pray are completely disconnected. In Kemet, it wasn't. It's completely connected. The word heaven that you're trying to get to, the breaking of water, the word pet is the breaking of water. getting to heaven, shed. Give you another little jewel. Let me give you another little jewel. I don't know. Should I give you this? Should I give you this? What shed means? Another shed? Should I give you this? Uh-oh, shed. The vulva of the sky. There's your pet, everybody. There's your pet, heaven. The vulva, the vagina of the sky. Cometians associated their religion, their spirituality, the sky, the heavens, with the woman's vagina. Let me take that off. That was just a little bonus. That was supposed to be for the class. That's just a little bonus. Here we go. So shed is to pray, everybody. Woo! To pray, to mutter. Shed means to pray. Woo! Boom! Here we go. Why? Because shed is vagina. And when you put your hands like that to pray, it forms the woman's vagina. There we go. So you can make your connection to the next realm. This is what the vagina does. Whether it's the vagina between a woman's legs or vagina of the vault of the sky, the vagina of heaven, the doorway. Here we go, everybody. Woo! It was to imitate the shape of the woman's vagina, which formed the Vesica Pisces. And there it is. There's your Vesica Pisces. There's your Jesus Christ. There's your Jesus right there. The woman's vagina. Same shape that your hands form when you do prayer. Get a good look. There's a Vesica Pisces right there. There's your prayer. And there's your Vesica Pisces. So in Kemet, the word for prayer, shed, was the same word for vagina, forming the Vesica Pisces. Woo! Oh my goodness. Should I keep going? Should I keep going again? We're still on this 3, right? Oh my. So again, 3 is the triple goddess, is broken down in my book, Stepping Out of the Matrix book. What do I say in my book, Stepping Out of the Matrix book? Here's the book, everybody, if you want to get it, because this part is in the book. Okay? So if you want to get it, you can get it from the website, which the moderators can put in the room, or you can get it directly from contacting me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, and I will send you the book directly. Either way, let's go. Let's go, everybody. That's my book right there. What's in the book, though? What's in the book? Remember? This is the vagina, the Vesica Pisces, the same word for prayer, the same word for vagina, forming this shape of the Vesica Pisces, which goes back to the number 3, the triple goddess. Why? Because in my book, I break down right here. Here's the Vesica Pisces, the joining of 2 worlds, while you have MasterCard symbol of 2 worlds forming that symbol right there on your credit card, represents male and female unity, forming the Vesica Pisces. But when you take the mathematics and the Vesica Pisces that I have in my book, let me slow it down. Let me read it for you. Coming directly from Stepping Out of the Matrix book, the ratio that the fish created was 265. That's the ratio of the height and the width, 265 over 153, with the width measured by the length, which gave the number 1.73, which is what? The square root of 3. So the vagina, the Vesica Pisces, of putting your hand like this, still goes back to the number 3, because 265 over 153 forms 1.73, which is the square root of 3. So the Vesica Pisces equals 3 again. The triple goddess. The triple goddess. Let's go, everybody. Once again, if you see other teachers teaching like this, please send me the link. Send me the link so I can join their class, or maybe we can tag team. I don't know. But if not, enjoy what you're getting here, because this is a one of a kind. So the cat vagina is 3. Neil is reborn with 3 lights. 3 women in the beginning of the oracle scene. Neil was brought to room 303 by his lover, whose name happens to be Trinity equals 3. The same word for vagina equals 3 is the closed hands, forms the Vesica Pisces, which equals the square root of 3, 1.73 Tehuti. You must be done now. Were you a part of the writing of this movie or something? Oh, one last thing. How does Neo walk into the Oracle? With all this in mind, everybody. With all this in mind, the shed, the two hands together equaling prayer, which is the woman's vagina, equaling 3, 1.73, which is the square root of 3, putting the hands together, forming the symbol, the vesica Pisces, which is the vagina, which forms the Jesus symbol, right? The vault of heaven, the vault of the woman's vagina. How does Neo walk in to the Oracle? How does Neo walk into the Oracle? When he walks in, he does something. He does something when he walks in. I caught it. Mind blowing. King says, mind blowing. Rigo says, dang. Mystic Mama says, wow, shed in prayer? That's profound. Woo! That's right. Shed is the vagina. Right? People always ask me, is the black woman God? Do I praise the black woman? Yes. I pray to her all the time. All right, so let's go. How does Neo walk in? With all that in mind, how does Neo walk into the room? Are you ready, everybody? I don't know if you're ready. Are you ready, everybody? With all that in mind, the triple goddess, 3 women, 1, 2, 3, the triple goddess, the cat, touching that, equaling 3, the vesica Pisces equaling 3, the shed equaling prayer, equaling vagina, putting your hands together, the vesica Pisces. How does Neo walk into the room? You have the the Trinity, the 3 women, the 3 lights, the room 303, the vagina is 3, the closed hands, vesica Pisces is 3. How does Neo walk into the Oracle's room? Oh my goodness. I dropped the mic, man. It's over, man. It's over. It's over. Am I sharing my screen? It's over. It's over. It's over. Neo walks in with his hands in the shed symbol of prayer. The vesica Pisces, he walks in like that. Oh. Okay, now I'm done. But I'm really not. Oh my goodness, everybody. You all heard a Matrix movie breakdown like this? I kept this to myself for 22 years. Waiting for the 11th month on the 11th day. 2022, 11/11/22. In 2022, to finally answer what I've been holding for 22 years. Let's go, everybody. Take a look at how Neo walks in to the Oracle with his hand in the vesica Pisces. Is he praying to her? Does he walk into this when he sees Morpheus? Does he walk in like this when he sees Trinity? When he saw Cypher? When he saw Switch? When he saw Tank, did he walk in like this? Only. When he walks into the Oracle's room. Let me go into the chat. I don't know if anybody can hear me. I don't know if anybody can hear me, everybody. I got more though. Woo! Here we go, everybody. Interstate Meek says, he said never, and I study information every day. Oh my. We're an hour and 22 minutes into this. Should I go on? Oh my goodness. I know my Cash Apps and PayPals are exploding. Let me look. I know donations are coming in for this. I know. Let me check and see. I don't know. You all don't know already. If you all want to support what I do, this breakdowns that I'm doing, that you just have to humble yourself and stop the hate and you've never seen this before. Somebody said, hey, go to the Nuwabu channel. You get this and more. I went there. Not so much. I didn't even see a teacher. I was like, you get this and more? you all want to support what I'm doing, this is how I make a living. This is what I do. I feed you all, blow your brains up, and then fix it and put it back together and feed you. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you all think that what I'm doing, especially in this Answer the Matrix, is worth more than cotton candy that you bought for your children to give them diabetes, then please support the true food for thought and knowledge. We are 6 hours and 24 minutes in. I should stop here. There's more. There's much more, but we're 6 hours and 27 minutes in. Should I keep going? Should I keep going though? I don't know, everybody. Oh my goodness. Should I keep going? I should just, I don't know. Let me check. I should take a break or something. There's more though. There's much more. Ooh, wait, let me refresh my Gmail and see if I've gotten any support. Shout out to the supporters. I don't know. I do see a lot more coming in. I do see a few more, not a lot more. Let me stretch my foot out. Oh my gosh. My feet are falling asleep breaking this down. Let's go, everybody. I might as well end it off, right? I might as well. I feel hype. We're in the TEFNet segment. Let's go. Let's just end it off. This is gonna be what you're about to see now with the TEFNet segment in the Matrix movie right now. Woo! Interstate Neek. I don't know what your Cash App or PayPal name is, but tell me what it is so I can give you a shout out. I know you're supporting someone, probably under a different name, but I know you're loving this. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and end it off, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, the Matrix breakdown as never seen before. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Woo! Did I press hide? There it is. Am I still screen sharing? Yep. Let me get the thing off the screen, though. This is it. We're going to break it down. Crazy now. You ready? You ready to see Segment in the Matrix movie? What is the most popular thing that happened to Heru when he fought Set? What's the most popular thing, everybody? Type it in the room. I'm going to step away for a quick second. I'm going to let you guys type it. Type in the room. What's the most popular thing that happened to Heru while he was fighting Set? I'm going to step away for 2 seconds and come back and hear the answers still. Oh, let's go. We got more. We have more. We have more. Let's go, everybody. Boom, I'm back. Here we are. Let's get the lighting right. Let me see if I'm okay. We got more. We got more. We got more. Let's go, everybody. Mic check, check, check. See if you can hear me. Mic check, checkity check. Let's go. This is about to get... Mic check, press a 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Here we go. Set poked his eyes out. There we go. Set poked his eyes out. There we go. Woo! Interstate Nick said, I'm definitely going to support you, bro. Seriously. Thank you. Okay, so we got his eyes. Only one. Lost eyes. There we go. Lost his eye. There we go. Interesting. Because some say lost his eye and some say eyes, which is there's a reason for that. Okay, good. We in here. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. You can hear me. Let's go, everybody. I might as well just stay up. Make it a late night classic class. Let's go. And let me see the donations coming in. I hope. I know there's going to be a lot of Matrix breakdowns after this class. So what is the most popular thing that happened to Heru when he fought Set? Here it is. This is in the Chester Betty Papyri translation. Now, as for Heru, he was laying under the Shenusha tree in the oasis land. Set found him, seized hold of him, threw him down upon his back on the mountain, and removed his 2 eyes from their sockets and buried them. That is brutal, Set. That's brutal. So remember, Neo is the Crass, the new one, the reborn Heru. Right? He is born from the Trinity, from the square box. He is reborn, died, brought back to life. The Heru story, the Osiris story. And then you have Heru losing his 2 eyes fighting on Set. How was Neo portrayed after he fights Smith? Uh-oh. We got the comedic story down pat. After Neo fights Smith, he loses eyes. They eventually get repaired, of course, just like Heru's did, but he loses eyes. This is also depicted by a right eye at times because the word Uwajit, which means to heal, interestingly enough, was Sekhmet Tefnut, the triple goddess's other name. Her other name was Uwajit. We're back to Tefnut, the triple goddess again. That's the name of the eye. When Heru got his eyes removed and people wear the eye and they say this is the eye of Horus, the actual word for that eye is Uwajit, which is a word that means to heal, green healing. That was the name of Tefnut again, the triple goddess. So now we're not finished with the triple cat goddess principle. They made sure they put this all throughout the movie. Oh my, here we go. So what's that eye, everybody? Because remember, some say eyes, some say eye. So in the story, it's eyes plural, but the one eye represents Heru because it's the word Uwajit, which means healing. So the actual symbol of the eye is a word that means healing, and that's what happened to Heru. So the one eye represents the healing. The right eye. That's another thing too. Scribe once asked me, is there a difference between the right eye and the left eye? But you'll find that the popular symbolism throughout this movie is the right eye. The right eye. If you look at this eye, you'll actually see it's a right eye because it's on your left, but it's a right eye if it's someone looking at you. So, remember when Trinity went to rescue Neo? She freezes for the police. This was in the very beginning of the movie. The very beginning of the movie, everybody. This is before Neo even knew he was Neo. She tried to get him before the interrogation agents could get him. She freezes for the police. How was she shown? So she freezes. There she is. And she's shown with the eye covered. Do y'all see that? This is the actual full screen. This isn't me cutting it off. This is the full screen. See the eye? See the eye covered? You only see one eye? That's what it shows there when she goes to rescue him. Because the one eye is the word Uwajit, which represents Tefnut, who is the green-eyed. The green-eyed because green Uwajit, Uwacha, is healing herbs which represent green. Right? All right. Y'all get it? Okay, so there she is with the one green eye, right? And there she is, and it only shows her one eye. Okay, let's continue, everybody. They're going to show this Sekhmet Heru one-eyed theme throughout the whole movie. Let's go. Boom, bam, bam. They're very serious about their magic. Here we go. Now, how about when they find Neo, the one, Heru in his room 101? That's where they found him, in the room 101. How is he shown? How is Neo shown? Because remember, Heru lost his eye, or his eyes, and it's depicted also by one eye. So how is Neo shown? We see Trinity with one eye hidden. What happens when they come to the door? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Neo, what happened? Where's your other eye? They show Neo 101, and he peeks in, and there's this weird thing right here covering his eye. What is this? If this weird thing wasn't here, you'd be able to see his other eye. There's something right here in the doorway blocking the eye. So you only see one eye. Trinity up here. First he loses eyes. Trinity. One eye shown. Only the right eye shown. Right eye shown. Neo comes to the door. Right eye shown. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everyone. Let's break it down. The same time, she slid backwards down the stairs and looked up. I don't know if y'all remember, but the agents were chasing her, and she slid backwards down the stairs, and she started shooting, thinking that there was agents behind her, so she spun around. I wish I could show the scene, but she spun around and went and shot the wall, and it formed a shape. Remember, the concept of Trinity is the triple goddess. Everything based on the number 3. So she shot up the window and it made a shape. Everybody get a look at the shape it made. What's that? Is that 3 o'clock? Oh my goodness, man. That's the shape that her bullets made. Okay? You all go to the gun range, please. Get a wooden box. Get a window, get something. I will give you 2 weeks to take your gun in a box and shoot it until it forms 3 o'clock. I bet you never do it. But Trinity could shoot randomly behind her, and all of a sudden, the shape in the rectangle box that it forms with a clear dot in the middle. Get a look at that. You see the leverage in the middle. You see the thing in the middle holding the 2 hands, forming 3 o'clock. That's what her bullets form. You all go do that for me, please. If you all go to the gun range, get a box, please, and just shoot it until it forms 3 o'clock, and send me back a picture. Send me back a picture of that, of you doing it, and you get 5 free questions of the Tehuti pod class. You'll never do it. But Trinity does it randomly without even trying, forming 3 because it formulates the same principle of the Vesica Pisces, the Trinity, the vagina, the shed, the 1.73, the 3, the crone, the anti-virgin, the cougar, and the fertility goddess, the Sekhmet Heru, Sekhmet Heru, and I'm getting tired, but the 3 names, Tefnut, everything is 3, and her name is Trinity 3. She brings in the room 303. The one eye is the Uwajit, which is the 3 goddess Tefnut, and it's 3 o'clock. They catch Trinity, who is violently fighting to defend, protect, as Sekhmet, the triple goddess, did Ra. Trinity in the story is just like Tefnut, in the Sekhmet story. She was the female that went out there. She protected Morpheus and Neo to the death. Literally, she died. Neo to the death. That is what Sekhmet Tefnut did. The triple daughters. Okay? Let's keep going. So they catch her. She has her hands up. They finally catch her. She has her hands up. They caught her now. She's going to jump up in a moment. I wish I had the video. She's going to jump up and kick these guys in the Maleficent. I'm going to break that down next week, I guess. The Maleficent kick. Maleficent kick. I can't even break it down right now. Okay? Now, here we go. So they caught her, right? They caught her. They caught her. She's trapped. She can't get away now. There she is. She's stuck right there. She can't get away. But she's going to jump up and kick them. All right? Let's take a look at how deep this gets, everybody. Let's look at how deep this gets. All right. So remember, the Uwajit. There's the eye right there. The Uwajit, which is the Tefnut Trinity symbol, which is a symbol of healing. The eye, the right eye that they keep showing in the movie. Neo has his right eye. Trinity has a right eye. This is it right here, the eye. Remember this. The protective eye of Sekhmet and the eye of Heru. Are you ready? Remember when they caught Trinity? Let's look at that again. Uh-oh. Are you ready, everybody? Remember they caught Trinity? Who represents the right eye seen? Who represents Tefnut? Remember when they caught her? I just showed you. Let's take another look at that. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. She puts her hands to form the eye of Tefnut. They don't stop, everybody. Let me get in the chat room. I don't know if anybody can even hear me. I may be talking to myself. I don't know. They put her hands in the position of the shadow to form the eye of Heru. Oh my goodness. Rigo says, wow. Woo! You asked the right question, Rigo. I held this to myself for 22 years, man. She put her hands in the position to form the eye after she showed her one green eye. Then she put her hands in the position. I'm not done. Am I done? Is it bedtime? An hour and 41 minutes into this answer, Rigo. This is what you get. This is what you get. Woo! King is going crazy. King is going crazy. Oh my gosh. Let's go, everybody. Oh my goodness, man. Darius McNair said you're going all the way in. I'm not even done. Let's go back to the screen, everybody. Oop, let me take Darius off a second. Let's go back to the screen. This is it. This is the master class. This is it. Woo! Oh my. 6 hours and 43 minutes. Misinformation, no slander, no yelling, no screaming. Look at that, everybody. Look at this. Look at the eye by itself. When you cut it off, it looks like a person standing with their head. It's this. Woo! Are they done though? Are they done with the symbolism? Are they done? Are you all ready? Remember, Tefnut is the cat, right? Cat Tefnut, the vagina of Tefnut, she literally is the cat. She literally is. Ooh, what's that? Uh-oh. Where's that coming from? Hold on. Where is that? Oh, what's happening? Okay. The Matrix movie's about to start. Okay, look. She's the cat goddess, right? The eye. There she is showing the eye. Are you all ready to end it off? Are you all ready, ladies and gentlemen? Oh my, let me get back to the class. Are you all ready, everybody? Woo! Ascari says, you are the high priest from the 14th temple. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Rico says, I'm speechless. Oh my gosh. Are you ready, everybody? Can you all see the screen? I hope so. Let me check and see. You all should be able to see that, right? The cat Teflon. Now, let me show you how thorough they are and how deep this really gets. Are you ready? Let me show you. Woo, let me show you the back of Trinity's jacket. When she was standing up like this, she had a jacket on. Leather jacket. As she holds her hand up to the shape of the eye of the cat goddess. You all want to see the back of her jacket? I'm done, man. I'm done, y'all. You all see the back of her jacket is the cat face of Sekhmet? Oh my goodness. You all see the cat on the back of her jacket? The cat face? You all see that now? As she holds her hands up in the eye, you see the cat face, even with the two ears on the back, with the distinct cat mouth. Do you see that? You all see that though? I don't know if you see that. You see the cat right there? If you go like this, it actually just looks like a cat standing up in front of you. You see that? It just looks like a cat facing you now. A black cat. That was Bastet. After Sekhmet calmed down, she turned into the black cat called Bastet. There it is, y'all. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We are breaking it down. It's over, everybody. You all see the symbolism. You all see the Kemet stories in it. You all see everything that I've shown you. I'm only into the first few minutes of the Matrix. The movie's like 2 hours. There's the eye, the Tefnut, cat eye, the Trinity. And there's the cat on the back of her jacket. And when you go like this, it literally just looks like a cat facing you. Boom, that's it, everybody. That is my answer for now. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Pod class. I hope oh, man. I don't know. I should be a pool cleaner, maybe. I hope that you all, that was an hour and 46 minutes, and there's more people in this answer at this time of night than I've had ever in the pod class at this time of night. I know my answers are worth something. I'm going to check the chat and see who heard the answer and re-go and see what everybody got out of it. Once again, if you've heard an answer like this about the Matrix movie, just send the link in the chat room. If you've heard brothers breaking this down, send me the link so I can find my peers and team up with them. And until then, enjoy what you get right here, because to my knowledge, this is it. Okay, let me go ahead and check the chat. I don't know. Woo. My daughter Rod said, it's 3:30 a.m. It's 3:30 a.m. Eastern. Okay. Yes, keep going. Ooh, get some rest, Saba. When are you gonna get some rest? When are you gonna make a part two? Ooh, I'm gonna break down this one, and then If anyone wants to see, I'll do the Matrix Reloaded is a whole nother breakdown. Okay, let me see. Cash Beaton put his thumbs up. iPhone said, thanks, brother. Okay. Okay, let's see who would like the answer. Let me see if I'm behind. I think I'm behind in time. I'm back to where I said press 1. I'm way behind. Oaksy says, can I support you through PayPal? Cash App is very tough. Oaksy, my good brother, you've been in here for a long time. Many classes where I put, in this class, where I put, I'm sure I put this one before. Maybe I'm not reading it right. Let me read this again. Oaksy said, can I support? I lost it. He said, can I support through PayPal? I know I put this up. PayPal is at Rocky SV. For those who can't do Cash App. Thank you very much. Okay, let's check the comments, everybody. Okay, now I'm seeing the reactions. I'm behind. I'm behind. Let me go. Okay. So we got I read this one already. That's how behind my thing is. You are the high priest from the 14th temple. I'm way back there. My daughter of Ross said, amazing. Schlacken. There's a Schlacken. Fire. You go put hand claps. Okay, good. Hoaxy says, I appreciate you, Tehuti. Hika Kepara put fire, fire, fire. Speechless. I love making Hika Kepara speechless. Last time he was speechless when I did the ET home phone. That whole class on the Mandela effect. Hika Kepara was like, what the heck is going on? Okay, Miss Ann. Here's a new name, Miss Ann. Thank you so much. Thank you, Miss Ann, for appreciating. Darius McNair said, light is blazing. I'm about to lose my eye. Okay, Darius McNair says, phenomenal answer to unmatched. I am Kudzani says, that was exceptional, Tehuti. Good people liked it. Boss Fee is still up, hanging in there. Even JJ in the back saying dynamite. Bars, you should rap, Boss Fee. You should rap. That would be a great rebuttal. Even JJ's in the back saying dynamite. That would be a haymaker. That would be a haymaker. That is a great one-liner. That is great. Even Jay in the back saying dynamite. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you, Boss. That was great. That was great. I like battle rap. I like witty battles. I like that. That was nice. Okay, Interstate Neek says, you're the Michael Jordan of information. Thank you, my good brother. I heard about Michael Jordan. You know what's interesting, man, about my life is that while everybody was into all the sports and everything, I never experienced it. I couldn't tell you one thing Michael Jordan did. I don't know anything about any of that. I sacrificed all of that to in my youth just to study and study and study, and I couldn't tell you anything about any sports player. But thank you. I heard Michael Jordan is great and he's the best, and he has Nike's out. Shout out to you, Interstate Neek. Cannabis Spa says, great to see over 100 people appreciating the great Sabbath. That would be great. I don't see that, but that would be wonderful. There's 100 people definitely watching, but 100 people appreciating, that would be, thank you. That would be awesome. That'd be wonderful. I would love to see 100 people actually showing appreciation. There is 100 people watching, though. Shout out to Bev. 10E. There you go, Bev. There's the end of the sentence. There it is. That's the part that I wanted to see. 10 each would add up. But they have to get their popcorn or whatever. So, all right, shout out to thank you though, Bev. This was sensational, Saba. Thank you. I rewind the podcast and stretch the class out over. I rewind the podcast and stretch the class out over days, as it's the only thing worth watching or listening to out here. Thank you. Mystic Mama says, me too, Cannabis Spa. Okay, good. And that concludes. We're going to get into the. Glad you all enjoyed that. We're going to get into the donations that were sent and maybe future questions that I got to go to next week. I'm going to check. Give a shout out to the donators. Of course, I give a shout out to those who are helping the room, the Ma'ata Raters, Daniel Setmer, Anki Ma'at, Hati Ma'at, and the Scribe. That Scribble voice. Okay, boom. Let's get into the donations, everybody. I'm so burnt, but okay, let's go. I'm going to have a great rest tonight. It's going to be beautiful. Thank you, everybody, for your appreciation. Let me show how you all are appreciating me. We got the good brother Nito Campbell. Shout out to good brother Nito Campbell. Woo, my Aunt Rose, you're right, man. Without my aunt, there wouldn't even be a Matrix movie. Shout out to Nito Campbell, who shows his support. What does he do to support? He says, for still unlearning. Oh, man, nice. Thank you, good brother Nito Campbell, whoever you are. Shout out to Nito Campbell, who says, we're still unlearning. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you, shout out to you. Yeah. Okay, who's next? Who's next on the menu, the venue? We got Ron Ali. Ron Ali, who said, let me see what this is. It's emojis. Ron Ali sends some supports with some emoji symbols. Let me go ahead and show that. Shout out to Neil Campbell. Next up is Ron Ali. Let's go. Wait, that's not the one. There it is. Ron Ali for the $5 who says, peace looking snake. Thank you, Ron Ali. Appreciate the support, my good brother. Wherever you may be. Thank you. Ron Ali. Next up is Arcad Infinite. Everybody send Arcad Infinite your good energy. He is in Florida right now fighting a hurricane. He said he's taking his family to safety. Shout out to the good brother Arcad Infinite. And send good energy out to Tehuti Most. We are worried about him. We have not heard from Tehuti Most in days. I've sent him emails. We don't know where he is. That's unlike Tehuti Most. So something must be wrong wherever he may have gone. Okay, shout out to Arcad Infinite, who sends 777 for support. Thank you, Arcad. Stay safe. Protect your family like the man that you are. Thank you, brother. 777 for support. We always send 777. Thank you, Arcad Infinite. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let me close out a couple windows. And next up on the support is, who's this? Ruffian is Master K. Always got to remember their double names. Oh, wait till the next one. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Master K, shout out to Master K. Let me put him in the room for his great support. Master K sends 722. I guess that's a sacred 7 with the 22 years I've been holding the Matrix breakdown for 11/11, which is 22 in 2022. Holding it for 22 years. Shout out to Master K. It's a magical day. Let's go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Who's next on the menu? Let me see if Master K went to the files, though. Did Master K go to the files? I don't think Master K went to the files. Hold on, I gotta do this again. Ruffian Era is Master K. Let me go like this and go to files. It should. Oh, it doubled. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Is this Master K? Yeah. Okay, he went to the files. It doubled up. No problemo. Let me move that to trash. Okay. Next up on the files. Next up on the Godfrey, who always donates. He said in a class, he said, I'm gonna donate every single class. And every class he has. With a consistent amount. Room 1. I'm going to put this in the room. Shout out to Godfrey. Godfrey with the donation of boom, boom, boom. What did Godfrey donate? He donated $10 for support. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I'm glad I didn't get much questions in or any that I see so far. I still have a whole matrix breakdown. I got a Scari's Origin of Hebrew. I think Truth Seeker. Oh, the dollar bill. Oh boy. Okay, shout out to Godfrey. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for the support. Next up, supporting me is John Presley. I remember this name from last time. John Presley sent $19. He actually sent more. But they if you send it as a gift, I believe they don't charge you a fee. I think that's how it works. When you do PayPal, everybody, send it as a gift, and they won't charge you a fee, because the fee is actually coming off of what you're wanting to send $20, and it sends 19 or 18 something, because it's actually taking the fee off. So I want you to be able to send exactly what your intentions are to send without PayPal coming in and snatching some of the donation. So shout out to John Presley. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's move on to the next. John Presley. Next up, that was John Presley, right? Yeah, John Presley. So the next up donation. This can't be right. Is this right? Rigo, are you in the Rigo, are you in the room? Rigo, are you in the room? Is Rigo in the room? Rigo, are you in the room, my brother? Is Rigo here? Is Rigo here? Rigo, I'm gonna break it down. He may have fallen asleep. So Rigo, the same one who sent $111 for the Matrix breakdown. We got somebody here named Neo Matrix. You must have just changed your name. How is somebody called Neo Matrix? Man, the internet is hilarious. You can be anything you want to be. This is like, we're like children again, right? Neo Matrix is in the room now. Hilarious. Shout out to Neo Matrix. Neo Matrix says I'm here. Shout out to Neo Matrix. Okay, so Rigo. All right, is that Rigo that changed his name to Neo Matrix? I don't know. But Rigo, who sent $111 for that breakdown you just got. I actually have more. I just had to stop. I taught just that one answer for 1 hour. What did I do? 1 hour and 46 minutes for Rigo for that one answer. So what does Rigo do, everybody? Rigo is here. There he is. Rigo is here. What does Rigo do, everybody? Is this real? Or is this the old one? Nope, he says for the other half. He says for the other half. Okay, you guys, you all have convinced me. I'm not going to go back into seclusion. I'm going to stay here on the Tehuti podcast and teach. You all have convinced me. The appreciation I've seen tonight is phenomenal. It boosted up since I mentioned it. Let me go ahead and Rigo sent $111 for the Matrix donation. Rigo again pops up. I thought this was just the same one I didn't read or I didn't delete or something. I don't know. I thought this was the same thing, but it's different writing. It says, oh my goodness, can you all see this? Can you all see this? Rigo has shut down the podcast again. Don DeMarco, Rigo. Wow, everybody. Rigo has just shut down. He sent another. He was so impressed. This is what I mean. Rigo was so impressed with my answer. I never told Rigo to send money for the other half. He's just so impressed with the answer and so supportive of myself that he went and sent the double. He doubled this. He did the same thing he sent before for the other half. The only reason I didn't think this was the donation from before is because the writing said for the other half. I thought this was the same donation I just put up on the screen when I answered the question, but it's not. And the time is different. And the time is today. Shout out to Rigo. Let me see if this went to my files. Did it go to my files? It better go to my files. I keep track of all of these great supporters, everybody really. And I put the big supporters in a particular category, and I keep track of all of you. Shout out to Rigo, man. Ooh. Now there's someone else in the room named Tehuti Most, Gnostic Thomas Crown 3, Tehuti Most 3, greetings and good Titans to everyone. Tithings? I can't, it's too small. Tithings or Titans to everybody. Shout out to you. I never seen you in the room. Shout out to you, Rigo. Thank you, Rigo, by the way. Yeah, people are thanking you, Rigo, for the first question, for asking that question. Okay, shout out to you. Rigo, you are... Woo! Rigo. Wow. Okay, let's get to the next donator. That was a blowaway. So that's now going to make me... The next half is going to be crazy. Oh. Shout out to... Oh, this is for the last class. Okay. To Edward Latour. I know him as Big Vape. Shout out to Big Vapes. To who sent this donation here. Yeah, I like this because he actually dates it. If you guys send me donations in the week and you want it to be for a class you saw, date it for the class. That's what this brother does. So he sent, even though he sent this tonight, he sent it tonight, but it's actually a donation for November 11th pod class. So what he does, he goes back and I guess he rewatches it, or he sends a donation for every pod class after the class is done. And so when this one is done, he'll send one either tomorrow or the next 2 days, and they'll be dated for this class. That's how I like how Big Vape does it. It's very organized, so I know how to put it into the sections of the pod class that he's talking about. Very good. Shout out to you, my good brother. Thank you for the support, Big Vapes. I'm gonna log it for me to go through. Wait a minute. Let me log it here. I'll put it for I'll put donation for last class. That really helps me a lot because it lets me see donation for last class. I have them sectioned out to see which classes really garnish certain donations. So I like that he helps me out like that because I don't end up putting it for this class. I put it for the other one. Thank you, my good brother. Arthur Richardson, aka Mogul, gave $27.72. This is a really good brother. He's actually going to take a flight up here from where he's in. He's in some boondocks, Wisconsin. Anybody ever been out to Wisconsin? I don't know how much knowledge is being kicked out there in Wisconsin. But he's out there representing in Wisconsin. And shout out to my good brother. He's taking a plane out here to meet me and get his name. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. Great support. He always supports. This is one of my greatest supportive students. Shout out to you. $27.72. Thank you. Shout out to you, my good brother. Let me see if that went into the file. Yes, it did. So I can X out of here. X out, X out, X out. And then we get to the next donator. I want to give a shout out to all the donators. Paid American. I thought this was a credit card thing. Paid American sent $12. He said, "Peace, brother. Thank you all for sending me all the support tonight, and not anybody really even asked me a question. That makes it easier for next week. I am kind of backed up on questions. Let me go ahead, and that makes it easier for me because I got about 7 questions already. I'm only going to get to 5 of them. So let me shout out to the good brother here. This is a new name, Paid American. I haven't seen this name before, but he said, "Peace, brother. Peace to you. Thank you for the support, Paid American." Let me see if you went to the files. Yes, you did. You went to the files. You are acknowledged. Oh, Kamit, my good brother, Kamit. Oh, you guys really stacked up on the donations after that talk. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And after the Matrix class, whoa. Whoa, Kamit. Kamit 101. Kamit 101. Shout out to Kamit 101. One of the top greatest supporters, always consistent. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. X this out. Shout out to Commit 101. Where is he? Where is he? He's right. There he is. Shout out to Commit 101. Appreciate that, my good brother. Always supporting. Always consistent. Thank you, good brother. What does he say as a message? He says, oh, it is a question. Okay. It's a question somewhere in the Gmail. So that means that I have to, I'll get to that when I can, because it's not right above the chemistry. Oh, it is. Okay, I see it. Shout out to me. Appreciate that, good brother. He asked a question, and the question is the question that he asked is in the Gmail, and it's oh man, I can't even read. Oh. This week the eclipse caused let me go ahead and put this in the somewhere where I can blow it up. Oh, you know what? I can put it in the room. I can put it in here. Here's Kamit's question, everybody. It's too small to read, so I'm gonna put it in the big screen share. It's too small for my eyes right now. So here's Kamit's question. Shout out to Kamit who asked. See if I can read it now on the big screen. Okay, much better. Much better. Okay, it says this week the eclipse caused a large gathering. A large gathering. I think that's the word. A large gathering of my ancestors in my home. Do the eclipse and other celestial occurrences offer a portal to commune and sit with your ancestors? Okay. Good question, Kamit. We'll get to that. Thank you for asking. I'll put that in notes that you did ask that. Hey, why is this like this? Oh, come on. Hold on, everybody. It's I don't know why it went to this. Oh, double the screen. Hold on, everybody. Okay. That's so strange, but it's okay. We're going to make it through. Okay, let me clip this out. Okay, thank you, Kamit, for the question. Appreciate that, my good brother. Let me go on to the next donation. Anthony Peden. He says, what did he say? Shout out to Anthony Peden. Let me go in the room and see. Here he is. He said, oh, it didn't go in the room. Hold on. This thing is splitting my screen for some reason. Let me do this again. Okay. Like this. Boom. This will go over here. I'll make an extra thing. Go here. Oh, yep. Go there. Delete this. I'm the one-man engineer. Okay, shout out to Cash Pete who says he gave thank you, my good brother, $10.72. He said, keep your head up, bro. Sorry I'm not a baller. Thank you, my good brother. Your donations are great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your donations are great, really. They're really, really good. I really appreciate them. I'm going to put the link in the room because I want to close out with some of the brothers that can come in. Let's go. Here we go. Paste. Boom. So go ahead, subscribe. And Ahati are the brothers on the team jump in because we're about to close out soon. Let me do this. Gmail. I gotta do like this. Gmail, YouTube. I gotta open up a whole set of whole new set of things now. That's crazy. Okay, we're gonna go We gotta move the hand claps over here. What a strange thing. And we gotta put the I think that's it. Okay, let me go to Gmail and see who's next. Next for the donations are, oh my gosh. I do gotta bring the horns in. Oh my. Brother, jump in the room. I'm gonna step away for just a quick second. Okay, good. We're good to go. We're good to go. Next donation is, oh my goodness. Amun Ma'at Ra already donated something big. And here he is again. Here he is again. The monsters. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate those who can give what they can give, because that's what it's really about. It's the appreciation. And commit to get a Purim Haru, you have to work. You have to give half of your earnings. That means that there wasn't a set price. Half of your earnings to a scribe could be different from half of your earnings to a farmer. It's just whatever half it is and affects you. So let me go ahead and put this monster donator in the room. Okay, so we got the scribe. Okay, scribe is in here. Other brothers from the team jump on. And let me go ahead and do this donation here. Put in the screen. The monster. Here he is. Here he is. Amun Ma'at Ra with the super donation. Wow, $50. Thank you, my good brother. Amun Ma'at Ra, thank you, my good brother. You are awesome. Appreciate that. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, the link is for my team, which is Ahati Ma'at, the scribe, AJ Super Magul, Arcad Infinite, to help me close out. Okay, so the scribe is here. Wonderful. Who is next? Donation list. Let me go ahead and shrink this down. Let me see if that went through. $50. Did it go through? Yes, it did. All right, who is next on the donation list? Who do we got? Who do we have? Lamonte. Hey, here's Brother Lamonte donating. This is my first time seeing his name, and boom, you get a big donation right off the bat. Okay, here we are, and it says Lamonte. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the room here as a question for possibly next week. Let me rename this. Next week. Shout out to Lamonte. Is Lamonte in the room at all? Is Lamonte in the room at all? Lamonte, are you here? Are you here, my good brother? Lamonte. We relabel this one as next week. Rename. Let's need a Campbell. Where's Kamit? Kamit? That's on hyphen. Is this Kamit? For Richardson. I'm trying to find Kamit. This is Kamit. Okay, Kamit, I have you logged. There you go. Gotta put everything in order here. Next. Okay, good. All right, so shout out to the brother here. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. His donation. Lamonte, my first time seeing him. He's already donated with a great question. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. And boom, Lamonte Wilson. Thank you for the support and the donation. The donations really jumped up after I gave the brothers gave the talk, and after my matrix breakdown. The donations went nice. They went really nice. So shout out to the donators. I'm gonna go ahead and put share screen. This is who? This is Lamonte. Shout out to Lamonte with $20. Shout out to you, my good brother. First time seeing you, and you're right in with a question. Very good. Appreciate it. The question is peace. In Islam, the deity is Allah. The moon. Let me turn this down a little bit. Let me go ahead and read this. It says, in Islam, the deity is Allah, the moon, deity. But in the Atra Hadiths, we have a deity named Nanar, sin, the moon god from Or, spoken about. It's my belief this is the same deity. Could you elaborate? Is Lamonte in the room right now? Lamonte, peace, my good brother. Peace, my good brother. I'm tired, but I can answer this in a couple seconds. Should I wait? I can answer this in a couple seconds. Let me just. You know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm tired. I'm gonna wait. We're gonna get you in the beginning next week. This answer is gonna be a few seconds. I'm gonna show you the tablets. I'm gonna show you something right in the tablets, but I'm too exhausted right now. But I got you. I'm just I'm breaking down. Here we go. Next one in. Shout out to Lamonte for that. But who am I? Is but who am I in the room? Is but who am I in the room? But who am I? $3. Is but who am I in the room? This is gonna be a quick one. He sent $3.33. I'm gonna I don't know if he's even here. But who am I? Who's but who? What? But who am I? Shout out to But who am I? Sent $3.33. He said, when did polygamy start and why? So for $3.33, I'm gonna go ahead and just say to But who am I that when did polygamy start? We have not the slightest idea why that is, because polygamy was not a thing to log. It was not anything. It was not anything to log to have a beginning of. It always was. There was never any rules on how many companions that you have, so it had no beginning time that anybody could log, because it was nothing that anybody would discuss. It was as normal as having 3 sisters. So it's like asking the question, when did having 2 brothers start? When did having 2 aunties begin? When did having 2 friends start? It's from the beginning of there's no beginning date of it. Nobody knows when that beginning date is, because there was never any law that made it special. There was no nobody knows when people had 2 friends. Nobody knows when people had 2 best friends. Nobody knows these things, because in ancient times it wasn't important enough to log that you were the first to do it. Because there's something natural that happens. If you look at the animal kingdom, only less than 5% of the animal kingdom is monogamous. Polygamy started before humans even existed. Well, polygamy started over 40 million years ago. Before humans existed, when we were in animal form, we always had multiple partners. That's something that is very monogamy is something we have to find the start of, because that's the new introduction that was brought to the world. Monogamy is new. It has a beginning, monogamy. But nobody in any ancient culture have any kind of law that said that you're only to have one partner for it to have any kind of beginning. So there's no, to answer the question simply, monogamy is what was introduced by modern European society. It's not something that existed as a law in ancient times. We can get into it more next class when you're here, but for $3.33, I would just tell you that there is no beginning of polygamy. One of the simplest answers of why, I will say, go watch the answer I gave on the affirmation and wanting to be surrounded by female energy. You'll actually get a more thorough answer there than what I could give right now for $3.33. Understand the Ma'at principle and being surrounded by female energy, and you'll understand why the ancient men of the time wanted to always be surrounded by that female energy. And that would be the answer as to why. But it's nothing special enough to discuss. There was nothing special about any kind of relationship that any ancient people had a conversation of. There's literally no writing of anybody saying, I'm going to have multiple women or I'm only going to have one. It was strictly the people's choice, and nobody cared enough about it to write about it. All right. Shout out to my good brother. Let me get to the next one. The next one, Lamar. No way. Hold on. The eyes. The eyes are. I don't know what I'm seeing right now. Not sure. My eyes. I gotta focus. I don't know what I'm seeing. What am I reading? What is this? What is this, scribe? What am I seeing? My eyes. Okay, I blew it up. What in the world? Is this a donation scribe for the class? What is
Yeah, part of it's a donation to the class.
Okay. So let me go. This is, I'm gonna take a break. Just a couple seconds. Scribe, take it over, and then I'm gonna come back with this right here. You know what? Is the shipping 2 bills?
It probably will be 2 separate ones.
Okay, all right. Scott, I want to explain to people what this is. Okay, I'm gonna step away for just a second, Scribe. You take it over for now for a moment. I'll be right back. We still have 98 people in the room. We're 7 hours and 33 minutes in here. Wow, take it over, Scribe, for a moment. I gotta go drink some water and clear myself, and I'll be right back.
All right. Peace and light. Let me see. All right, yeah. The all of everything. Appreciate that. Yeah, we did receive that. So thank you for that. I'll make sure to send that over to Salva Tehuti to make sure that he gets that. So appreciate you very much. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Sometimes it takes a little motivation to, because you see the type of time and energy and effort and just the knowledge and the wisdom that he breaks down in these teachings. This is just the first minute of the movie, had an hour and a half breakdown, and stuff that I know I never won't even begin to even. It's amazing what he's able to do, and the eye and the vision that he has to be able to bring these things together for us, to be able to, take this information in and understand where they get it from. So, we all love, these movies and the information and the symbolism. So once we understand where they get that information from, which is Kemet, which is Ma'at, which Kemet is the number 3, the way to say the number 3 in the meta netter is Kemet. So everything about Kemet was built on the number 3. So when we understand this and we start learning and incorporating this into our daily lives, this is when the magic starts to happen. This is when the magical occurrences start to happen. This is when the synchronistic, beautiful manifestations start to manifest themselves in real time for us in the physical. So you're in a very special place if you are here, if you're present, to be amongst such an amazing Saba that we have, Saba Tehuti, and we're just echoing what he's doing. We're gonna be echoes of the Netaru, and we're gonna be able to make sure that we have everything that we necessary for when it's time for our transition to happen, that we know exactly what to do, that we have our consciousness, that we have our vision, that we have our hearing, that we can speak. These are the things that the Kemetians practiced every single day diligently for their entire lives. And that's one thing that has definitely been lost in this culture today. There is absolutely no discipline, nothing. There's no nothing, and that's on purpose. So once we see that and we realize that, it's like, okay, let's get back to the source and let's start to incorporate these teachings, because they're here. They're here. So if you're here in this podcast today, you're one of the rare ones. Most people will never come across this type of information. So it's our job, it's our duty to take these teachings, incorporate them so that we can teach them ourselves, so that we can become Sabas ourselves, to help the people that we love and to help the ones who are out there like us who want the truth, who don't want to deal with the false fallacies and the matrix. We don't have to do that. We can choose to do something different. So I definitely appreciate all of those who have sent in support for our great Saba. He deserves everything. He deserves it all and more. And that's why we're doing what we're doing with the teachings of my organization. To continue to keep echoing this and build this to where we can actually have something to stand on physically. But it starts with just being able to do something aside from yourself, and give something greater. So definitely appreciate everyone who's incorporating the teachings by showing reciprocity to our great Saba. So peace and love and gratitude to everyone who's showing support, and those who are still here at these late hours, soaking in this knowledge.
Thank you, Scribe. Was there somebody that did somebody donate to the wrong place, Scribe?
No, he was asking if he could donate through cryptocurrency, and I have a cryptocurrency set up for us, so he sent some cryptocurrency.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's something. My goodness, is there a link for that? So people can donate.
It's on the website.
Oh, interesting. Okay, good. So, interesting. Okay, we'll talk about that off here, Scribe. Okay, so shout out to Scribe, who I don't even know how much this donation is. It's a massive amount from Scribe, who's on the screen right now. A portion of it is for a beautiful snakes that he's going to incorporate into his family, from the Tehuti family onto his family. Beautiful snake from Kemet. and he's getting another beautiful black and white king snake, which is the snake that I wanted since I was 8 years old. I finally got it, and now I'm giving it to Scribe. And so Scribe sent this. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Scribe sent this big donation. I don't know how much. Can't say how much it is, but I'll put it on the screen, and it's for different things. But let me go ahead and put this on the screen and show it to everybody. And shout out to Scribe for $300. $300, and shout out to the Scribe. Scribe, let me ask you something. Let me ask something so I can have true appreciation of what you actually gave. I want to let everybody know too, so I can know. So this is $300, but I want everybody to know that this is not him asking a question or him just sending a big support. There is a snake there are snakes that have to be delivered, and this company is actually pretty expensive. This is an expensive company. When I have things delivered from other pet shops, it's like $50. But Scribe, what do you think is the price of the shipping of the snakes?
It'll probably be like 180, 190.
Oh, wow. Okay. For both?
Yeah, for both.
Okay, that's okay. I thought it was 200 for one. I was gonna say that's sick.
No.
That's more than the snakes cost. Okay, so what do you say, Scribe?
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Okay, good. So let's appreciate what this donation, what's happening here. So let's say we take off 180, 190 off of this. We're still at 120, and also Metanetter Monday. This is also for the Metanetter Monday class, or let's say leading. I can't.
Yeah. Metanetter Monday class is coming up Monday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
And then the rest is just a donation for this class tonight.
Thank you, Scribe. That is still, so for everybody, the Metanetter Mondays are any donation over $20. You can give, you can literally give $21. Anything over $20. And so even when you take out the Monday the Metanetter class out of this, and you take out the shipping fees, we're still sitting at over about $100 or close to it. That is humongous. Thank you, Scribe. I have better clarity on what I'm looking at now that I've divided it and see what's going on, and I greatly appreciate it. I thought the actual shipping was going to eat all of this because I thought it was way more than what you just said. But shout out to Scribe. Amazing. Thank you for the great donation. Thank you for the support. Thank you for sending money to get the snake shipped, which I'm going to do. You said they don't work on the weekends?
Yeah, they don't do it on the weekends.
Oh, that's too bad. Okay, so I'll just maybe Monday or Tuesday, something like that. I'll get it out then. Shout out to Scribe. Appreciate you, my good brother.
I made you an image too. I emailed it to you.
You made me an image?
Yeah, I made an image for you. It's in your email.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you, Scribe. Okay, let me get that off. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering what's going on, people that are my great students do also get snakes from me. They get snakes. And so a part of this is the snake shipping and Metanetter Mondays, which everybody should partake in. And then the rest of this probably somewhere around $80-$90 or so is a donation, which is humongous. Thank you, Scribe. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you so much, Scribe. And I know what to appreciate within there. Other like shipping. Thank you so much, Scribe. You're awesome, man. Appreciate it. Black Elu, thank you. Black Elucard, are you in the room? This brother here is coming through with the master donations. Black Elucard is in the room, everybody, as Boss Fee.
Shout out to Black Alucard.
Yeah, shout out to Black Alucard. Let me go ahead and put his donation in the room. He's probably sleeping by now. This is the latest I've ever done. We're at 7 hours, and this is the longest class we've ever done. Black Alucard, shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, good brother Black Alucard. You are awesome, fabulous. $40 from Black Alucard. Appreciate it. Now the donations are rolling in. Wow, they're just, oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Marvin. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Shout out to Marvin. I'm going to put you on the screen, my good brother. Appreciate you. A brand new name I've also never seen before. And I'm going to shout out to Marvin and throw him on the screen. This is literally the longest class I've ever done. Shout out to Marvin Mood Zongo, who is, Kudzani? Is this the Kudzani that's in the room? There's a brother in the room named something Kudzani who is extra excited today. I'm wondering if this is him.
Yeah, the I am Kudzani, I think.
Yeah, the I am Kudzani. Gotta be him. How many people are with the name Kudzani? It must be him. Let me look in the room. Oh, yeah. He said it's me, Kudzani, and I. Kudza and I. I guess that's how you say it. Kudza and I. Leo Fire says it's 5:55 a.m. in the Caribbean. Sun now coming up. Oh man. Creative Native. I like that name. Creative Native. Nice, Creative Native. Subscribe. You're the man, bro. Solid, leading by example.
Peace to you, Creative Native.
Shout out to you. And there's a new person in the room called Gnostic who says, I give thanks and much gratitude for you guys. Shout out to you, Gnostic Thomas Crown the third, Tehuti most. The third, shout out to you. One of my favorite movies is actually called Thomas Crown. Shout out to you. Okay, next person out is Noodlehead. What? Noodlehead, who gave a donation for my brain. Nice. Noodlehead gave a donation for my brain. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Shout out to the Noodlehead, who says, he just said, she or he, I don't know. Noodlehead said, brain. So he or she respects my brain. Thank you, brother or sister, Noodlehead X. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. Another new person. I've never seen a lot of these people, Scribe.
Yeah, there's a lot of new people in the chat tonight.
Yeah, a lot of new people. It started off kind of dead. I was unmotivated. It got hype. It started off. I was like, "Where's everybody? Where's Shan? Nobody. None of the regulars. Where's everybody?" It was like there was like 5 donations, and it just exploded. We got April. Oh, good. The females are donating. That's a good thing to see. April, Kabintoy. April Kabintoy sends 15, says, thanks for what you do. Thank you, April. I'm going to put this in the room. Shout out to you, April. There's another person, Scribe. Have you heard of April Kabintoy? Shout out to you.
No, I haven't.
New people popping up. Thank you, April Kabintoy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that, good sister. Appreciate that. Let me go to the next one. Next donation is Teachings of Ma'at, Maker Breaker of the Matrix. Is this you?
Yeah, that's the image that I sent you an image.
Okay. Oh my goodness, what is this? Everybody get a look at this. This is made by the Scribe. Let me go ahead and put it in the room. This is a Scribe. The only thing I will say is change the font color change the whole Breaking of the Matrix writing to be visible. It doesn't seem too visible. Everything else is perfect though. The word says Breaker of the Matrix. I can't even read that, but everything else is great. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. So this is what Scribe just sent me. I guess he made this. Our computer made this, however you put it, but Scribe sent me this Saba Tehuti. It says Breaker of the Matrix. You can change that to be more visible. And this looks wonderful. This looks awesome. Thank you, Scribe. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go ahead and put this. No, you know what? I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you redo it, and then I'm gonna put it in my my logo section. Thank you so much, Scribe. Appreciate it, man.
You are welcome.
Bev sent 1312. Let's see. Bev. How did this podcast get so long, Scribe? Is it from the Matrix answer? Holy, it's gonna be 8 hours.
Yeah, you had a couple answers that went over an hour.
Yeah, it's gonna be a full work day. Oh my! Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go. Bev, shout out to Bev who sent $13.12. $13.12. Thank you, Bev. Thank you, Bev. Thank you. Appreciate that. Bev loves me. I appreciate that, Bev. Thank you very much. Who is next? Oh my God! Look at Scribe. Who is Raida Khan? Who's Raida Khan, Scribe? Is there somebody in the room named Raida Khan? Look at this.
I don't know.
Look at this first donation. Look at this. I've never seen this name before. Oh my gosh. The donations jumped out of the roof after I gave the Matrix breakdown. This donation is called the Matrix breakdown. Look at this. Matrix breakdown from a person I've never heard of before. Rayad Khan. Oh my goodness, with a huge $50. Wow, thank you. I never even heard of you before. Brand new. Raida Khan, whoever you are. Thank you, good brother. That's amazing. Where did you come from? Where did Raida Khan even come from? Out of nowhere. Shout out to Raida Khan.
Peace and shout out to you.
What did you say, Scribe?
I was saying peace and shout out to him or her.
Yes, thank you. Let me turn that down, Scribe. Sorry. Say that one more time, brother.
I was saying peace and shout out to him or her.
Oh, yes. That's beautiful. I never even... These first-time donators just popping up with monster donations. That's real appreciation. It's coming from the Matrix breakdown. We got the next person is Dominique. Is this a book order? No. Shout out to, I don't know if this is a book order. I don't know. Scribe, do you have a book order on the website from a Dominique?
No, sir.
Okay, no, it doesn't look like one. It looks, when I get the book orders, the PayPal looks different. So it's a little different. Okay, so this is the donation. Shout out to Dominique, whoever you are. Another new person. Wow. Dominique. Shout out to Dominique Satterfield. $10. Thank you, Dominique. This came in after 12. Oh my gosh. Shout out Dominique. Appreciate you, sister. Thank you for the support. Let yourself be known in the chat one time and send in a question, or let's see who you are, because the names in the chat maybe they're different from the names on the PayPal. Shout out to you. Okay, Dominique, whoever that may be. I see Interstate Neek putting me, bro. Is that you? Are you Dominique? I don't know. I'm not sure, but I don't know. But whoever Dominique is, shout out to you if you're a brother. Dominique can be a male or female, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of those names that could be both. Shout out to Dominique, whoever you may be. If that's you, Interstate Neek, shout out to you. Dominique Satterfield. All right, next up, we only got three more. What kind of question is this? What is this? Who is Celeste Crowder? I don't know what kind of question this is. I'm going to put it in. Shout out for the donation. I do not understand this question at all. The question is, I don't understand this question. I'm going to put up on the screenshot for the supports. I don't understand the question for a couple reasons. There's actually a couple reasons. Let me put it on the screen. And it says, what year, month, and day did Jacob return to the essence? Can you see that, Scribe?
Yeah, yep, you said that right. What year, month, and day did, I don't know if she means Yakub return to the essence, or Jacob, or Jacob. I don't know who she or he may be talking about.
There's like millions of people with this name. I don't know who she's talking about. Who's Jacob? There's so many people.
Is that you, Interstate Neek, the YouTube scholar? Is that you? If that's you, can you clarify in the chat?
What year, month, and day did Jacob return to the essence? So let me go ahead and say this. I don't know who this is. I don't know who Yakub is. If it's Yakub in the Nation of Islam don't teach that there's a spiritual essence that you return back to. So Yakub is a fictional character created by the Nation of Islam, and the Nation of Islam do not teach that there's a spiritual realm that you go to when you die. They actually say that's spookism. So because they're the ones that invented Yakub, then of course there would be no year, month, and date that he returned to any essence, because the Nation of Islam teaches that once you die, that's it. There's no afterlife. A shout out to Celeste Crowder. And maybe I'm even talking about the wrong Yakub. When you come back to the class next week, you can tell us which is this Jacob from the Bible, Yakub, Jewish guy on People Street. I don't know who this is. So this is a very common name. But shout out to you. Thank you for the support, Celeste Crowder. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we only got one more left. Two more. Dominique's. Oh, Dominique is Interstate Neek. Okay. Okay, Dominique is Interstate Neek. Shout out to Dominique. Shout out to Dominique for that support, which is Interstate Neek. Appreciate that. Curtis Curry. I haven't heard Curtis Curry in a little while. Shout out to Curtis Curry, who gave the last donation that actually matches the date. And the donation is wouldn't dare ask a question like that. Shout out to Curtis Curry, sent $11.11. Peace to Tehuti. Peace to you, Curtis Curry. I haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for showing back up again. And that concludes the donation section. Let me refresh the page. I believe that's it. I can go to bed now. Shout out to everybody who support. I believe that's everybody. Let me scroll down. Fair use, Cash App, Anthony Peden, but that's for class. Shout out to everybody who came to the Tehuti Pod class. We're going to close it up. Cannabis said, I do love you. Thank you, Cannabis Spa. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Scribe. Shout out to the great moderators. Nanias Mer, Anki Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, the Scribe. Shout out to all of you, great supporters who help keep the room intact, who support technician work, all type of things. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Those are the moderators. So Kurt Curry said, looking tired, brother. Enjoy the rest. Peace, everyone. Yes. Peace to you. Peace to RPM. Peace to Cannabis Spa. Peace to Interstate Neek. Peace to the new Oh, I haven't seen this name here. Peace to Denishi Bosco, UK Brixton, love I. Shout out to you. Shout out to I Am Kuds and I. Shout out to the Slacken. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to everybody in the room. We're gonna go ahead and close out with affirmation. I'm gonna close my eyes. Scribe, do you want to say anything at all, real quick?
No, I just want to give thanks to those who donated. You know, those who show reciprocity. It'll always find its way back to you. I want to give a shout out to Rigo too for giving us for donating for us to have the Matrix breakdown, and then go ahead and send in for the second one to get broke down. So really appreciate you for doing that, Rigo, because that benefits everybody. Of course, when one person donates, it benefits everybody. You know, so. Right. You know, so just peace and gratitude to everyone who is showing love and reciprocity to our great Saba. And thank you, Saba Tua, for everything that you do and all the time and energy and effort that you put in just to teach us. So thank you.
You're welcome, my good brother. Thank you for the appreciation. Darius McNair says, great episode, 110 strong in the chat all night long, gaining a new following. That's right. Let's go. I also wanted to show the update. The Scribe actually fixed the picture, so now I'm going to put it in my archives, in my logo archives. Saba Tehuti, Breaker the Matrix, much clearer. That looks awesome. I even see Neath on my hat. Mm-hmm. That is awesome. Thank you, Scribe. Appreciate that, my good brother. Okay, everybody, we're going to say the affirmation and close out. Read that, brother Scribe. Did you say something?
I just said you're welcome.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Everybody who wants to support, of course, Cash App TTM Moon if you liked all the breakdowns, but especially If you like the Matrix breakdown, support. You can contact me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. You can find me on Facebook at Tehuti Brown at Facebook. You can support, please, with Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. Of course, the books are available, which is Breaking Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can contact me or go to the website teachingsofma'at.org. Find more on that, how to get that. This book here, Stepping Out of the Matrix, which I used some of this book to break down the classes today, the information in the class. Some of it came from here. Okay, everybody, please support. That's my AI moderator saying support. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate all of you for supporting. And remember, our motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Thank you all very much for coming to the pod class. This is Neith on my hat, representing Photonic Entanglement. She's from South Africa, all the way from Taiwan is Third Eye. He says, peace. Love you all. You all are awesome supporters at the end. Everybody did come through very strong. We will see you next week, and this Monday, Meta and Enter class. Contact Scribe, contact me to find out how to get in. Contact Tehuti, contact anyone on the team. You can contact me directly, either or, and they'll tell me who wants to come in the class. All right, everybody, peace and love. This has been a great class. I will see you all next week. This has been beautiful. And I want everybody to remember, let's do the affirmation. Sorry, to close out, we'll do the affirmation. Got to do the affirmation. Because a large portion of the class is on the affirmation, so here it is. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia ma'at ms nintet aset emat min habapet emat her enhu kiui her ikut. I live from ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation. And I want everyone to know. I'm going to put myself on big screen. I want to close out with me on big screen, Scribe, so you can stay, but it's about to close out. So I want to show something. Peace and love. I want everybody to know anything is possible. And I want everybody to understand something very important. The theme of this class there is no spoon. It is not the spoon that's bending. It's you.